Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee, Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado, Commissioner Sosa, Commissioner Soto, Vice Chairman Gilbert, and Chairman Diaz. We only have 3 members present. We don't have a quorum.
Again, please. Again, everybody that is not a county employee, please make your way to a seat, except for the media that is directly behind and centered. Everybody else, make their way to a seat, please.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee, Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado, Commissioner Sosa, Commissioner Soto, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz. We have 7 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please stand. Will the interface pastor come forth from our board? Where is he? The gentleman from Interfaith, the board from Interfaith Pastors that's here, he's doing the prayer. Just for our record, can you please state your name?
Dr. Juan Barek, Chairman of the Miami-Dade County Interfaith Advisory Board.
Thank you.
Let's pray.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. Please stand for a prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which the Vice Chairman will lead. Thank you.
God of peace, we invite you to preside over tonight's meeting. Please give us your unity and spirit, especially to all commissioners tonight and the mayor's office, as they review the current proposed budget. Help them to listen graciously as others share their points of view. Also help them to work as a unified commission in combining ideas for the betterment of Miami-Dade County. Come and reveal your will in every aspect of their lives and work as they discuss the affairs of this thriving county. May they have a humble spirit in these chambers so that they can work as a collective body for all residents of Miami-Dade County. As per my values and beliefs, I have prayed in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Vice Chairman.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Play ball. Go. Ay. Oh.
That's the best behavior look like. So good. Keep that.
Okay, guys. Hello? Once again, I'm going to ask you to make your way to your seats, please. Those of you that are not media and it's not county employee, please make your way to a seat. I'm asking you, please, guys. Come on. Now, Madam Clerk, let's call it one more time.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
Present.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee,
Here.
Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Present.
Commissioner Sosa, Commissioner Soto, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz. You have 11 members present. You have a quorum.
Thank you for that. Madam Attorney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Mr. Chair, tonight the board will conduct a public hearing and adopt millage rates, set fees, rates, and other charges, and adopt final budgets from the Miami-Dade County fiscal year 2022-23 budget. There are 8 ordinances before the board in this regard. Please note the proposed millage rates adopted at the first budget hearing set the ceiling for the final millage rates that can be adopted at tonight's second budget hearing. The ordinances to be considered today are: Item A, ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide general fund operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, levying all taxes so provided severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the budget director has a statement.
Mr. Director,
The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.6202 mils, which is 10.15% above the state-defined rollback rate of 4.1944. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support services included in the proposed budget.
Item B, ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide bonded debt service for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023. levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. And the Budget Director has a statement.
The proposed countywide debt service millage rate is 0.4853 mils, 0.3599 mils for countywide debt service, including the Building Better Communities Bond Program, and 0.1254 mils for the Public Health Trust Jackson Miracle Bond Building Bond Program.
Item C, ordinance approving and adopting the countywide general fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023, providing a short title, incorporating the fiscal year 2022-23 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing the investment of county funds in the time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing the transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, authorizing deposit of interest earned to the general fund, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of the board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations, and providing for their amendment, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, authorizing the mayor or mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, waiving for fiscal year 2022-23 provisions of the code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, amending Section 1-4.3 of the code of Miami-Dade County, Florida relating to procurement management functions, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to the fiscal year 2022-23 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, and providing severability, exclusion from, and inclusion in the code, and an effective date. Item D is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for unincorporated municipal service area operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023, levying all taxes so provided, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the Budget Director has a statement.
The proposed unincorporated municipal service area operating millage is 1.9090 mils, which is 9.33% above the state-defined rollback rate of 1.7461. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget.
Item E is an ordinance approving and adopting the unincorporated municipal service area fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023, providing a short title, incorporating the fiscal year 2022-23 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing the investment of county funds in the time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing the transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, authorizing deposit of interest earned to the general fund, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of the board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations, and providing for their amendment, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, recognizing and continuing the unincorporated municipal service area, authorizing the mayor or mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, waiving for fiscal year 2022-23 provisions of the code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to the fiscal year 2022-23 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. Item F is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for the Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Service District operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023, levying all taxes so provided, recognizing and continuing the Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Service District, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date, and the Budget Director has a statement.
The proposed Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Service District operating millage is 2.3965 mils, which is 10.44% above the state-defined rollback of 2.1699 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget.
Item G is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for the Miami-Dade Library System operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023, levying all taxes so provided, recognizing and continuing the Miami-Dade library system, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. And the budget director has a statement.
The proposed library system operating millage is 0.2812 mils, which is 10.31% above the state-defined rollback rate of 0.2549 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget.
Item H is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying proprietary budgets, special assessment district budgets, and other budgets of Miami-Dade County, Florida for fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023, providing a short title, incorporating fiscal year 2022-23 proposed budget as amended, appropriating all budgeted revenues and expenditures, authorizing investment of county funds and time warrants of Miami-Dade County, authorizing transfer of funds as cash advances pending receipt of taxes or other revenues, ratifying, confirming, and approving implementing orders and other actions of board which set fees, rates, and charges, authorizing fees, rates, and charges consistent with appropriations and providing for their amendment, approving revised fees, charges, and implementing orders for various departments and agencies, and authorizing subsequent amendments by resolution, approving fiscal year 2022-23 pay plan, authorizing allocations and reallocations of bond proceeds and interest earnings, authorizing mayor or mayor's designee to provide bond issue reserves, establishing such funds as may be approved during fiscal year and providing for their expenditure, authorizing payment of local business tax surcharge to Beacon Council, appropriating grant, donation, and contribution funds, authorizing mayor or mayor's designee to negotiate and execute certain funding agreements, continuing municipal service funds, authorizing disbursement from the Environmentally Endangered Lands or EEL Acquisition Trust Fund to supplement the EEL Land Management Trust Fund to maintain the principal balance required under Section 24-50.52B1 of the Code, waiving for fiscal year 2022-23, Section 29-7G of the Code related to allocation of documentary surtax funds, and Resolution Number R92408 relating to transit fares, fees, and charges, waiving provisions of the Code and resolutions requiring execution of county affidavits for nonprofits receiving certain county funding, authorizing the termination of financial interest rate swap agreements and allowing reinvestment of termination proceeds in accordance with county investment policy, amending Section 32-92 of the Code relating to voluntary notification fees for certain water and sewer delinquent accounts, amending, waiving, or rescinding, if necessary, various sections of the Code, applicable implementing orders, and other legislative enactments to conform such enactments to fiscal year 2022-23 budget, superseding conflicting provisions of prior legislative enactments, providing severability, exclusion from, and inclusion in the Code, and an effective date. And Mr. Chair, I understand the Budget Director has some additional amendments to the memo titled Information for the Second Budget Hearing, which is on your agenda. If he could read them now.
The following are Scrivener's errors in the information for the second budget hearing dated September 16th, 2022. On page 4, the $150,000 to the Cuban American Bar Association, Inc. should be amended to read $150,000 to the Cuban American Bar Association Pro Bono Project, Inc. for the same purpose. The following are amendments to the information for the second budget hearing. On page 3, section C, infrastructure project programs, the $3 million to the City of North Miami for the construction of Cagney Park should read as follows. $3 million for the City of North Miami to construct a community theater. On page 3, section C, infrastructure project programs, paragraph in the middle of the page, last sentence should be replaced to read, additionally, while the homeless trust was provided $10 million through the homes plan and $6 million from the infrastructure project programs category, there remains a funding gap of $4 million. To meet future capital needs that will be met in one of the following ways: from unallocated $50.875 million, which is currently set aside to provide match funding for federal and state grant awards, or number 2, repurposed Building Better Communities General Obligation Bond Program Fund based on availability with approval from the General Obligation Bond Program Community Advisory Committee and Board. On page 4, continuation of county services. The Haitian Neighborhood Center, Saint-La, Inc., for the provision of temporary protective services should be removed. On page 4, continuing of county services, the Family Action Network Movement, Inc., for the provision of temporary protective services should be amended to read the Family Action Network Movement, Inc. for the provision of immigration services. On page 4, continuation of county services, the Hispanic Unity of South Florida, Inc. for the provision of temporary protective services should be removed. On page 4, continuation of county services, $250,000 to the Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Miami, Inc. for the provision of temporary protective services should be amended to read $1 million to the Catholic Legal Services of Archdiocese of Miami, Inc. for the provision of immigration services. On page 4, continuation of county services, $250,000 to the Center of Haitian Studies, Inc. to provide primary and specialty medical care to uninsured patients. Should be amended to read $500,000 to the Center for Haitian Studies, Inc. to provide primary and specialty medical care to the uninsured patients. On page 5, continuation of county services, $2.022 million for future budget shortfalls should read $1.772 million for future budget shortfalls. That's it.
Mr. Chair, at this time, it's appropriate to open the public hearing.
Of course, it's you.
One here for a minute.
All right, before we give the public, I'm going to read a statement.
Microphone. We can't hear you.
Thank you, my monitor.
Here to help.
But before we open up and I have a statement into the public, Commissioner Sosa, I know that you wanted to say something about a very dear place to you.
Yes, a very special place. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Madam Mayor, thank you. And for all our firefighters that already left working together with FEMA to help those in the island of Puerto Rico that needed so much. They are suffering so much that if the attorney guides me in what I want to say, to open the opportunity for any employee who wants to donate their days to help, we will really appreciate that. Do you want to say something or that is enough?
Yes, that's enough for now, Commissioner Sosa, and we'll prepare the more formal language to be approved when we go ahead later on in the meeting.
And thank you, Mayor. A pleasure working with you. Now they need us, and they really need us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Also, Madam Mayor, on Puerto Rico, a dear friend of ours, it's a great organization that relieves many people, which is the GEM organizations, asked if we could provide for our fire stations that they could do pickups maybe twice a day or once a day as needed, so we could get that done. So if later on today, if we could get together with Chief Ramirez and, well, in charge of public safety.
Yes, thank you. And we have already communicated with GEM our willingness to work with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, with that,
Mr. Chair?
oh no,
Sorry.
hold on, I want to read a statement, please. Welcome back to all my colleagues, our attorneys, Madam Mayor, Director Klopfetter, and the residents who are here with us tonight at our second budget hearing. For the last of the Mohicans, this will be the last budget meeting that we'll be sitting in this commission. So let's make it an easy one, pleasant, something that we could have a good time and listen to the people that are here to ask or say thank you or whatever, but let's try to make it a pleasant one and a memorable one. So tonight, as we discuss the mayor's proposed changes and vote on the final budget. Before we get started with the public hearing, I want to take a moment to thank the mayor, the director of finance, our auditor, OPBA, and the work that was put together to make this budget. Also, all my colleagues for the work they do in making their districts and countywide situations better. Now, before we begin, the office of the chair will be providing dinner for the follow, the colleagues, their staff, and also attorneys, mayor staff, and so on. I would like the members of the public to know that just because some of us are not here at a time that you speak, doesn't mean that we're not listening to you. We sometimes go to an office to deal with an issue. Sometimes we're just in the back, but there is televisions and it's being broadcast everywhere. So also, I want to state clearly that I want you to please address us as a whole. And second, I want you to please stick to the topic of the budget. Purely the budget. That's what you're here for. So let's hear what you got to say. I know that we're trying to get this done. We're trying to get 1 minute, but it's 2 minutes. But a lot of you are just to come and say, I hear, like last time, a lot of thank yous. So if we could do it in 1 minute, we'll appreciate it. But if not, you have 2 minutes to speak. So I won't take away from the last meeting, this meeting, but please, if you can, help us out. So with that, begin on the issue.
And actually, it's just a point of personal privilege. I just learned that Jorge Rodriguez passed away, and I wanted to mention it. As many of you know, he's the owner of La Poderosa and WRHC. My mother worked for him for many years, and I worked for him for a decade. He was a lovely person, and I was just going to ask for a moment of silence. He really did a lot for our community and our prayers for his family. The Spanish language radio really loses a tremendous advocate today.
Incredible man.
Yes.
Incredible man. Take a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, if we may,
Mr. Garcia.
thank you. Before we get into the public audience, I was reached, our office was reached by the family of Tomas Garcia Fuste in an effort to try to do a road designation in Commissioner Higgins' district. I want to make sure to just put it out there, see if we can do a co-sponsor, a co-prime.
Absolutely.
We can get it done. Thank you.
It's great. You put me as a co-sponsor also. I've known him for many years too. All right. With that, I'm going to call your names. You're going to come up. And again, if you can speak a little bit, we'll appreciate it. If you speak, 2 minutes is, we stop at that point. But I want to be real clear. Once again, address us as a whole. Second, stay to the topic of the budget. State your name clearly, please, and also your address, and then the clock will start as you start to speak. So with that, I'm going to start calling out the names. Okay. Once again, I'm going to ask Sergeant at Arms, please clear the back and the sides. Unless you're an employee or directly involved with one of the media channels, I would like you to please sit down. Of the city, of the county. Thank you. All right. Olivia Collins, Katrina Irwin, Ian Quatrin, Rachel Silverstein, Laverne Spencer, Leslie Mendoza, Laura Reynolds, Samantha Barquin, Jamie Spector, Sharon Fraser Steffens, Clara Boyce, Cephas Williams, Jenny Silver, Sandy Alla, Shirley Fields, Renee Pesci, Chris Lomax, Miriam Singer. All right. Olivia, step up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Olivia Collins, and I live at 19985 Northeast 6th Court in Miami, Florida, 33179. Thanks for allowing us all to provide comment today on the budget. I'm the Senior Director of Programs for the Clio Institute. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to climate change education and advocacy. Therefore, I'm really excited to see that the budget really reflects the protection of our environment, that it focuses on mitigation and reducing our carbon footprint, and that it's focused on climate solutions. This budget will make Miami-Dade more resilient in the face of the climate crisis. And from a director's point of view, I'm especially pleased to see the $2.5 million for resiliency education. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for keeping climate as a priority on your agenda. When I first came to Clio in 2017, we'd been the recipient of the environmental education grants. Back then, the total budget for this was only $750,000, which amounted to 0.009% of the county budget. And although those funds don't seem like a lot, it's enabled Clio to train thousands of students and teachers with MDCPS. It's allowed us to train hundreds of citizens to become climate speakers and advocates, some of which are present tonight. And it's allowed us to provide hurricane preparedness trainings and hurricane kits across the county to some of our more underrepresented and vulnerable citizens. However, these funds have been on hold since 2019. So again, I would like to thank the mayor for proposing new funding for resiliency education and ask that these funds get distributed as soon as possible, since we've been very patient, and that you consider increasing this amount for environmental education in future budgets as the urgency of the science demands. Thank you again for your efforts for protecting our community and for your long-term vision.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am?
Good afternoon. My name is Katrina Irwin, and I live at 1470 Baracoa. First off, I wanted to thank the mayor for putting climate resilience on the agenda. From the protection of our Biscayne Bay and SECTA conversion to $2.5 million for the educations of our community to be climate ready, the mayor is showing just how much she cares about the future of Miami. For every dollar invested in building resilient communities and infrastructure, $6 are saved in future cost. If we had prioritized climate several years ago in past budgets, we would not be spending nearly as much money as we have to now and will in the future. These past couple months, Miami-Dade residents have faced devastating flood impacts and have not been able to leave their house due to heat records constantly being broken. Even as I speak, the citizens of Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic are facing the impacts of yet another devastating hurricane fueled by the climate emergency. Miami's infrastructure is not prepared to face hurricane-force weather conditions. Earlier this summer, cars sank due to a tropical storm. Just imagine what will happen when we are faced with a direct hit from a hurricane. We must invest. I support the climate resilience efforts proposed in the budget, and I hope you all vote yes on the mayor's proposal. With that being said, the Dade County budget increases in funding every year, and climate resilience efforts continue to be a small amount compared to the rest of the funding Dade County has. I hope this marks the beginning of us focusing more and more on preparing our communities to be climate ready in the face of the climate emergency and increase more climate funding in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you recognize.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity for public comment. My name is Ian Corton, and I live at 7525 Southwest 134th Street, Pinecrest, Florida, 33156. I want to say that I support the mayor's proposed budget for Miami-Dade County, which includes $2.5 million for infrastructure and for education on climate readiness. As a years-long member of Miami-Dade County Public Schools, I genuinely believe that the long-term resiliency and health of our community depends on the youth and schools that we support. Public education is an investment. The children and students of this generation are not simply interested in the issues that will affect their lives. They have a stake in the improvements our community can deliver, and they are among the mightiest force to be allies in meeting the challenges of the present and the future, if they are given the opportunity to learn about these environmental issues. As these are issues that are affecting us today, as evidenced by the damage endured in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic as a result of Hurricane Fiona and the extreme heat we've experienced this year, students need to know about the science, seriousness, and solutions of the climate crisis that is unfolding. In my classrooms and with my students, I've made repeated efforts to include this topic in my instruction, That is an individual choice not every teacher feels supported in making. This budget supports this learning for students to not merely be aware of these issues and its causes, but for how they can prepare for the future and meet the challenges affecting our communities today. Please support the mayor's budget for approval. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman. Laura Reynolds, 6820 Southwest 64th Court, South Miami. And I'm a board member of Friends of Biscayne Bay and the leader of the Hold the Line Coalition. And this is a historic budget. So I want to thank the mayor for bringing it forward. And a lot of people asked, how does this stack up compared to other budgets that we've seen? And I can tell you that the average environmental investment has been between 2.5 and 3%. This is 6%. But if you look at the total budget number of 10 billion, that's nowhere near where we need to go. So I challenge all of you to accept this budget and challenge yourselves to do better in next year's budget on the environment. And when we analyzed this budget, we looked at every sector to try to find how does that help the environment, water and sewer, every aspect. And it took a long time to do. But this is the highest amount that we've ever dedicated to the environment. So I want to ask you to please support the budget. We need to think of ways to take the pressure off the urban development boundary and protect wetlands and farmland at the same time. Green space, the way that we use our land is super important, and we have to come up with ways to make farming profitable. We have to come up with ways to say no net loss to wetlands so that we can protect our resiliency. So I ask all of you to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. What number are you, ma'am?
4.
4. All right. Sorry, and if you could try to put them in some kind of order so we could keep it. And we have a missing, did number 5 speak? Number 5, who holds number 5? Please get the next podium. Thank you. And number 6, put her right after that, please. Let's light them up. All right, we're doing good now. All right, ma'am, number 4, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Mayor Levine Cava's budget. I'm Rachel Silverstein, and I'm the Executive Director and Waterkeeper of local nonprofit Miami Waterkeeper. We're at 220 Miracle Mile. Biscayne Bay is the jewel of this community, but it has clearly crossed a tipping point, and urgent action is needed to protect our way of life here in Miami-Dade County. Biscayne Bay supports our real estate industry, our tourism, our agriculture. It supports jobs, its recreation, its growth. And next month is, in fact, the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act. It's the seminal environmental law that protects all of our rights to water that is safe for swimming, drinking, and fishing. And interestingly, that law set a goal of eliminating all illegal pollution by 1983. It also set a goal of having all waterways be safe for swimming and fishing by 1985. We have a ways to go, but this law has also protected our waterways and has improved the way of life for people and animals and wildlife and the environment across the country. But in that spirit, I ask you to support the very important environmental funding that is included in the mayor's budget, specifically the One Water strategy that I think is really the way forward for this community to unite and really reflect the water cycle and how we use water and how it is all interrelated. We want to fund climate adaptation so that we're ready for coming sea level rise that threatens the very existence of our community. We need to make improvements to our stormwater system, invest in things like stormwater asset management systems and other kinds of inspection, illicit discharge, cleaning. We need to make improvements to our beach and canal maintenance so that they're more environmentally friendly and they benefit the community instead of act as a detriment. And we need to fully fund the mayor's request for the Environmentally Endangered Lands Program, or the EEL program, that is crucial to providing resiliency, protecting our open spaces, protecting our environment, and has been a key successful initiative of this county.
Thank you
for
so
years.
much, ma'am, for
Thank
your
you.
opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners,
Mayor. I'm Laverne Spicer, Curly's House, Executive Director, 6025 Northwest 6th Court. Curly's House has been in business for over 20 years. We provide a wraparound service. We're more than a food bank. We help people make it through each and every day of their life. People are struggling. They can't pay the rent, can't afford gas, can't afford to feed their families. We work very closely with our senior community. Many of them receive less than $200 a month, less than $5 in food stamps. So that's why it's so important, and we're so grateful for the funding. We also have a large population of homeless people that are right in front of our warehouse. And we provide hot meals for these people also. Today, we had a lady that showed up with 6 kids that was homeless staying in the park. And I thank you, Mayor. We called your office and we was able to get that lady some help. But those are the situations that we see each and every day at our door. We also had another lady came in crying, homeless, got put out of somebody's house, had no Pampers for her kids, no clothing, no nothing. So these are people that we see daily because we serve these people Tuesday through Friday, okay? And we're grateful for the help, but we need all the help that we can continue to get to help them sustain and make it through each day. We also give out personal care items, whether it's hand sanitizer, and we're just there to encourage our community. And once again, we thank you all for the funding. We thank you, Mayor, because we know when we call your office, we always get the help that we need. And also, Commissioner Hardeman, we need your help also at Curly's House. Thank you.
No. All right, listen up. If you like what somebody says, this is what we do here. All right. If you do not like what somebody says, you do this. Do not use any other fingers or hands in any way. Okay. So remember, this or this. All right. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Chairman Diaz, and Commissioners. Leslie Mendoza, 2400 South Dixie Highway, on behalf of the Cuban American Bar Association Pro Bono Legal Services. I am here this evening to truly thank each and every one of you for your continuous support and express our strong support for the proposed budget at the proposed millage rates because it allows nonprofit organizations like ours to provide essential services to those members of our community most in need. And I assure you that the help they receive truly makes a difference. Thanks to your support as the Executive Director of Cava Pro Bono, I have seen amazing results. This past summer alone, we saw one of our former clients who we began representing at the age of 13 years old because he was homeless and did not have a caretaker leave to MIT with a full ride. And that was thanks to support from you all that made our work possible. So I am very grateful that I get to witness these amazing things that take place every day in our office, and I'm here to thank you. The last time I was here, I also expressed the need for funding to help members of our community with disabilities, and I am beyond grateful that it was included in the new proposed budget, and I thank members of the commission that championed this cause. We are excited to begin this program and see what results it leads to, because we are positive that it will lead to wonderful results and again serve to strengthen our wonderful community, Miami-Dade County. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Samantha Barking and I live at 12010 Southwest 105th Terrace, Miami, Florida, 33186. And I support the proposed budget as it is a reflection of our values and our priorities. It lays out the level of services that the county can provide to our community. This budget will invest in initiatives to help clean up Biscayne Bay and prepare Miami-Dade County for a resilient future. There are now regular fish kills in the summer months, algae blooms, and widespread seagrass die-offs in some areas of the bay. These are costly to our economy. We need resources to solve environmental problems today before they get much more expensive and worse in the near future. This is why we need funding for septic to sewer transition.
For consideration as you make decisions that affect us all. I'm here to urge you to pass the proposed budget put forth by Mayor Levine Cava. The importance of Biscayne Bay is no secret. We all know that the bay and our waterways are the economic driver of our community and provide tens of thousands of jobs for those who call South Florida home, on top of the millions in revenue that is brought in through hospitality and tourism. The bay is also essential to remembering our history, enjoying our unique culture today, and being resilient against sea level rise in the future. We know this now, just like we've known it for decades. The Environmentally Endangered Lands Program, formed in the early 1990s, has protected natural areas that are essential to ensuring Miami-Dade is resilient against the impacts of climate change. The county's own website states that the EEL program has acquired certain lands to, and I quote, preserve the natural mangrove coast, provide hazard mitigation, and protect the county's water resources. These lands are part of a national and state effort to restore America's Everglades, end quote. Another part of the county's website states that the EEL program has acquired lands that are, again, and I quote, arguably the most important wetland system in the southern part of Miami-Dade to eradicate and control invasive vegetation through intense management and restoration projects, end quote. I could go on with other examples of the county recognizing the importance of this program, but we're limited to 2 minutes, so I'll go on. The EEL program, along with other programs prioritized in the proposed budget, are essential to our community for 2 reasons, our present and our future. If we do not invest in these programs now, our future will be much more expensive. We will face increased costs from cleaning up contaminated water from our streets after aging infrastructure fails, potential public health crises from that contaminated water flowing through our streets, damage to our homes and businesses from increased flooding, and more. So again, I implore you, please approve the proposed budget to protect Biscayne Bay
Thank you
and our
so
future.
much, ma'am,
Thank
for
you.
your testimony. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Diaz, Honorable Commissioners, Honorable Mayor. My name is Sharon Frazier Stevens. I live at 6324 Northeast First Place, Miami, Florida, 33138. Mr. Chair, I stand in support of the mayor's budget. Being that said, I would like for all the commissioners to support the $143 million for our fair share. As I stand here as a Black American-born citizen, family of veterans, World War III, Iraqi veteran, and now my grandson, who's now in the Naval Academy. My son, who served in Iraq and Afghanistan after the 9/11, and now my grandson, who is fighting for this country. So in closing, what about our reparations? The Black American, born, bred, brought here from Georgia, slavery mentality, and to stand here to see our tax dollars leaving out of our community, out of our state, out of our county. I don't mind helping others, but the Bible says charity starts at home. Please support the $143 million, our fair share, and support the Model City Advisory Board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized.
My name is Carolyn Boyce. Good afternoon to the commission, Honorable Mayor. Honorable Mayor, I want to approach the mayor. I want to thank you for what you're trying to do to improve our communities. But I live in an area as in where we have no leadership. And because we have no leadership, I have to come to the mayor's office. In the area in which I live, it's infested with rats. I want to thank you for those that you forwarded out to pick up the trash, but they're rats. It wouldn't be rats in Coconut Grove. It wouldn't be rats on Miracle Mile. It won't be rats on Miami Beach. It's rats, and the children are having to walk through and pass the rats as if they have to ask the rats, can they be free? I would like to know, as a homeowner, what coverage can we get as homeowners to be relieved of this? There's some form of infumigation. We infumigated for Zika. Nobody saw the mosquito, but we see the rats.
We'll have someone talk to you, ma'am.
Before you begin, ma'am, could I have your address for the record?
My address is 886 Northwest 77th Street.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Theophilus Williams, 1391 Northwest 95th Street. I'm in support of the mayor budget, and I'm hoping each and one of y'all in support of the commissioner is supporting it like you did the former mayor. My question is now, we say we love kids, and there's so much violence going on. We got a track team at Grand Cherry, young kids running on concrete environment. But when I look at the Dade County TV, I see all these beautiful parks down south. It's not nothing for our kids over here. I'm looking at all the buildings go up and down south, beautiful. But when it comes to inner city, we don't have it. So I mean, in this budget, this part need to be dressed for our kids to look beautiful, for the parents to come and sit down too. I mean, it's just shame the way the violence going on, and they're trying to keep the young kids off. But we keep saying there ain't no money for these parks. What's so better than the south than the north? We need to do better. Commissioner Monestein and y'all who sitting here and allowing this to happen.
Sir, please address the board as a whole.
The board, to the board.
To the board, please. Thank you.
Well, I'm just hoping each and one of y'all,
There you go.
the mayor, to look into this. And the streets that we were at on, we got money from federal government. Why our streets are not looking like it is? Why are they looking like it is? It's something got to be did. It's something got to be did. The infrastructure money here, billions and billions of dollars. Where it's going at? We building more houses than putting street lights to stop the violence. It's sad. Killing us are up and rising right now. But nobody wants to listen.
Ma'am.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Jenny Silver, and I live at 1500 West 21st Street in Miami Beach. I appreciate that the mayor's budget sets aside money for protecting the
Ma'am,
bay.
I'm sorry to stop you. I just want to double check something.
Yep.
State your name again.
Jenny Silver,
Silver. And your address?
1500 West 21st Street.
All right, I have 22
Oh,
0 Miracle.
okay. I can
Mile.
also 220 Miracle Mile, Suite 209.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
ma'am.
Thanks.
Ma'am,
Yes.
excuse me, ma'am. Could you please take a seat? Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody else, please take a seat that is not in line. Thank you so much. I need your address because what happens is people start moving around and it disturb,
No problem.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you. Please start again.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you so much. I appreciate that the mayor's budget sets aside money for protecting the bay and our watershed. The budget also funds important resilience initiatives. Today, I'm commenting on one item in the mayor's budget that's critical to our watershed. That's the Environmentally Endangered Lands Program, known as EAL. This program's focus is the protection and conservation of endangered lands. The EAL program identifies and secures these lands for preservation. It is so important to continue to fund and expand this program. Natural areas without impervious surface coverage can stock and hold stormwater and allow rain to percolate into the aquifer. They maintain biodiversity. Therefore, I support the mayor's budget funding for the Environmentally Endangered Lands Program. This critical program ensures the natural habitats like the biodiverse pine rocklands and hardwood hammocks receive the management and care they need to thrive. I support expanding the program in years to come to preserve our dwindling natural habitats. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized. How are you? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Alla. I'm the Senior Director of Case Management Programs at Jewish Community Services of South Florida. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to present here, and I do support the mayor's budget. And I want to just present the reasoning for it. I do oversee the older adult case management programs at Jewish Community Services, and we provide supportive services through this funding to the seniors of our community. The frail and most vulnerable members of our community are in need of supportive case management services and to provide safety and security in their homes and in their environment. So I support the mayor's budget, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much. Guys, when you come up, if you want to support the mayor's budget and just say that, and just say your organization, we'll appreciate that too. We keep adding more and more people, but again, it's on you. Ma'am, welcome.
Good evening. Renee Pesci Smith, 1637 Southwest 8th Street, Miami, 33135. I'm the Deputy Director at the Arts and Business Council of Miami, and I'd like to thank the mayor and the commissioners for their vital support for the arts and that have helped keep the arts in business. We work with more than 500 arts organizations in Miami-Dade, and the arts ecosystem is still recovering from the devastating impacts of COVID. Please approve the increased funding for the Department of Cultural Affairs to help the arts revive and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you may begin.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor. My name is Chris Lomax. I'm the president of the Wilkie D. Ferguson Junior Bar Association. We are simply here this evening to express our gratitude and thanks for the line item that was directed towards our works. We're an organization that's been in existence for over 40 years, consisting of Black lawyers. We support our community through scholarships and other charitable organization events. And we want to thank the mayor, Vice Chairman Gilbert, and also Commissioner Hardiman for their presence at our first general body meeting last week. And we just wanted to show our public expression of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The singer.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, esteemed Madam Mayor. Miriam Singer, President and CEO of Jewish Community Services of South Florida. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today to thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the many frail and vulnerable clients that we serve throughout the entire community. Thank you for making it possible for our safety net of caring and compassionate services to address the needs of those that are in most critical conditions in terms of economic impacts, health impacts, and the impacts of the housing affordability crisis. We appreciate your leadership and we support the mayor's budget, and we hope you will too. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Singer. Ma'am, you recognize.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Morgan Weinblatt, Director of Resource Development and Engagement with Jewish Community Services of South Florida as well, residing at 12,000 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33181. I'm also here this evening to express JCS's strong support of the mayor's proposed budget, most notably the affordable housing initiatives to respond to the needs of residents suffering from the housing affordability crisis in our community. Thank you very much for including this and for supporting the most vulnerable.
Thank you, ma'am. I have Shirley Fields. Cheryl Fields, I'm sorry. Ms. Fields. Okay. Vice Chairman.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call out a list of names. When I call your name, please line up behind either podium. When you come to speak, please give your name, your address, and you have 2 minutes, a maximum of 2 minutes. Feel free to take less if you like. Vicky Lopez, Marva Lighthorn, Marilyn Holyfield, Kenneth Kilpatrick, LaJuan Wheeler, Anitha Howard, Myra Meyer, Shirley Richardson, Patricia Williams, and Maurice Woods. So either something else is going on or y'all didn't understand me, but okay. So y'all are all one person?
One person.
Well, okay.
All right.
Please, name and address.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the commission, and Mayor Levine Cava. My name is Vicky Lopez, and I reside at 2101 Brickell Avenue, Suite 809, Miami, Florida 33129. I'm joined today with the founder of Agape Network, Dr. Jose Hernandez, the CEO, Claudio Perez, the COO, Sandy Hernandez, and most importantly, 4 women who are current residents of the Agape Residential Program and a graduate, Jeannie Cohen, Courtney Reed, Rachel Teague, Sabrina Vargas, and Maureen Lewis. We know that all of you have been longtime supporters of Agape's mission to serve women and their families who suffer from behavioral and primary care health problems. We are especially grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and efforts to secure funding for the completion of the Agape Village Health Center that will increase the capacity of our clients from 1,500 to 2,500 receiving outpatient monthly services, and residential inpatient capacity will increase from 62 beds to 141 beds. We know that none of this would have been possible without your support and that of the commission. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank Jennifer Moon for her invaluable guidance and assistance throughout the budget process, and of course to Agape's Commissioner Keone McGee. We would also like to give special thanks to the Mayor Levine Cava, for her ongoing support of this important project, given her very strong commitment to social services. Her belief that transformation and restoration is possible, that these services should be afforded to women, children, and families that Agape serves, has been paramount throughout this process. Today, we honor all of you for your support of the capital funding for Agape Network. We look forward to inviting you all in the spring to our ribbon cutting so that you can see firsthand the fruits of your labor. No doubt in the years to come, thousands of individuals will benefit from your visionary support of this incredibly important legacy project. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Hollyfield. My address is 701 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida. I'm here to thank you for your support of the arts, and in particular, the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora, also known as Miami MOCAD. Miami MOCAD is a tech-forward museum in planning that documents, educates, and stores knowledge for generations to come through virtual and in-person programming, highly informative, well-researched art newsletters, collaborations with the University of Miami School of Communications, University of Miami Low Art Museum, the Coral Gables Museum, Little Haiti Cultural Center, and Hampton Art Lovers. We also have commissioned local-based artists for high-tech murals activated with QR codes. County funding supports Miami MOCAD's interactive mural and oral history project that merges art and QR code technology to capture courage and contributions of Miami's first Black judge, the late Lawson E. Thomas, and Miami's Black longshoreman, Local 1416. Through a partnership with Google, the oral histories will be digitized and placed on Google's art and culture page, a platform serving the world. Your funding supports the first phase of a transformative master planning that will define all steps towards establishing a hybrid tech museum. Miami MOCAD's internship program is successful. Already, one of our interns has been selected for a highly prestigious Romare Bearden Fellowship. Thank you very much for all of your support.
Thank you, and thank you for your support of the arts and your continuing efforts to actually push art through all communities. I appreciate it, Marilyn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Richardson. I am at 650 Southwest 124th Terrace, apartment 405, Pembroke Pines, Florida. I represent the oldest African-American theater company here in the state of Florida, M Ensemble Company. So I'm back today to reiterate our support for the mayor's budget We hope that you will really please consider the arts, the art community here in Miami-Dade County. Look at us as a valuable an organization also that can impact the economy in our communities. We are in a very diverse community now. It is so important that we become sustainable in this community, because one of the things that we learn from each other, we support each other, and we understand each other through the arts that will make it a better community. So I'm asking you once again, please, please, please again, support this proposed budget. It is very important to the arts community. I also like to acknowledge and also thank the mayor for this great budget you proposed. Thank you so much. And I also like to acknowledge the Cultural Affairs Office staff for all the support they give to the arts community here in Miami-Dade County. They guide us, they support us, they motivate us, and we are very grateful for them and support them too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have several speakers who would like to yield their time. Would
That's
you allow?
No.
It's not allowed? Okay, very good. All right. Ken Kilpatrick, President, Brownsville Civic Neighborhood Association and Executive Director of the Georgia's Alternative Programs, 5167 Northwest 29 Avenue. I just wanted to quickly reiterate priorities from the Brownsville Civic Neighborhood Association. Those priorities being expansion of Jefferson Reed Senior Park, implementation of the Finding of Necessity CRA exploration for Brownsville, funding for Brownsville's historic assets being Hampton House, Georgette's Tea Room, Lincoln Memorial Park Cemetery, and the Colored Children's Playground, and funding to assist muralists to refresh buffer walls along Northwest 54th Street. We also observed allocations for the Caleb Center Auditorium and the Cultural Arts Center improvements in the budget. I wanted to express support for those projects on behalf of the community, as both of those projects are consistent with the Model City Brownsville charrette. We're finally in support of the budget overall, and in particular, the homes program as we move forward to assist low-income families with rent and mortgage burdens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maria Meyer, 1781 Opeechee Drive, Miami, Florida, 33133. Thank you, commissioners and Madam Mayor, for your public service and your leadership. As the executive director of your Women's Fund Miami-Dade, I'm very proud to represent a 23-leader, strong board of directors, community. Oh, Miss Priscilla Dames, who is also with me and board member. I'm glad they let you up, Priscilla. Community committee members and some 8,000 active followers of your Women's Fund who are cognizant of the importance of our county budget and of your collective work. We are here to support the proposed investments in domestic violence prevention and support services. Today, I spoke personally with a survivor who charged me with telling the commissioners that they thank you that CVAC services saved her life. I'm going to let that sink in. We urge you to support maximum investment in early childhood educational opportunities, including early Head Start. The Women's Fund is very active in this area, and it directly affects the economic mobility of women. Please do not forget that. They're hand in hand. We support the proposed millage rate to fuel the critical operations that we all depend on. Your Women's Fund is committed in turn to work collaboratively with you all on human trafficking, opportunities to improve maternal and infant mortality rates in Miami-Dade County, and much more. Thank you for your leadership in representing your residents, your districts, and our community. We are indeed stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, Chairman Gilbert, Mayor Cava. My name is Lawan Wheeler. My address is 1682 Northwest 192nd Terrace, Miami Gardens, Florida, 33169. I am the director of the 9 Marching Drum Corps. We are an organization that reaches out to the community and teaches, as well as keeping kids off the street, keeping kids away from gun violence. We have partnered up with the TAP program and other agencies, the Optimist program, in effort to extend our reach. And we are already working with organizations. 2 of the 3 organizations are funded and allocated for funding, and we are not. We have been in existence for 20 years, and we have been funding ourselves. We're looking for some funding for recruitment, equipment, implementation, anything that is available that could help us further our program. We have served the community, like I said, for the last 20 years on our own, and we're looking for any help that is available that can be given. We are currently partnering with programs, as I said, that are in the community already funded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Marva Lightborn. My address is 5561 Northwest 7th Court, Miami, Florida, in the district of the Honorable Commissioner Keon Hardeman, District 3. I am here to talk about a budget issue, and as it relates to the new model city board that's being formed here in the city of Liberty City, and as well as in the area of Brownsville. I'm looking at this charrette that was done back in 2003, that was done in 2003, 20 years ago. And as I look at this charrette and look at all the promises, this is a very detailed charrette involving Liberty City and Model City. There are several maps that we have been told that they're determining which of the areas that will be provided this model cities. Now, none of the areas include Liberty City. Who report will you believe? Or who map will you believe? We got 6 maps here. Nobody can tell us. PCH, I was told, is the governing factor of this election they're going to have. The election is farce, and it needs to be stopped. I won't go into details because of the minutes, but I know one thing is that the citizens haven't had a chance to vote properly. And we're going to have to vote on next Monday, the 26th, as to who will be board members of this new board. We don't even know who they are because they did not tell us. There are several members that is not here, but they would like to be part of this board. And they put their candidacy inside this quote box. We don't know. It wasn't a secure box. So we don't know who is in charge of trying to collect the data for us to know who we're going to be voting for. I think this is a joke, and it needs to stop, and it needs to be done properly because it's not done properly. And the citizens is going to get the short end of the stick in the long run.
Ma'am, we're going to speak to you about that, please. Okay.
What? Oh.
Good evening, Vice Chairman, Chairman, Mayor Daniela, and Commissioners. My name is Maurice Woods. I reside at 2553 Jardin Manor. I want to come to you and thank you for allowing me to speak today on the budget that supports both the youth and the older adults in our community. I am the President and CEO of Easter Seals South Florida. As many of you know, our mission is to address equity and inclusion disparities for families and individuals living with disabilities. We do that through 3 major programs: Head Start services. We have a K-12 educational school for those with autism and related disabilities. And we also have an adult daycare program. I'll spare the details, but I am here in support, and I ask you to support the mayor's budget. And I look forward to meeting and working with many of you as we collaborate to address the disabled and those with related disabilities in our communities. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right. Patricia Williams, one last time. Patricia Williams. M Ensemble. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'll start the next group. Renita Holmes. Dave Dobler. Eric Vergara. David Peraza. Judith Farifas. Darren Woods. Craig McQueen. Anuth Salash. Roy Hardiman. Ron Book. Rafael Gomez. That is number 29 through number 40. 29 through 40, just in case I mispronounce your name. 29 through 40. Sergeant, if we could arrange them and they could come by numbers, it would be preferred. Sergeant, if we could arrange they come by numbers, the number they're called, that would be preferred. Ms. Holmes is up first. I do know that, though. You're up first.
Sorry, I'm a little bit slow, but sure. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, to the Miami-Dade Sergeant of Arms that are here in attendance, because on the last meeting, as well as this one, they really accommodated us as persons with disability. And when you get my age and, you know, as beautiful as I am and popular as I am, you need that kind of protection. And I'm also here in support of the mayor's because I know,
Give me your name, your address.
if you look on the card, sir, it is exempt for legal reasons. You have to see the clerk's office on that one. I've done my due diligence. Madam Mayor, I call you the sheriff, but in all honesty, I feel good calling a woman a sheriff, hot dog. I want to say thank you very much and to your staff, because it was very accommodating. As bold and as I may be and articulate as I may be, I felt that I needed to have someone to lean on in order to participate. So I want to thank each and every one of your Sergeant of Arms for that. They were outstanding. And with that, last, I'd like to thank the Vice Chair and the Chair, through the Chair, for taking the calls of some of the other commissioners. About 8 o'clock this morning, I started calling up until about 10:30 regarding the issue of the farce elections. You know, at the last meeting, I did a public request. They may have known it through the clerk's office that this was a sunshine request to determine in the document for the election that you heard Ms. Marva speak about and that I witnessed and that we sent you, that we had somebody running around with a ballot box. And we still have not identified which employee is public housing, which employee is community economic development, and so forth. So
Ms. Holmes, we're going to really need it to be on the budget item.
you'll see pertaining to the budget. And so many issues of citizen participation and the tenant fund participation, I haven't gotten that information yet under the sunshine as part of the budget. I want to close, you see, can I just have another 30 seconds? Because I was relating it. The participation is very important, that we have more citizen participation and remove the situations we have with disability and stuff like that. Lastly, I just want to say we need to close the gap on environmental spending. We want to save the Bay, but the environmental disparity in the African-American inner city community is an all-time high. You'll take my word for it as a member of CLEO. You'll take my word for it as a Brownsville Civic member, and you'll take my word for it as someone that you know likes to look at words, research words, and have them legally clear when we make decisions about how much money is going into the budget and the disparate situation of infestation and environmental issues with the African-American community. Thank you again.
Thank you. Dave Dobler.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dave Dobler, and I am representing the Biscayne Bay Marine Health Coalition, which is a collaboration of local clean water environmental advocates. I live at 800 West Avenue in Miami Beach. I'm very much in support of the environmental components of our mayor's proposed budget. For decades, we have been massively underfunding the protection and restoration of the lands and waters which our economy, real estate, and lifestyles rely on. And even though this is still not enough money to address stormwater pollution, Biscayne Bay recovery, and the environmentally endangered lands program, we are grateful for this historic and solid down payment that we hope will be increased next year. Thank you, Mayor Levine Cava, for your vision and the commission for your yes votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Vergara, and I reside at 7244 Southwest 101 Court, Miami, Florida, 33173. I represent the transit officers of Miami-Dade County, and I am here very gracefully to ask you that you support the mayor's budget. And to the consternation of to many, I'm doing this as a Republican. Okay, and I'm going to make something very clear here. We risk our lives every day for this county as transit officers. We are the front lines when it comes to all public threat to this transit system. We risk our lives every day. Officers have been murdered in the line of duty, one of which was last year that hasn't been able to return to the line of duty as a result of his psychological and physical trauma. We answer calls here for service that are law enforcement calls. We deal with weapons. We deal with narcotics. We answer domestic calls. And 90% of the time, the response from law enforcement, not blaming our fine men and women in law enforcement, as I'm a former LEO myself, is usually after the fact. We are seeing a max exodus of our best and most highly trained and experienced officers as a result of insufficient wages. And we have contracts in this county that are way more lucrative, way less risky, and with better hours for more stable family lives. We need to address this issue. And I'm going to make a prediction here that does not give me any pleasure. But I speak as a subject matter expert on this because I come as a retired intelligence officer from the U.S. intelligence community with extensive experience in counterterrorism. And before that, I was an ICE agent assigned to the U.S.-Mexico border. If this continues, we're going to have a max exodus of officers that are going to put you in the unsavory political predicament of having to lower hiring standards to dangerously low levels that are going to lead to a tragedy in this system by untrained and inexperienced officers that are going to overreact to a tactical use of force scenario. And you're not going to be able to escape the direct liability of political fallout of that. This is not an ideological vote. This is not a political vote. This is a vote for public safety and for what is right, for what is just and what is fair. We are grateful to you for the vote that you gave us for our paid sick time. We are very grateful for that. But you need to pass this raise and you need to approve the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. David Peraza?
Yes, hello. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is David Peraza. I'm an armed security officer for the Metro Rail. I've worked here for almost 6 years. Before that, I was a nuclear security officer at Turkey Point Nuclear Power Plant for 9 years. I was also Army National Guardsman for 6 years. I can tell you that working at the Metro Rail is far more stressful than guarding a nuclear facility. As a nuclear security officer, we are authorized and expected to detain or remove people from the system if they are or fail to follow the rules or become dangerous. We're expected to step in if someone is using deadly force and risk our own lives to defend the public. While performing my duties, I personally was almost stabbed. I've broken fingers. I've hurt my knees while someone was getting attacked. But at the end of the day, this is what I sign up for. I'm a servant to the people that I protect. However, there are many guards like myself who feel that we could do the same job with less risk and making more money working a less dangerous job. I have 2 beautiful kids that I live for and I support. That being said, my rent has gone up from $1,600 to $2,000 this year. I work as much overtime as I can just to make ends meet. Sometimes working up to 96 hours a week just to make the ends meet. We security officers feel that we are not being paid enough. We know we can get another job that is far less demanding and far less dangerous for similar pay. We want people of high caliber to stay, and we want to attract new talent to the rest of us aren't so short-staffed. In order to maintain a stable and skilled security workforce, we need to be paid according to the dangers we face. It is time to increase the wages so that the workers like myself and my fellow coworkers can continue to do what we are good at, guarding what is important, the people and the sites that make Miami-Dade County a great place to live. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Judith, please.
Judith Fast, 9540 Southwest 26th Drive, Miami, Florida, 33165. Can you hear me okay?
Judith, just a little closer to the microphone if you can keep on the mics so we can hear you. Thank you, Judith.
Okay. Hello. The information The information I refer to here has been documented by experts who have worked with and/or developed this technology. I am requesting money in the county budget to address, remedy, and prevent the concerns stated herein. Everyone has heard of Havana syndrome. However, remote satellite technology causes these symptoms and much more horror on an often daily basis for a large number of individuals, or TIs, target individuals, TIs. Earlier today, I emailed members of this board and mayor transcribed video links to two top references, Dr. Robert Duncan, an ex-CIA and DARPA scientist, as well as Dr. James Giordano, a Georgetown professor and Pentagon advisor. They have worked in this field for decades. I have these and many other links to experts at my site, ourconstitution.info. I have extreme personal concerns I have documented at my site and with many overseeing agencies, including submitted regarding a current court matter here in Miami-Dade County. The cover-up has been long-term and expansive, including by overseeing agencies in this county. TIs as a whole have been reporting to the representatives and Congress for decades, as well as to the FBI, various military and government OIGs and OSIs, only to be met with a wall of silence or at best inaction. Dr. Duncan and an FBI colleague went before the Senate Intelligence Committee some years ago and were told that they never heard of MK Ultra. TIs have gone to the media and, with very few exceptions, silenced there as well. This is high-level CIA technology administered via U.S. military satellites. CIA human experimentation, such as under the MK Ultra program, never ended as it was supposed to under the Congressional 1975 Church Committee. This is a continuation of the brain experimentation from Nazi Germany, with many Nazis brought here, one source stating over 1,000, their travel facilitated by the CIA. This tech uses one's unique brain frequencies, also called a brain print or EEGs, to access remotely an individual person, and the captor can see and hear all
Judith, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, please go to my site. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Woods. No Darren Woods? Okay. Chief McQueen.
All right, thank you. Craig McQueen, 765 Northwest 36th Street. I want to say we are in support, of course, of this budget, and I want to thank each of you for working on it, and of course, the mayor, thank you for the budget. I wanted you to see these fine gentlemen, and the one young lady isn't here. That's we got together when we had all of the shootings in Dade County, and it was these young men that got together. And again, let me just introduce them real quickly. Clarence Dewberry, Florida City, 40 years of experience. Clarence Moss, paramedic, 57 years of experience. Harold Jacobs, Gwen Cherry, 27 years of experience. Earl Ferguson, Little River, 26 years of experience. Of course, Coconut Grove and Miami Youth with 10. And again, we're not going anyplace. We're here, and we just want to say thank you. Thank you for looking at youth football. Thank you for looking at these organizations and giving them a chance to provide services for these kids. These men and women that constantly, every year after year, have been producing great services for this whole area as a whole, and haven't had the opportunity to be recognized for what they're doing. And what you're doing today will go a long way. Our goal is to have the first 100 every year show up at these parks and be able to play, be safe at these parks, and we can keep them out of harm's way. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And one last thing, you heard Mr. Wheeler mention earlier about the drum line, because we do have kids that come to these parks every day that don't want to be involved in sports, but they're there every day. So we want to give them an opportunity to be involved in something else, and why not learn music? In Atlanta right now, it's very popular to have drum lines at all of their youth programs. He started with Miami Youth, and that's what we want to do eventually, go from all the way down south to cover County Line Road. So we ask for support for those drum line association as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anna Ruth?
Sorry, and Mr. Williams, I apologize. I have to say, Mr. Williams. How many years, Mr. Williams? 38 years. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your service to the community. Thank you. Anna Ruth.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Anna Ruth Solache, and I live at 6776 Northwest 187 Terrace, Hialeah, Florida. I'll make this quick. I'm speaking on behalf of Catalyst Miami. We're in support of the mayor's budget, and we just wanted to continue to urge you all to continue supporting housing and environmental initiatives that will benefit all of our residents. So I hope you support the budget tonight, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Harden.
Thank you. Former Representative Roy Hardiman, Chairman of the Model City Advisory Board as it stands today. Address 1292 Northwest 79th Street, 108. I'm here to really appreciate the mayor and thanking her for all she's done, working with our Model City Board and trying to make haste of what's going on in Model City. We got so much to say. We want to fund CAA. Could I talk to somebody? I don't know. We need to.
You want to fund the CAA?
Yeah.
Continue.
We need to fund CAA because of that 2007 HUD punishment that they had. We want to make sure that they be able to make housing in Liberty City and not a spade and neutering pets and dogs and another venture they got going on called Sickle Cell Anemia Research Lab. Put that in industrial park because the industrial park is made for industrial, not for medical clinics and all that kind of stuff. You know, we got this OSHA Manor guy coming in, think they're going to jack Ponciano from our community. This community earned that out of 1980 riot. You understand? So we looking for our jobs. We're looking for the housing. We have still, I see a lot of work going on in public housing, but they still not putting the African Americans back into their units that they snatched out of there, talking about drugs and guns. And, you know, I'm just saying we need another thing we want to help with is Parks and Recreation. Park and Recreation, I done already said about we need sports development, not that other stuff they got going on. And the police that's there is they like park rangers. Those park rangers need guns and they need to be able to protect our parks and our kids. That's when they started closing down Bannerman Park way back then because a young man lost his life on the park. So we need to get those park rangers weapons for them to protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Whose turn is it to speak? Yours. Thank you very much.
Actually, I think you're Mr. Gomez, right?
I'm Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Book, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Ron Book, 18851 Northeast 29th Avenue, Suite 1010, Aventura, Florida, in my capacity as Chairman of the Homeless Trust. Madam Mayor, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you. Madam Mayor, to you and your team, David Gladfelter in particular, thank you. We are at a pivotal turning point in the 27 and a half years of the Homeless Trust existence. Capital investment that you as a commission, you as the administration are putting together. The conversation and the dialogue that has taken place since your first budget hearing amongst the other municipalities in this county is going to result in excess of $41 million being spent to purchase existing physical structures in this community that are going to allow us to house almost immediately upon them coming online over 550 individuals that will come off of the streets immediately. Not in 27 and a half years have we been able to stand before you and say we are going to make immediate change. While we can't get to a closing overnight on these three properties and we cannot do the renovations overnight, within a very short period of time, and by the time we come back here next year, our community will be changed and it will be changed for the betterment. And the city of Miami is a partner in this. The city of Miami Beach is a partner in this. The city of North Miami is a partner in this. This has happened since your first budget hearing because of the mayor's leadership and this commission's leadership on the issue of trying to end homelessness in our community. I want to thank you on behalf of the 27-person board, but mostly I want to thank you for the least, the last, the lost, and the forgotten of this community. With your leadership, we will make a difference. And Vicky is here with me, and we have been doing nothing but meeting around the clock. Thank you. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez.
My picture on screen, where's it at?
You have 2 minutes.
All right, listen, I haven't read the budget, but I'm telling you guys that you need to vote no, because I hear all this gibberish about climate change.
I need your name and address for the record before you get into that.
Excuse me?
I need your name and address for the record.
Rafael Antonio Gomez, 7403 Southwest 82nd Street, Miami, Florida.
Thank you.
Okay, so you guys need to vote no on the budget because there's too much gibberish about global warming and climate change, and it all goes to waste. We got money for the homeless trust for what? When there's homeless people everywhere and they don't do nothing. We got money for solid waste when I report all this waste to the solid waste department and they don't pick it up. So I heard you guys are going to increase your salaries when one of the commissioners was just suspended. Are we going to give him money? Are we going to give Martinez, Pepe Diaz money when he got busted for a DUI?
Mr. Gomez, we don't refer to people particularly. Just address the board.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm addressing the board.
Thank you.
The board. Okay. So I hear these security guards, they want more money for what? When these are the security guards that were kicking people out of the trains and the bus for not wearing a mask. They don't deserve more money. They deserve to pay the money back that they already got because they don't follow the Constitution. Neither do you guys. With that being said, you guys just waste money, so there's no point in giving you guys more money. I heard there's going to be ceremony pay for past commissioners. That doesn't make any sense. So this budget is trash, and you guys need to vote no. Mafia Day.
Your phone. Thank you. All right. We're now on to the next set of numbers. I'm going to call 41 through 60. Carl E. Bay. Patricia Wright. Daniel Kleinman. Gloria Fonseca. Yvette McLeod. Clark Beasley. Ned Jasmine Desire. Victoria Worship. Catherine Chipley. Claudia Castillo. Keisha Guyton. Ivory Johnson Parker. Peter White. Devitra Strafford. Charles Curry. Yvonne Strafford. Lois Enrique. Xavier Lopez. Janie Veras. And Sarah Marshall. In case I messed up your names, you are numbers 41 through 60. 41 through 60. Please, to the best of your abilities, call and come in the order that you were called. Thank you. Mr. Bay.
Wow, I have to say, that's a tough act to follow.
You could ask for anything right now. You could ask for anything right now. Just ask.
So if I could have the equal amount of attention that that young man had, the message will be loud and clear.
Yeah.
My name is Carl Bay. Thank you for the opportunity. 5150 Northwest 2nd Avenue in Miami, Florida. And I'm here to discuss and address the economic disparity in this year's budget. I should say the absence of the mentioning of the economic disparity, the absence. I want to start by going by my notes here that talk about number one, any population that is excluded from dollars that stabilize prosperity will find themselves in a condition of poverty, which leads to crime, early death, and incarceration. So let's address this disparity issue this year in this year's budget. So we scoured the entire budget, and we found mentioned one time in something called emerging priorities, the word inclusion. No equity, just the word inclusion one time mentioned. So we're going to refer to, by way of example, the population of Black Miami-Dade. And I use the language Black Miami-Dade to do a couple of things. Capture people's attention and put the focus on a real issue. The poverty, the shootings, the death, and the madness that's happening in the urban environments of Miami-Dade County needs to be addressed. And the way in which we address that is by addressing the disparities within the budget, within each department within Miami-Dade County. And I give, for example, I'll make this very brief. If black contractors here received less than 0.5% out of a $546 million budget, we make up 17% of the black population. We should have received 147 million. Instead, we got less than $2 million. That's real disparity. And so again, I urge the board, I urge the mayor to thank her for bringing equity and inclusion to the forefront and putting it in the spotlight. Let's have some real conversation about equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Honorable Commissioner.
Mr. Wright, Ms. Wright, just give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Wright.
Good evening, Mr. Chair Diaz, Honorable Commissioner, and Honorable Mayor Levine Cava. I am Patricia Wright. I reside at 1221 Northwest 179th Street in Miami, Florida, 33169. I stand before you this evening requesting that you approve Mayor Cava's budget. I appreciate her efforts in allowing the different communities to participate and letting her know what the needs of the community are and how to accomplish those needs. I am the executive director of a nonprofit called In the House, which provides wraparound services and education to kids, seniors, and families. I have been a guardian ad litem for 15 years, which gives me the experience working with children transitioning from the foster care system. On September 2018, I attended and participated in a MUST presentation at the African American Cultural Arts Center in the presence of Model City Advisory Board and have participated in every PHCD technical workshop that's been held at several locations. I dropped my RFP packet December 1 downtown at the Overtown Transit Village and received a confirmation number. Returned to another Model City CAC meeting, and I was told that then District 3 Commissioner refused to listen to the community recommendations coming from the Model City Advisory Board. What will it take for the government and our community to come together to make things work? I thank the mayor for having a servant's heart, and we need these services to help our most vulnerable to survive, our children and our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel Kleinman. I'm the founder and CEO of Seaworthy Collective and Seaworthy Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit based at 31 Northeast 17th Street, Miami, Florida. I'm here to voice my support for the budget and share my appreciation of the work of the mayor and her staff, specifically in the Office of Economic Development and Office of Resilience. At Seaworthy, we're providing the community and programs to drive access and inclusion in the global ocean and climate startup ecosystem. As a native South Floridian, I've been part of the brain drain of tech talent that has left our region to other parts of the country as a result of a historic lack of opportunity to work on climate solutions, or climate tech for short. But I came back to Miami-Dade in 2020 to launch our community and start creating the opportunities for doing ocean and climate innovation work here in South Florida, where we need it most. And we've seen the county's support and local ecosystem grow for it since. This budget supports continued development for the Miami tech ecosystem to build for and with our community to solve some of the greatest problems facing our region. Over the last 2 years, Seaworthy has worked to mobilize untapped talent and ideas by building, educating, and activating our community. We've already seen our startups go on to raise over $6 million in the last year, and we know we can drive so much more local, social, and economic impact with this budget. The combined budget allocations for climate education and economic development are truly an investment in the future of our county to lead in driving the development of climate solutions and an economy that solidifies the county as truly being invested in addressing climate change. As we love to say, the environment is our economy, and funding for nonprofits like ours enable our county to build the local talent and attract global solutions and continue to show Miami-Dade is taking climate change seriously. As the first startup in residence for Mayor Levine Cava, we've appreciated the county's support for our work and are truly encouraged to keep doing the work that we're doing, knowing our county has our back with this budget. Please support this budget, not only for our environment, for our economic future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Fonseca. I live in 640 Northwest 183rd Street, Miami Gardens, Florida, 33169. I am here because I want to support the budget, and thank you to all commissioners and our Mayor Daniela Levin Cava, because we had seen that you guys are supporting domestic violence program, you guys are supporting Head Start, and that's important. I have experience as an advocate for children exposed to trauma, and also domestic violence victims and human trafficking victims and survivors. And now we are really interested to work on those programs. I am a volunteer also of the Women's Fund, and we really want to remind you guys the importance to support affordable housing programs and again, domestic violence programs. We are really happy and commit to continue supporting these new commissioners and our mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Cava, Chairman Gilbert, and the commissioners. My name is Victoria Worship, and I am the chair for Girl Power Rocks, 1600 Northwest 3rd Avenue in Overtown. I am here to support Mayor Cava's 2022-23 socially responsive proposed budget and multi-year capital plan, which will help tackle our greatest challenges and invest in strategies to make our community better, stronger, and more prosperous. I'm also here to ask you to please support Girl Power's Florida Girls Initiative as part of the mayor's budget. The Florida Girls Initiative is a statewide initiative advocating for set-aside funding, goods, and services to support at-promise girls who have been adversely affected by trauma and violence and girls who are at risk of human trafficking. This initiative is spearheaded by Girl Power Rocks in partnership with Mayor Levin Cava and other leaders throughout the county, state, and our nation. The Florida Department of Children and Families describes girls at risk of sex trafficking as girls who have a history of running away of homelessness, a history of sexual abuse, and/or public displays of misbehavior, family history of exposure to human trafficking, and/or out-of-home placement instability, demonstrated by repeated moves from less restrictive levels of care. Florida ranks 3rd in our nation for human trafficking. Miami-Dade ranks #1 in our state for human trafficking. The issue of keeping girls safe is very serious and has become more and more severe over the years, especially for females and children, and they are the ones that need to be protected the most. This is a very real problem in our community, state, and society. So I humbly urge you to please invest in and safeguard at-promise girls now for generations to come by strongly supporting the budget the mayor has put forth and the Florida Girls Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Clark Beasley. I am the Development Director for Girl Power, and I'd like to thank you all for having us here to speak. I'd like to thank the mayor for including Girl Power in this initiative.
Clark, please give me your address for the record.
Sure. My address is 6770 Indian Creek Drive, Miami Beach. I'd like to tell you a story about what happened to us last Friday. We were invited to speak and to review the state's attorney's human trafficking office. I don't know if anybody knows or have visited the human trafficking office or if you've been there. It's an illuminating experience. Part of the Florida Girls Initiative would be fighting that, starting in Miami. But watching this PowerPoint that the state's attorney's team showed us, as an almost 60-year-old man, had me in tears. It is a moving experience to such a degree I can't even describe. But the Florida Girls Initiative is just a small step in the right direction to save these girls. And I was thinking about this, part of my emotion was not for the girls who are already involved with Girl Power and the soon-to-be Florida Girls Initiative, but for the thousands of girls that won't be, that we don't have the funding to help, because this is a huge problem that is not getting enough attention. Formula One, the Super Bowl, the things that these two events have in common is an increase in human trafficking. We learned this last week. It's devastating to the community each time a large event like this occurs. So this funding is imperative. We want to thank everyone who's supporting the mayor's budget, and we're grateful. So thank you very much for all you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvette?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naya Jasmine.
Hold on one second, Ms. Jasmine. It's just Yvette McLeod. Are you just Yvette McLeod? Okay. And
Keisha.
okay, go ahead.
My name is Naya Jasmine. I am the Marketing, Communication, and Outreach Manager for the Haitian American Chamber of Commerce of Florida. The address is 10750 Northwest 6th Court, Miami. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all the commissioners for all the initiatives that they have conducted successfully so far. And we are particularly grateful for the relationship of trust that we have developed with Commissioner Mona's team and Mayor Cava, which has resulted in one of the projects that we are very proud of. This is the Business Incubator Scale Up 305, which is assisting small businesses in our community to help them grow in a significant way. Thanks to your funding from April to September 2022, about 85 business owners, amongst them 67% of women, benefited from free top-notch training in key areas of their businesses, one-on-one coaching with experts to challenge their specific, address their specific challenges, access to other resources to help them scale. About 96 hours of training were delivered both in person and virtually to business operating in various industries. The satisfaction survey conducted indicated that there is a need for such program, and all of the participants indicated how they were satisfied by this program as it benefited their personal and business growth. They provided positive testimony indicating how the program helped them grow their knowledge, skill, build more efficiency, identify and serve better their clients. 100% of the beneficiaries have referred the program to others, and the number of applications that we are receiving exceed the available spots. This is an indicator that the city and Scale Up must continue to accompany the small businesses to help create more jobs and more wealth that will impact the community in a multidimensional way. What we have started can only become better and bigger. And that's why we count on a durable partnership with Miami-Dade County to keep up the good work. For all the reasons above, we would like to ask the commissioners to support and pass the mayor's budget. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. All right, up in the batter's box, number 49 through 54. Catherine Chippy, Claudia Castillo, Keisha Gooten, Ivory Johnson Parker, Peter, Wyatt, White, and Devitria Stratford. Come on down.
Hi, I'm Keisha Guyton. I'm 51.
And the other people that I called, if you could please queue up on both, we're set. Thank you very much. Ready? Welcome. Name and address.
Okay. Hi, I'm Keisha Guyton. My address is 17431 Northwest 42nd Avenue. And I'm supporting of the budget, but I also would like the budget to also reflect to those that are on Section 8. There's a lot because of the high cost that's going on now. It has been very hard for a lot of the voucher holders to be able to find places. So the extensions that we are asked for, we're not able to get them. And I think that maybe need to be maybe suspended for now, because it is very hard finding housing because the rent is very high. Also, like, in Miami, a 2-bedroom can cost you anywhere between $2,000 to almost $3,000. So you know that the voucher is not gonna equate that. So I just ask that this initiative be able to find a way to address that, because like I said, a lot of us are losing the housing voucher. I was one of them who lost mine. I'm fighting for it back, but I know if I'm experiencing it, someone else is too. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck on getting your house. Next up, come on.
My name is Ivory Johnson Parker, and my address is 1855 Northwest 74th Street. I'm for the mayor's budget because I'm a Section 810 and I've been in my place for 3 years. And my rent went from $1,390 to $1,700. I'm disabled. And I'm to the point where I'm trying to find work to support my mom who's sick, but I'm with a group where I'm letting my voice be heard. I was able to get in contact with the mayor, but it's been kind of hard trying to live above water. So I thank you for allowing me to speak because I never spoke before. My choice of job that I had was in food service. I did well, but I made a change to speak out because I was born and raised here, and this is my city. But it's dangerous. Almost every other night, I'm hearing gunshots in my neighborhood. I had, within the past 3 years, I had friends being murdered, but I made a choice to be a voice for somebody else because I don't want the next generation to go through what other single mothers are going through. So please vote yes on the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Miss Lois Ulick. My address is 1701 Northwest 2nd Court, apartment 405, Miami, Florida, 33136.
I'm sorry. What's your name again?
Lois, my number 57.
Okay, but I haven't called you yet.
Yes, they did, ma'am. They called 57. The vice president.
Okay, Vice Chairman called you.
Yes, yes,
Welcome.
ma'am.
Sorry.
Okay, my name is Miss Lois Ulick. I'm a resident of Miami, Florida. I'm living in Overtown right now. I'm here about the mayor budget because right now, like Miss Ivy said, it's ridiculous about the housing situation. The rent is going up high. The place is not safe to live. Like when I moved in Overtown in 2017, every weekend you hear gunshots. People killing people for no reason. It's because of the pandemic, everything slowed down, and the police around it was not doing nothing. Basically, the police were scared of the residents. And now it's calmed down because the pandemic gave everybody a choice to stay in their house. But I live in Miami since 1979 to now, so I know Miami could be better. That's why I accept and I asking please to pass the mayor budget. Because of the budget, Miami could be what it was before, and it could be what it could be forever. The parks, the events, and everything could still be there. But right now, in this generation, and in 2020, 21, when the pandemic came, everything shut down and everybody had to stay in the house. And that was not comfortable for me or all of our residents. So I please ask for all our benefits, not for me and some people, for all of us, Miami, period. We need this to be passed because it will benefit all of us at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're up.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Peter White. I live at 5329 Northwest 17th Avenue, zip code 33142 in Miami. Greetings again to the board, members, our mayor, and spectators. I'm here and I'm going to be very brief, just to give support to our organization on the mayor's budget. The pandemic hit us terribly. And a lot of people right now are just off their feet. And all we need to know is that people can come back together and live again in decency. And with the budget, I think we can do it. I live in peace, love, and happiness and good health.
Peace, love, good happiness to you too. Thank you. Catherine Chippy, 49, Claudia Castillo, 50, and Devitria Stratford. I already called them, 49, 50, 54. Okay, and then moving on. Number 55, Charles Curry. 56, Yvonne Stratford. 58, Xavier Lopez. 59, Vanny Everas, Everas, Miami workers. Ania, come on down. Just like the Price is Right. Come on down. Nobody? Okay, we're gonna pass on you. We'll call them out again later. Sarah Marshall, number 60. 61. Nadira Sabir. 62. Faith Fisher. 63. Tamu Quinton. Elizabeth Suarez, 64. I'm calling you out, so if you're downstairs, outside, whatever, you're hearing it. We've gone through 1 to 64 now. Let me do a couple more. In case you're here, come on up in queue. 65, Sophia Barrios. Antoinette Thomas Shorter, 66. 67, Elsa Rodriguez. Aldo Muragi. Sorry about that. With SEIU, 68 and 69. Will help you? Exorama, Sill. Sill. Number 69. Okay, 1 to 69, you're up. And we got two takers. We're on a roll.
All right. I'll go first. My
There you
name is
go.
Faith Fisher. I live at 1210 Northeast 110th Street. I have low income housing, which was at $550. Now the landlord wants to take $775 when I only collect $841. I've been a good tenant. I've done numerous jobs to help him out. And I appreciate if the budget could have low-income housing for senior citizens with emotional pet animals, because I suffer from depression, post-traumatic stress, and pulmonary disease. So thank you, and I hope you see things my way. And God bless you.
Thank you. Next up.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Antoinette Thomas Shorter.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was not prepared to speak, but okay. I live in public housing.
If you could please give your address, Ms. Shorter.
Oh, yes. 6412 Northwest 2nd Court.
Thank you.
I live in public housing. Next month will be 3 years. There are so many things wrong that I could be here all night. Once it is not safe, that is number one. Gunshots are a regular thing. The other thing is people that do not live there come around and make us nervous and unsafe to live in our own home. We're afraid to go outside of our own home. And the buildings also need fixing. If that is in the budget, that would be wonderful, because it needs upgrading and it needs fixing also. There's mold, there's mildew. I'm asthmatic, I have COPD. So there is a lot going on Also, I had received Section 8 and I was excited. I tried my very best until I got sick. That's how hard I tried to find somewhere suitable according to the money that I was given. The rent at that time was doubled and tripled, and the amount that you receive can't even go near what the rent was. So for a lot of us, it just expired. There was nothing we could do. That needs to be fixed. The budget needs to be adjusted. The money needs to be increased. We need better living conditions. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you. And we heard you about their security. You're in the housing projects. It's a government obligation. Thank you. Okay, we've covered everybody 1 through 69. Up now, 70, Ingrid Caputo. Mercedes Cabrera, 71. Daisy Cabrera, 72. Santander Arguelles, 73. Zany, I'm thinking it's Zany, M. Perez Marina, 74. And for information purposes, number 75, Shoshana Near on medallions. Okay, 75. So those next 5, come on up, state your name, address, anybody, 70 to 75. Come on up to the podium.
Okay. I'm Shoshana Neer, number 75, 3670 North Road, and I'm representing the committee of the taxi medallion permit holders in Miami. The owners requested to pay the dues of $350 per annum when more than 50% of the taxis are not working. So even those that are working and operating are making the maximum of $50 per month, which equals to $600 per year. Out of $600, if we have to pay $350, it's more than 65% of our yearly income, which is ridiculous. Last October, we were here and presented our plight, and we got temporary relief. And we hope that this will be changed and the temporary will be followed up and the dues will be adjusted according to the income. Well, this didn't happen. On the contrary, we got a notice to pay by the end of October. Otherwise, we have to pay high penalties. If we are unable to pay the dues, how can we pay the penalties on top? We are asking this great body and distinguished commissioners, please take up our plea and help us to keep this industry going, because this industry is going to die. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor Levine Khalaf. I'm sorry. No. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor Levine Cava, for having us speak here. I am Mercedes Cabrera. My mother is Daisy Pinton Cabrera, and we live at 3860 West 8th Way, Hialeah, Florida, 33012. We're here in support of the mayor's budget because we're Section 8 voucher holders. As other members have said, and countless Section 8 vouchers holder mentioned, it has been difficult to find housing. Housing is not adequate. Many of these structures, private and those by the government, are filled with mold, with water intrusion, electrical problems, and that is unacceptable. And when we speak up and request that repairs be done, we are pretty much put in eviction court as retaliation. For those reasons, we're in support of the budget, and we look forward to those being held accountable and being able to find properties that are safe and livable for all Section 8 housing participants. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you recognize.
Good evening. My name is Sane Marena Perez, and I'm residing on 2201 Lawland Road, Miami, Florida 33155. I am the business navigator for Alapata CDC, and a nonprofit organization that aids small businesses and residents in the Alapata area. The way the county budget is allocated on an annual basis determines the priorities and the values of the various issues we face. I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for putting forward a solid budget that addresses the needs and concerns of the Miami-Dade community, starting with the greatest challenge we have in the county, the increased cost of housing to homeowners and tenants alike. Our community is on the verge of being displaced by hedge funds and commercial investors aggressively buying real estate in the county. The affordable housing would definitely provide much needed relief for low-income earners and the struggling middle class. Thank you for your leadership, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you recognize.
Good evening. My name is Santander Arguelles, 5271 Southwest 8th Street, Coral Gables 33134. I'm the Director of Economic Development at Alapata CDC, and I'm here to communicate our support to the budget that reflects our community's needs and priorities and relief to those that need it the most. Thank you very much, Mayor Levine Cava, for your support to the flea market, Tropicana Flea Market, business owners affected by the fire on July 7, and working together with different departments from the county, the Small Business Innovation Department, Economic Development Team, Fire Department, SBA. We have been able to bring all resources available to small businesses affected, and the ERAP program has been instrumental to support these families' food distribution, relief efforts, and SBA emergency declaration as well. All these small businesses, economic development opportunities, along with affordable housing, are living proof that a well-balanced budget like the Miami-Dade County deserve our support so small businesses can thrive in the post-pandemic economy. A big thank you to you all, and we ask your support to this budget that reflect the community's needs and priorities and relief to those that need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I understand Sally had called budget feature, and all right, good. Alayo Shariot Restes Raúl, Stephen Wernick, Barbara Martinez Guerrero, Rebecca Garcia, Daniel Balman, Afro Nelson, Yadamis Nunez, Dorothy J. Morrison, Matthew Monica, Jeffrey Allen, Zachary Spencer, Miguel Quintero, Janice Valdez, Carolina Gutierrez, Camilo Mejia. Please make your way down. Sergeant at Arms, keep them with numbers, please, to help out. Okay, put the next number on the other podium, please. Sir.
Good evening. We're going to do a 2-for-1 here, 78 and 80 here. My name is Daniel Balmori. I'm at 55 Southeast 6th Street, and I'm a volunteer lawyer with Friends of the Underline. I'm
sorry, you said before I get you going.
Yeah.
What were the two numbers?
I'm 80 and
Daniel Ballman and
Balmori, yeah.
And you are?
And Steve Wernick. He's also on your list.
Okay, got you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. I'm a volunteer lawyer with Friends of the Underline, and I'm joined by my colleague, Steve Wernick of Wernick & Co., who's a volunteer board member for Friends of the Underline. We wanted to take time to come out, especially thank a number of people at the county for being champions of safe pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure that helps the mobility and connectivity in this county. You're one of them, Chair Diaz. Of course, District Commissioners Higgins and Regalado have been great champions of the underline. Senator Garcia, Senator Heyman, Commissioner Heyman, Commissioner Hardiman, and so many others. We're proud that because of those champions and the leadership of Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, phase 3 of the underline is going to begin very soon. And we're going to be connecting more than 100,000 residents and hundreds of thousands of transit riders to a beautiful multimodal trail.
And just to follow up there, ultimately the underline connects the South Dade Trail for over 30 miles of protected trails for all Miamians to walk, bike, and come together as one community. When you talk about Ludlam Trail, Commodore Trail, and there's so many champions up here, the mayor, we're so happy that you've been such a supporter, particularly in this budget. And I think this is an infrastructure legacy that we should all be proud of. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ma'am, you recognize.
Hi, my name is Dorothy J. Morrison. My address is 3535 Northwest 213th Street, Miami Gardens, 33056. I am here today on behalf of the historic Hampton House. We want to say thank you all so much for everything that you have done for us, and we support the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you know, that's the way to do it. Thank you.
I'll be quick too.
Yeah, Miami Gardens stepped it up. All right.
All right,
You're
I'll
next.
step it up
Go
as
ahead.
well. Hello, Mr. Chairman, Mayor. My name is Matthew Monica. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce. Address is 1 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida. The Chamber would like to commend and thank the Mayor and Commission for strengthening the partnership between the county and Miami's business community by providing funding for the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce Senior Executive Orientation SEO program. The SEO program offers an in-depth onboarding curriculum for executives and companies who have relocated to Miami. Additionally, the Chamber thanks the Mayor and Commission for taking steps forward to address workforce housing, a perpetual Chamber priority, through the Mayor's Homes Plan. We look forward to working with the County Commission and to disseminate the information on the plan to our more than 400,000 member company employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Zach. I'm here with Yanni and Kara from Engage Miami, address 863 Northeast 79th Street. First of all, happy National Voter Registration Day. We spent the morning on 9 college campuses registering voters and talking to young people about the issues they care about most. We're happy to be back here now for the second budget hearing, demonstrating that we have a voice and can participate in the decisions that affect us and our communities. We've gone through the budget with our members over the last month and are happy to see increased investments in emergency rental assistance and the Office of Housing Advocacy, as well as steps toward the necessary conversion of the county's septic systems to sewer infrastructure and support for weatherization. The climate crisis touches on every aspect of our lives, and while these steps are overdue, they are necessary steps nonetheless. As we've seen in the second change memo, the mayor has effectively responded to concerns regarding the homes plan. We now see more specificity and attention given to processes of the plan. We would like to stress, as many did last time, that the budget allocations constituents are passionate about cannot be seen, though, if the millage rate, including UMSA, is further reduced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Sir, you recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, my name is Miguel Quintero. I am the owner and operator of Miami Flying Trapeze. Now, I was born.
Address, please.
Oh, thank you. That is located at 9651 Northwest 13th Avenue, District 2. Now, I am here, though, unfortunately, for my commissioner, to report very sad news. I have evidence in code enforcement that top officials are lying, breaking the law, and trying to shut down my home-based business. In all fairness to the commissioner in my district, I have tried for 2 years to meet with him and bring my evidence, and I did not get an audience. I have recently asked the mayor for an audience so I can bring my evidence.
Hey, is this part of the budget?
Yes, because I cannot support this budget.
Okay,
I
but
am an
Talk
artist.
directly to the budget for me, okay?
Very good.
Stop. Okay. I wanted to make sure his clock has stopped. Speak to the budget. Thank you.
I understand that the budget has a lot for the arts. I am one of your finest artists here in Miami-Dade County, born and raised here. I do acrobats through the air. When you go to a Cirque du Soleil show or Ringling show, I train kids and young adults how to do that. I have done that myself. There's a good chance that most of you have seen me here before. In 2017, I saved an entire building from burning down. I did not want any credit for that. The news did a thing about it. But my thing is, I've tried to reach out to my commissioner, telling them I don't ask for favors, but because I've done this, my good deed in life, and saving all those lives and saving that building, give me an audience. I did not get an audience. Now here I have to do it in public. My business, my home-based business that the state of Florida allows, and the things that I do on my private property are being denied me. The Declaration of Independence says, I know, stick to the budget.
Stick to the budget. I'm going to ask you, please.
I will stick to the budget, but I'm pretty much done. Hopefully the mayor knows me, sees who I am. My name is Miguel Quintero. I have requested an audience. Thank you. Good
Thank
night.
you, Mr. Quintero. Sir, your name and address for the record.
Camilo Mejia, 3482 Furrow Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33133. My name is Camilo Mejia. I'm the Networks Director at Catalyst Miami, and I'm here to speak in support of the budget, especially the $2.5 million going to resiliency education and infrastructure, the cleanup of Biscayne Bay, and anything else that can help Miami-Dade County's most vulnerable residents bounce back from disaster and then also thrive in a green economy. Also, thank you for the expansion of the Community Action and Human Services Department. Those are frontline agencies that help people meet people at their most basic needs. And, we should continue to do more of that. The $3 million going to the driver's license task force, very thankful for that. And for anything that goes to address financial injustice. And we know that people who are low income, are most burdened by a lot of the fines and fees injustices that we see in our system. So more of that, please. Also, I want to thank you all for the money going into affordable housing, the money going into the Homeless Trust to hopefully deal with that horrible idea of turning Virginia Key into a homeless encampment. And then finally, all the money going into the homes program and anything that goes to address the affordable housing crisis. Also, in all of these great initiatives, I think that key to meeting the goals, to seeing those goals realized, is that we create space for community members to be a part of the implementation process, not only to be here to speak on behalf of the items, but also to be there when these programs are being implemented every step of the way. That is the only way that we're going to ensure that the benefits are going to the people who need them the most. Thank you.
All right, with that. Brenda Bentoncourt. Clemente Quiñones. Vanessa Joseph. Christian Rupp. Rirama Oled. Julie Robinson. Gary Sisler. Harold Jacobs. Joaquin Collier. Mr. Ferguson. Charlene Fluharty. Priscilla Blake. Karina Pavon. Brenda, lead us off.
Good evening. Brenda Betancourt, 1436 Southwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida. Just concerned in the budget for the SDS, I would like to see if it's possible that we expedite those applications, that there's so many seniors are in waiting list for the SDS and the services that the county provide for them. It's kind of concerning about the delay sometimes that the senior has to wait to receive that service. There's really, really, really important for them. At the same time, support the CAA budget that you guys have eventually will approve for it. Our children and seniors are that group of citizens and the county that needs really assistance. And I want to thank the commissioners who have supported us and the mayor when we have small business owners to ask for assistance, and when you guys in a different part of the county have support us. I really appreciate it, Commissioner Pepe. Thank you for the book bags and all the other things that we normally get from you. And just to say, commissioners, we're still waiting for all the support that you can give us in other areas, not just in the one we knock on the doors, but it is important to let children to be able to play in parks. So please, those parks that is still waiting an application that we had done for the soccer league, please give us a hand if it's possible. And I will be reaching out to you guys for that assistance in the park for the soccer league. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hello, my name is Clement Quinones, 6180 Southwest 62nd Place. I'm here to talk about the proprietary budget for the airport. A couple things. First thing you see when you fly into Miami International is the welcome to Miami-Dade County off the 836. Second thing you see are the moving walkways. None of them work. I'm not here on behalf of any specific company. I'm here for the 37 million passengers that go through the airport and 50,000 crew members. The first thing you hear is the voice of the mayor welcoming everybody to the airport. First thing you see when you get off the airplane are the moving walkways. These are your friends, your family that need to use these, and they're never working. It's embarrassing. I'm very proud of my city. I'm very proud of what we've done here, but they need to be fixed. It's been years now. It's very embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, by the way.
All right. Madam Mayor, Chairman, Vice Chairman Gilbert, and the board. Vanessa Joseph, 28 West Flagler Street, on behalf of Catholic Legal Services. I want to thank each and every single one of you for your support of the immigrant community. For 25 years, Catholic Legal Services has provided legal representation to Miami-Dade's immigrant community without regard to national origin or faith and religion or any other identifying characteristic. Last year, you approved funding that helped us provide legal representation to individuals eligible for temporary protected status. You helped families from Haiti, Venezuela, and as time went on, we saw a need to expand those services to other countries. And so together, you served people from the Ukraine, Nicaragua, Honduras, Cameroon. But as of late, we've seen people come from all over the world, and the funding was just much too restrictive to allow our collaborative to serve these individuals through this program. And we believe that by unifying the contract and broadening the scope of services, we're going to be able to together do a lot more. Immigrants built modern Miami, and they not only reflect the enduring hope of the future, but also they contribute to our economy and our community. And so I ask for your continued support. I'm going to take my nonprofit attorney hat off real quick for this remainder of this. And I'm really in support of the efforts made for the Learn to Swim program in North Miami. The inspiration was Alyssa Lucian. Alyssa came into my life a couple of years ago as an intern at the office of the city clerk. She was a rocket, not just a student at Central, but she was on the move. And one of her plans was to go to the Navy. But to go to the Navy, you got to know how to swim. She tried to teach herself how to swim, and in May, I lost my baby girl. And so a program like this not only could have saved her life, but it would have saved so many others. And it can now save so many lives throughout the district. So thank you so much, Commissioner Modesty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Rupp, Executive Director, Dade Heritage Trust, 190 Southeast 12th Terrace, Miami, 33131. I'm here to thank you for your hard work on this budget, Mayor Levine Cava and commissioners. We are in support of the budget and specifically the Homes Initiative. Back in 2019, Commissioner Eileen Higgins helped champion the preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing through grant funding for Dade Heritage Trust. That funding continued. And this year, we've even become part of the solution in the Homes Initiative part of the housing celebration, the housing preservation, which is the H in homes. We're very appreciative for all the good work that you do. We're appreciative for this opportunity to help create a better Miami for all through affordability. And Mayor Levine Cava, I want to thank Jorge de la Paz in your office, who's been extremely helpful guiding this initiative. And we, again, appreciate your support, and we support the mayor's budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. I am Varama Oler. I live at 28910 Southwest 193rd Avenue, Homestead, Florida 33030. I am the president of for the board of directors for South Dade Veterans Alliance, and I support the proposed budget. I would like to thank everyone on the commission for on behalf of our veterans for everything you've done to ensure that, you know, after giving so many years of their lives to ensure our freedom, the support and services that South Dade Veterans Alliance will provide to those coming back to the community, especially women, is greatly appreciated. Okay, so I would like to say Chair Diaz, Commissioner McGee, Commissioner Higgins, and Mayor Levine Cava, thank you so much for your support.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Julie Robinson. I live at 14661 Harrison Street, Miami, Florida. I am here in support of the mayor's budget. As a veteran myself, the founder and executive director of the South Dade Veterans Alliance, I appreciate the investment that you have made into the women veterans that live in South Dade and women veterans everywhere. We appreciate what you're doing. You're giving an opportunity for women veterans to heal, grow, and build resilient lives. We appreciate everything you've done. Thank you so much, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee, Chairman Diaz, and you, Mayor Carver. Thank you so much for what you've done. We appreciate you. Have a nice day.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jackie Collier. I think you call me Jaquit, but it's Jackie. And
I probably did, ma'am. Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. And I'm here in support of the mayor's budget. I'm here on behalf of, my address, 4240 Northwest 27th Avenue, Miami, Florida, the historic Hampton House. I'm here on behalf of the historic Hampton House, and especially on behalf of President Emeritus, Dr. Enid Pinckney, who couldn't be here this evening, but wanted to make sure that all of you knew that she too was in support of the budget. This budget has done, the budget and our inclusionist budget has done so much for the Brownsville community and for the historic Hampton House. In fact, we have now 14 little teeny violinis who walk around, who play violins in the Brownsville community. It has continued to support the BUMP program, which is the Brownsville United Music Project. And we've also continued to have music programs for young people within the community. So I'm just here to say thank you again for the support. We will be we will be breaking ground for our permanent exhibition, which will be the first Green Book exhibition in the country. And Miami is fortunate enough to have one of the few remaining Green Book hotels in the country. So thanks again. Thank you to my commissioner, Commissioner Keon Hardeman. Thank you to Danielle Higgins. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Who goes first, right? Thank you, Commissioner Eileen Higgins and Commissioner Keone McGee. Chair, thank you so much. And to the mayor and friend, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Shaylin Fluharty, Executive Director, Americans for Immigrant Justice, 6355 Northwest 36th Street, Miami, Florida. Madam Mayor, Chairman, Vice Chairman, board, it's a real honor to be here. I'm a new resident to Miami-Dade, and I can tell you that after my first 3 weeks on the job, I've had the opportunity to peer into the amazing things that this county is doing to welcome everyone. It has been an honor to see the vibrant community tonight engaged in the work of making this county great. At Americans for Immigrant Justice, we engage in supporting some of the most vulnerable. In my past 3 weeks here in Miami, I've had the opportunity to see our work supporting survivors of human trafficking, survivors of domestic violence, those who, after knowing no other country but the United States, who find themselves detained in immigration detention facilities throughout our region. But it is not this work that brings me here today. We have the challenge of facing and confronting really big problems, and this board last year passed a budget that allowed us to present a very common sense solution. Together with community partners, Americans for Immigrant Justice has spent the last year helping individuals secure work authorization through temporary protected status. When federal law provides an opportunity to come out of the shadows, to engage in the community, to have a work permit, a driver's license, to call the police without fear, it is good for all of us. It allows our community to be safe, and it allows everyone to bring all that they have to this amazing place that I now call home. With that, I congratulate you on your efforts to continue to fund this incredible work so that we can continue to help everyone here in Miami-Dade. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karina Pavone. The address is 2153 Coral Way, Miami, Florida, 33145. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone here present. I am here to speak in support of the proposed budget. I represent an organization called Amigos for Kids. We are a nonprofit based in Miami, Florida. And we have been working for 30 years to prevent child abuse and neglect through programs that value children, strengthen families, and educate communities. One of our many programs is our after-school program at Jose Marti Park and at Citrus Grove Elementary. Through this program, we serve 175 children ages 5 through 12 at no cost. When children are left home alone, they are left vulnerable, and they are left to engage in high-risk behaviors. The families we serve are some of the neediest in the community, and they rely on us to provide a nurturing and safe environment after school at no cost so that they can work without the worry of finding adequate supervision for their children. Thanks to funding provided by Miami-Dade County, we are able to provide this vital service to the community so that children and families can thrive. We strongly support the mayor's budget, and we thank all of the commissioners for their support of our program. It is only because of this support that we are able to do this boots on the ground work for our families. We urge the commissioners to support this budget and to consider increased funding for our program so we can continue to keep kids safe. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Amigos for Kids, God bless Rosa Maria Plasencia in heaven.
Amen. With that, I think that's everybody called out. And now I got some more. I have Martha from the first group, as the vice chair said. Yeah, a little more. Martha Bueno, Jonathan Gonzalez, Grace Perdomo, Zach Cosnet, Benjamin Salas, Catherine Eloy, Albert Gomez. And that's about it after this.
Goes first.
Ms. Bueno, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Martha Bueno. Address is 12350 Southwest 45th Street. And I am here tonight because I think that this budget needs to be addressed. I've heard the comments from a lot of the people in the audience, and a lot of these initiatives are super important. The problem I have is that many residents of Miami-Dade County can, will, and do lose their homes if they cannot afford the taxes that is being imposed upon them. This budget will increase taxes for everybody who lives in this county. Homeowners will receive a 1% discount according to the commissioners, but of a raise of 3%. Those who are not homestead exemption residents, i.e. those who rent, will receive a 9% increase in their property taxes. I love philanthropy, and I thank you all for being so generous. However, the money you are spending does not belong to you. You do not make that money. You take that money from the residents. We, the residents, deserve to not have to pay these taxes, especially when the county, when the entire country, honestly, is going through issues. We cannot afford it. Going anywhere right now is really expensive, including the supermarket. We can't afford gas. We can't afford food. Why exactly do we, the residents, need to support all of these initiatives? So again, I thank you so much for taking the time to listen to everyone, but you guys raising your salaries 130% and providing a $25,000 a year job for all the commissioners, starting with 19 this year, it's ridiculous, especially when we, the residents, do not have that we can't afford that. And we definitely cannot afford to pay the taxes. So I urge you all to vote no and to come back with a better budget that does not increase the cost of living in Miami this much, especially when you don't provide us with the adequate services.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your testimony. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners and Madam Mayor Cava. Grace Perdomo, 902 Rodrigo Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134. And proud resident of Miami-Dade County for the past 28 years. I currently serve as Executive Director of Transit Alliance Miami. We are a nonprofit organization that advocates for better transit, bikeable neighborhoods, and walkable streets. And since 2018, we have led an unprecedented community outreach process resulting in the complete redesign of our Better Bus Network system. Many cities across the country have gone through a similar process as we have and are at different stages of design and implementation. As we begin to rebound our economy and move toward an equitable recovery for our residents in Miami-Dade County, I cannot underscore the importance of transit to help residents get back on their feet. Transit, we know, unlocks freedom of movement. Transit serves as an economic development tool, and transit matters. When people can count on a bus or train to get to their jobs, education, medical care, culture, and the daily life of their communities. TAM is in support of the mayor's budget. It speaks to the fact that not only transit matters, but also housing, the environment, public safety, and most importantly, community voices as expressed here today. It is visionary and responsible and also allows for improvements to our existing and planned multimodal transportation network. It fights for resident prosperity and protects the health of our communities, as well as leads on our climate action goals. But most importantly, this budget process we feel has been transparent and has allowed the continued engagement of the residents of Miami-Dade County. Budget investments in the SMART program, Vision Zero, implementing the Better Bus Network, mobility improvements for safe neighborhoods, as well as growing trails and loops, again, point to the fact that Miami is paving the way for permanent, equitable, and lasting change to deliver a more connected community for everyone. I ask that you support
Thank you
this
so
budget,
much,
and I
ma'am.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir, you're recognized.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Jonathan Gonzalez. I live at 1960 Northeast 168th Street.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name again?
Sure.
And if you
Jonathan
could get
Gonzalez.
caught, Sergeant Arms, can you help him? Oh, no, he's got it. Okay, good.
Can you hear me now?
Get a little closer, please.
Okay. My name is Jonathan Gonzalez. I reside at 1960 Northeast 168th Street, North Miami Beach. I am my colleague, Chad from Beyond the Bars. Thank you for having us. Specifically, we would like to propose a reorientation for one of the items in the budget, specifically the $466,000 dedicated for reentry for incarcerated folks.
Sorry, I cannot hear you still. Could we lift
Mayor, I agree with you. And let me
Can you hear me now?
start out by stopping a second. Anybody that is not a county employee that doesn't need to be standing in the back needs to sit down. And I like, please, the conversations to calm down because we cannot hear the people speak. I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The first proposal is a reorientation of the funds for the reentry plan. 466,000 is dedicated towards basically funding 6 correctional officers. And instead of 6 correctional officers, we would propose social workers instead be employed for that program. The second program that we would argue for even more strongly than the first has to do with daily subsistence fees, where we charge prisoners daily for basically being incarcerated. In a certain sense, it's a double punishment for not just being incarcerated, we're charging them for that. The second one is it's a form of regressive taxation that's unfair to them because they don't have the means to pay since they're incarcerated, and their employment prospects are diminished after incarceration. The last proposal we would encourage the county to consider is expanding the Second Chance Pell Grant, which is being pioneered currently by MDC, and expanding that not just through Miami-Dade College, but countywide. I thank you for your time and listening to me today.
Thank you, sir. You recognize, sir.
My name is Zach Cosner. I reside at 7180 Southwest 114th Terrace, Pinecrest, Florida, 33156. We've had a lot of great comments here so far today, so I'll keep mine very brief. At the previous budget hearing, Chairman, you mentioned that this is not a difficult budget to pass. This is actually a very easy budget. And I think that's reflected by the nature of the comments that you've heard from the community here today, overwhelmingly supporting this budget. And I think if you can excuse Miami's greatest trapeze artist and the general live streaming misanthrope, we have like one person saying that they don't support this budget. If the people were really at risk of losing their homes due to tax increases, I would expect that more people would actually be here opposing this budget to that effect. We've had about 100 comments here so far, virtually every single one of them in favor of this budget. I think that's a testament to Mayor Cava's and the county's incredible participatory program that they put on this year, and the degree of public input that they've gotten from community members throughout the entirety of this process. I just want to reinforce that this budget really helps to address the major problems that we're dealing with as a county right now through this period of very incredible change that we're going through. This is not philanthropy. This is necessary reinvestment in keeping our community members, our community, and our natural heritage alive as we change fundamentally to a much higher population, a much different city than we've had, or county than we've had in the past. And so I urge you to pass this budget. The homes program is an incredible investment in public housing that would be unprecedented and necessary. And the environmentally endangered lands program absolutely needs funding because that's our ecological heritage. That's our water supply. That's what it means to live here in this beautiful part of the world that's so unique and that we all love so much. So thank you very much, and please support this budget.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you recognize.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, amazing staff, Chair, and Board of Commissioners. I'm going to read something I don't normally do here at this dais. I'm here to speak in support of the mayor's budget. Thank you for funding the CBO network and boosting staffing on social services, specifically women-related services. Madam Mayor, this is at the core of who you are, and it shows you govern with your values. My hope is that the Board of Commissions align with these values. To the chair and the board, the recent building collapse and environmental emergencies such as the dying bay, due to failing septic tanks, contractor malfeasance, and overburdened sewer lines, shows it's time to step up. Thank you for supporting more building inspectors and increased environmental regulatory oversight. To be clear, a vibrant, healthy Biscayne Bay and clean water is a right. This budget starts to pay into that right and protects it. I want to personally thank District Commissioner Regalado for her leadership on septic to sewer funding, and also her Commissioner Higgins and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins on vocally supporting the importance of environmentally endangered lands. We need much more money. It's a start. Can't wait to work with each of you to improve on that. Just left the Caribbean Infrastructure Forum, and shore power was the key agenda item. Thank you for bringing Port Miami one step closer to a net zero port. Also, having a connected green city means supporting a clean, robust transit system and supported infrastructure. The mayor's budget starts to enable this. Let's keep paying into transit development zones and housing solutions that grow the city in the right place in the right way. Again, I thank you and please support the mayor's budget, and look forward to working with each of you on advancing creative solutions, and maybe let's work on forthcoming grants that can help advance the goals that are stated in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. Give me your address for the record, please.
3566 Vista Court.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Harold Jacobs. I'm the football commissioner at Gwen Cherry. My address is 2171 Northwest 47 Terrace. First thing I want to say is thank you, Mayor, for Youth Alliance and your proposal. Because speaking from the kids aspect, thank you for allowing the grants to come through. Thank you, God. Thank you for allowing for those kids that can't afford to play. But with the funding, with the mayor's funding, it will allow those kids to play. They won't be the next victim that's hit by a gun, because we'll be saving them at the park. Youth football has been an outlet for a lot of us. And some of the board members also, I played football beside, and he knows it's like the importance it is of investing into our youth on the parks. Madam Mayor, I just want to tell you from the kids, they're going to tell you thank you, because you're saving a life with this budget. And that one life that you save, that one life can change for the better. And I just want to let you know that Commissioner Hardeman he's experienced from going through the youth program with Coach Sam, saving our lives, mentoring us, fighting every day to get money that for kids like me that didn't have, that came from a single parent home with coaches that stepped in and became a father figure. So this budget means a lot to our kids and our community. I'm tired of losing our kids and our community. I've lost 3 kids to gun violence because they couldn't afford to play at the park, or because they were too old to play at the park. So with the funding that we get now, with us as a coach and as a director, I vow to give you my all, to give my all to the kids and do right by our youth. As long as you guys continue to support us on the park, I will continue to do what I can for our youth. And I just wanted to tell you thank you, because I came from that dark place. And it's not easy growing up where we grew up at. And what you're doing, Mayor, you're making a difference for that kid that can't speak right now. I'm the voice. And I just want to tell all you board of directors, thank you for everything that you're doing. Thank you for your time. Even some of the commissioners, I see them, they come out to our park, they interact with our kids. Our kids love that interaction. We're not just sitting behind a desk with a pen, but you're actually coming out and showing our youth that you love them and you care about them, and funding our youth so that they don't have to pay money to play sports, something doing that they love. You could keep them out of the streets, and that could be that next mixed bully. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I have 111. Is there somebody? Number 111 and number 112. Last two. $111, $112. What number are you, sir?
111.
I can't see it from there, sir.
Okay, 111. Is that
Thank
better?
you, sir. 111 and you're 112.
I was 108, but I missed it. I was late.
You missed it. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Benjamin Sauls. My address is 12454 Southwest 122nd Court, Miami, Florida. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, Mayor Levine Cava. I'm a member of the advisory board for the Salvation Army in Miami-Dade and would like to share with you a pathway of hope. Pathway of Hope is the Salvation Army's strategic approach to providing targeted services to families in crisis that desire to break the cycle of intergenerational poverty. The Salvation Army's history since 1913 in Miami of compassionate serving is enhanced by Pathway of Hope's holistic case management focus on resolving critical barriers to stability by empowering families in crisis with targeted services, optimizing the Salvation Army's resources to align with goals that families desire to attain, catalyzing community collaborations to maximize partnerships, mobilizing families to stability and self-sufficiency and tracking their progress along the way, leveraging evidence-based practices, including motivational interviewing for effective strengths-based case management. 529 families in the Salvation Army Southern Territory completed Pathway of Hope successfully as of 2021, which is an increase of 36% compared to the 389 family completions as of 2020. Here are some key outcome measures, or as we like to call them, the journey toward family stability. 93% of families reduced shelter use. 66% of families gained employment. 51% of all families enrolled increased income, housing, and food stability. 100% of families that completed the program increased their income, housing, and food stability. The federal poverty line is $19,583 for a family of 3 per the Health and Human Services.gov. $11,390 is the average increase in annual income for Pathway of Hope families at completion. $30,973 is the average annual income for a Pathway of Hope family at completion. Income stability contributes.
Thank you, sir, so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sir, you're recognized.
I'd like to first say good evening to the distinguished members of the board and to the mayor. I represent, as vice president, an
Sir, can you
organization
give me your
called,
address, name and address again for the record?
address is 2100 Northwest 192 Terrace, Miami Gardens, Florida, 33056. Again, I recognize the board and the mayor. I represent an organization called Condemn, Inc. We are a cultural organization that disseminate history and culture throughout Miami-Dade County. I would like to support the budget in the reference to the Miami-Dade Cultural Affairs. Okay, I will turn it over to the president of the company. Thank you.
Good evening to all. In reading this proposed budget, it's an honor to see how history has repeated itself. My name is Shakina Delmar-Donaldson. I have to give credit to my husband for being my backbone. Also, I'd like to give credit to my father, Arthur Delmar, who built so many expressways. My time's running out. Can you rewind that clock for me, please, for 5 minutes? If you can, if you can. I'm saying that because of the fact the proposed budget is just a redress of what Franklin D. Roosevelt went through. Also, the Fair Housing Act. Our parents had 35 houses, and we almost lost them. 19 houses was not filed in Miami-Dade County. I am the daughter of Andy Delmar. I am the daughter of Arthur Delmar, who built those expressways for Capoletti Brothers, also who worked with Bill Graham in Miami Lakes. What I'm sick and tired of? I'm sick and tired of the fact that we have so much money here. And there is a person that I want you all to make a honorary allocation. His name is Roy Haldeman. $200,000 should go directly into his bank account, route number, account number. Please, someone give that to him. He deserves it. But I'm going to tell you about Condemn Inc. very quickly because time is of the essence. And that is our nonprofit have been requested by the federal government to put 50 buses in every state. And in addition to
Thank you
that,
so much, ma'am, for your testimony. Thank you.
you all have the cards, the folders. Please
Thank you.
support us. $1.5 million that we're asking to be put in the line item budget. All
Ma'am,
thanks to.
Thank
Thank
you
you. You're
so
welcome.
much. Okay.
I move the Roy Hardeman alley.
I got your number there, Hardeman. All right. With that, I had one number that did not appear. I called out was 112. All right. 112 did not make it. So let's go to Commissioner Sosa. You asked for a moment of personal
Yes,
reference, and then
I
Commissioner
from-
on stating something, and then
from the
Commissioner
attorney.
Heyman, you have something to also state.
I know the mayor is here and we work together on that one. So you want me to read it? I move to authorize and direct the county mayor or county mayor's designee to immediately allow county employees to contribute the monetary value, accrued holiday, and annual leave time to the county's emergency disaster relief fund established by Resolution R 1071-05 up to a limit of $250,000 for the purpose of donating to Hurricane Fiona relief efforts in Puerto Rico and to provide a report recommending donation options for the funds contributed. With that, I move.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if we can take the vote on that motion at the very end after we take up all the items.
No, I
would
figure,
be
but I
great.
just second the item.
Thank you.
And then I know Commissioner Hayman had something else to put on the record. And by the way, Mayor, that on that same note with Puerto Rico, let's follow up with the fire stations with Jem, please. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hayman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion to amend items C, E, and H respectfully to strike the relevant portions of those items that relate to the county ambassador program, and also make a motion to amend items C, E, and H respectfully, so there'll be no increase this fiscal year on the executive benefits provided by the to the county commissioners. And so I wanted to put that on the record, and rather than bifurcating right now, we'll try and see if we can amend it when it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, me neither, but it hasn't been second yet.
But Miss,
All right. So
Mr. Chair, but
I'm not going to open up to everybody doing it. I respectfully have both colleagues wanted to state something. I didn't know she was going to state something like that on. I thought we were going to wait on that, but that's fine. You
I didn't
stated
make
it.
a motion. I made a statement. I didn't make a motion.
Okay, good. You made a statement. Okay. All right, let's move on. Madam Mayor,
Mr. Chair.
recognize you, and you got a lot of thank yous from a lot of people.
I want to say thank you for all the people who might still be here who spoke about the budget. And
Mr. Chair, point of order. Did we close public?
Point of order, interrupting the mayor. That's fine. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we close public hearing. I didn't hear the statement to close public hearing.
Just showing off a little bit, huh? Yeah, Mohican.
I just have my chairs back.
I got you, Mohican.
I just have my chairs back. That's all.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed. All right. And for us, it's the last one. So with that, Madam Mayor, sorry for the interruption. It was a little housekeeping things. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you very much to all the people who showed up tonight and made their voices heard. And in actual fact, we've had 27 different community budget conversations. So I've got a lot of people that had an opportunity to give input, and obviously who were grateful that things that mattered to them were included. So I want to thank everybody who did show up and their remarks and support, and of course a few not. But I must say we have to give a special shout out, an incredible budget that was prepared by our hardworking team, the budget director, David Clodfelter, yay, David, and to the OPBA that also worked so very hard, and all of the county staff who've supported this process. To the members of the County Commission, all of your work on this year's budget, it's a labor of love is what I really think about with the budget. And I'm proud this year that we have worked harder than ever to engage our community. And again, that was 27 budget town halls and conversations to engage directly with our residents from every part of the county, from Deep South Dade to Miami Lakes and all the neighborhoods in between. And this proposed budget is taking on the biggest challenges that are facing our community today, the affordability and the housing crisis. We're offering Miami-Dade County residents immediate relief in the form of the lowest tax rate since 1982, a $25 million tax break. And we're investing over $500 million to tackle the housing crisis overall. And that includes the historic homes plan. It's a comprehensive approach. It's designed to reach families from very low income all the way up to those in the workforce who are also feeling the squeeze of the historically high prices. So there's nowhere that you can go that people are not talking about the high price of housing. And in fact, all of the programs within the homes plan will support families across the income spectrum, from the extremely low income to working families. And we have also incorporated substantial feedback from all of you on the dais about this plan. as well as from members of the public. And we've even added additional guardrails that have been suggested by many of you to ensure that the oversight and monitoring of all of these programs is thorough. And we've updated the scope of the Workforce Housing and Housing Incentive Program, or WIP, to dedicate $5 million of it to incentivizing landlords to take our Section 8 vouchers, because as we know, many low-income people, even with these vouchers, cannot find the necessary housing. And so this is an incentive to get more landlords involved in the program. And we will be producing quarterly reports to the board on all aspects of the homes plan, so you can monitor with us and make any necessary adjustments. So at the same time, we're not just supporting, but we are enhancing services, critical services in our community that everyone is depending upon. And this is based on the feedback that we have received continuously. These include public safety, resilience, transit, and more. And we're continuing our Operation Community Shield, which has been very successful with our law enforcement, keeping our residents safe. And we are fully funding the SMART Plan Pro Forma to make sure that as we draw down those federal and state dollars, and as you can see, we've done very well drawing down federal and state dollars, that we have the that we are able to fund it. And we're also making major investments in infrastructure overall and resilience, and matching funds have been very, very important to obtaining those grants. So we've been very successful. We sent you out a memo yesterday with an update. We have been awarded almost $600 million in federal and state grants, and we have applications pending for $353 million more. All of those will also need matching funds if awarded. And so they have included a range of projects, everything from reinforcing structures vulnerable to sea level rise, mitigating flood risk, building rapid transit corridors, protecting our environmentally endangered lands, purchasing electric buses, propelling Port Miami to net zero, making Vision Zero improvements to make our roadways safer for everyone, our pedestrians and our bicyclists too, and much more. So this budget is about our future. It is about our community's future. And I certainly hope that you will support all of these investments. So we crafted the budget to meet the urgency of this moment that is facing us. And to quote Commissioner Hayman, we have an opportunity and we have an obligation to do everything we can to ensure that our residents can live, work, and thrive in Miami-Dade. And that's exactly what we're doing with this year's proposed budget. So we're ensuring savings from a historic tax cut will go to working and middle-class families, those struggling under the high cost of living. And this is a tax cut that the board approved at the first hearing, $25 million, and providing immediate relief to property owners. And we're also tackling the affordable housing crisis and strengthening our essential county services. So in summary, I am very proud. I think this is a smart budget, a compassionate budget, efficient, fiscally responsible, and it brings our family relief. It invests in the services and infrastructure our community needs to build a stronger, more resilient Miami-Dade. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right. So with that, I open it up to my colleagues at this time. Commissioner Sosa, she was
Mr.
fast
Chair.
on the finger.
But I'm going to be very fast because I think that the public deserve. They have expressed themselves. We already said the millage that we have been able to lower the millage rate. And how long since we lowered the millage rate?
10 years, madam.
Yes, I know. I want to thank the mayor for creating the law fund for the police department and for increasing the amount for the families of those officers that they're taking their life. You added the criteria for the homes program, where even the inspector general will be doing the oversight to make sure that no one tries to take advantage of this program, but all those who really need it the most. And also for the fire department, you have added in the plans part of the different stations and everything, listening to them. I thank you for that. Mr. Chair, I'm not going to talk about everything that we have talked before because we already did it in the first budget. all I want to say is that I need guidance from the attorneys in the following. There are like 3 items, I believe, that have the idea about the ambassadors as part of the item. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Is there any way that if I want to support the item, we can bifurcate the part of the ambassador and both separate?
Yes, when we get to those items, they're items C, E, and H. You could just request that.
C, D, and H.
C, E, E,
E.
and H.
And
You
H.
can just
So,
request. to
Mr.
bifurcate.
Chair, at the proper time when the motions happen, I would like to both separate on that and and separate on the salary. And let me say something of the salary. I have been seated in this table for 21 years. The commissioners who sit in this table deserve a better salary because the amount of hours that they have to dedicate to the commission, to the meetings, is incredible. And if you compare yourself to other cities that are smaller and they don't have as many meetings as the commissioners in Miami-Dade County have, and they make a lot more. Even when they retire, they get a big salary for life. It doesn't even happen here. It happens in other cities like Miami or other cities. So that is the reality that they deserve. But I strongly believe that they should be a little bit more working on that so the salary can be shared with meetings with the public and something serious so they can dedicate their time to be able to be full-time commissioners, but not at this time. So I will follow asking to vote on this separate so we can have the decisions. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. And if when I leave, I will be one advocating for the salaries for the commissioners, but for free. Something that I will do with my heart and anything that the county or cities or anyone needs without any pay at all for me personally. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, my colleagues, I had Commissioner Sosa go right off the top. Next finger is Commissioner Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank everyone that came out to testify and speak on behalf of their organizations. I think everyone did a great job in advocating for the needs. And Madam Mayor, I do think that we see some good things in this budget. I do think the budget is flushed. And I understand it's flushed with a lot of the federal dollars that we have received. You know, I like the fact that we have invested more money in mental health, about $10 million more in the mental health program. You know, addressing the need of the housing with $85 million, addressing the need of the vulnerable population. As you very well know, that those are issues that I've always supported throughout my legislative tenure. And also looking at the food insecurity programs that we have, especially dealing with those seniors and the disabled population. I do think that there is some issues that I do see within the budget. I do think that the increase in solid waste and water rates are burdening our residents, especially our municipalities. I also think that we can do more. We can do all with it that's within this budget, still making sure that we give our residents a higher reduction in their property taxes. We understand that food prices, we still see an inflationary increase in our community of 8.52%. Inflation continues to go up, and yet we're not seeing property rates go down for our residents. Food prices are nearly 7% higher than they were last year. Home values have provided a lot more money for our municipalities and the county commission. And this is why I think it's a great opportunity for us to do a 3% reduction in property taxes while maintaining the mayor's budget without affecting the budget by a dime. There is some monies that are carryovers in the solid waste department of about a tune of $270 million that we might be able to use it. I think Jennifer Moon had made some recommendation towards that, and that would free up $40 million from general funds, which will then in turn can be used to do the 3% property tax reduction, which actually was a 2% reduction because we already have the 1%, and not affecting the mayor's proposals, and not affecting any of the advocates who came here advocating on behalf of their programs. So with that, Mr. Chair, I do think that under the homes program, and I think within the homes program, Madam Mayor, I think it's a good effort. I think we're kicking the can down the curb, but I'm willing to give that program an opportunity, because I know that your heart's in the right place to try to make sure that we do help with the housing crisis that we have in this community. I do appreciate the fact that there was in your change memo that we came up with some accountability measures and some audit principles, but I think I would like to see a couple of making it more direct at how we look at the audit to make sure that we know where the monies are going throughout all of our districts, to ensure that. So I have an amendment towards that. And Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I do have a couple of amendments that I would like to offer in reference to the millage rate and the homes program. So you just let me know when that's appropriate, when everyone else speaks.
Right. We'll hear everybody, and our attorney counsel does last time and explain that we'll hear everything first, and then afterwards, as they come up, we'll do the amendments. And then after that, you'll place them when the right time in the budget. Okay. So pretty much, if you have it in writing, I'm sure the attorney's already got it, has it, and let's go on. I think the vice chairman is next, followed by Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to all the members of the audience who actually showed up and gave your public comment. This is a vital, important part of our representative republic, our democracy. It's the idea that you will actually come and speak about proposed legislation. This is your ability to petition your government. This is actually in the Constitution. So I appreciate all of you showing up, all of you who've left already. If you're watching, thank you all very much. Mr. Chairman, I would just speak on a couple of issues. And then first, let me just congratulate the mayor. I think that the budget, well, I do not believe that it to be perfect. I think it is a good expression of our communal values, our ideas that we can actually do better by one another, that we could help each other be stronger and get through things together. And so I think that this budget does that, and I'm supportive of it. I want to speak directly to a couple of things that have actually garnered some level of attention. And Mr. Chairman, we spoke the last time at the first budget hearing. I said that I would look at the ambassadors program and the executive benefits program, and I've looked at both of them, and I have some ideas with regard to both of them. The first thing I would say is I appreciate the categorization of everyone with regard to the executive benefits program, that it's salary, but it's not. It just isn't. The salary for county commissioners is $6,000. I need to say that clearly. It's $6,000. The salary for the mayor is $250,000. The salary for the county attorney is $350,000. So that we're clear, this isn't salary. These are expense accounts. Things that were put in place because it was understood years ago that county commissioners would actually have to do things and they would incur expenses. The problem is, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues and to the public, those expense accounts weren't actually linked to the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. And so they didn't take into account that what was $1 in, I don't know, 2000 is only 56 cents right now. Now, just for a matter of comparison, when we procure contracts, we build in escalators because we understand that a paperclip in year 1 won't cost the same as a paperclip in year 5. We understand that gas in year 1 won't cost the same as gas in year 5. We understand that life insurance in year 1, health insurance in year 1, nothing in year 1 costs the same as year 5. Well, this is year 20. This is year 20. And so when you asked me to look into this, I said I would look into this. What I found is that we hadn't adjusted the expense accounts just for the consumer price index since, I think, it's been at least 2000. And to everyone who said that this was done in a clandestine way, I'm not sure how it was done, how this is clandestine. It was published in the budget, but independent of that, previously it was read at second reading via a voice motion, meaning no one even ever had an opportunity to speak on it. So when people say that we tried to sneak something in, we snuck it in by putting it with everything else that we're spending. It's part of the entire spending plan. And it's really kind of common sense. We said at this board, and we've addressed union workers who said, hey, you know what? Cost of living has gone up. Everything has gone up. So we need to actually increase the value of our contracts. And we said, you know what? You're right. We've had the same argument from concessionaires at the airports. We've had the same argument from the people who we contract with, because we understand that with regard to inflation, with regard to cost of goods, we understand that those things went up unexpectedly. And so even though we actually consider them in how we procure, we're willing to go the extra step. And that's just in the past year. I appreciate all my colleagues who served before me. I appreciate all my colleagues who serve now. But to say that we shouldn't consider cost of living or consumer price index when we're determining expense accounts, which literally are used for the very things that are listed in the consumer price index, isn't logical. We're actually saying that. People are saying that because they don't want to look bad politically. And I appreciate that, because we're all politicians, public servants, leaders, we're all politicians. What I'm saying is, it's time for us to write a reality check. That the same things that cost more for everybody else cost more for the people who are sitting on this dais. I appreciate all my colleagues who have to vote no because of political and electoral considerations. I appreciate that. Just understand that what we're saying is that in this place where we sit to make policy, not politics, that we're ignoring all the facts. When you asked me to look at this, Mr. Chairman, it became a fact-driven, an information-driven process. I sat with Jennifer Moon and her staff and David and his staff, and it's just give me information. And I spent the last week and a half just digesting information. And what I found is we didn't adequately account for the idea that prices go up. We didn't do that. And while I'm speaking on the executive benefits package right now, let me move to the quote unquote ambassador program, which I am in favor of getting rid of. Because as I looked at it, the ambassador program apparently was just created to try to bring fairness to a retirement system that was inadvertently stifled by this government. Listen, county commissioners don't make a lot of money. That's fine. We know what we signed up for. The retirement is based on the amount of money we make. That's fine. That's natural for everyone. There's a formula that determines that amount of money. That's cool. Run the formula, except for this government did not run the formula. This government artificially suppressed the formula. This government said that while the formula might give you $400 a month, we're going to cap you. And you can't make more than $220 or $230 a month. So yeah, so when I look at it, I understand the political considerations. I know that somebody's probably out there tweeting right now. Yes, Doug, I was talking about you. but it's yeah. Sometimes people ought to just speak candidly, openly, and honestly without being guarded. This is not right. If county commissioners make $6,000 and the expense account was $24,000, then the 401A for their retirement should be calculated based on the numbers that existed. Don't artificially suppress the numbers. Well, we did. And so we have people who gave their life to public service. They gave their life to public service, and now when it's time to transition out of public service, and for some people face retirement, they're facing the option of not just being compensated for something that the actual valuable work that they did, but actually just getting the formula. So when the time is appropriate, I would suggest that we address the executive benefits package. I think that we should pass it, and I think that we should automatically link it to CPI like we do everything else. And I appreciate everybody's political sensitivities. But if I sat here and I articulated the right thing to do for organized labor and for our security guards and for our transit workers, and I pretended that this didn't exist as an inequity, I wouldn't be being fair, not just to the members of this dais, but it wouldn't be an honest conversation to you, the public. I would suggest that we link it to the CPI like we do everything else, so we don't have to address it again. And all the CPI does for people who might not be familiar with it, it's just a consumer price index. It just measures how much we pay for stuff. And it increases the amount just based on that. So if you had $1 in 2020 or whatever, 2000, and that same dollar is like 56 cents right now. Well, the CPI would increase it, so your purchasing power of $1 would move along the years. That's what we do in every other instance. Not doing it in this instance is the political thing to do. And then with regard to post-service supplements, because if the body is willing, I will try to amend the ambassador program, which I think was well-intentioned, but not actually well executed. I think that we amended just to call it what it is, a post-service supplement. And we're not giving the people who've served anything. We're not giving them anything. What I would suggest is just making them whole. Because if you hadn't artificially suppressed the cap on the 401A, this is what they would be making. Those are things that didn't come before this dais in very detailed or intimate form. Those are things that previously were made, in a passing motion. I move we do this, I move we do that. I'm saying we be deliberate, intentional, and fair, not just to the people in this community, not just the people in this audience, but people on this dais. I appreciate your time and your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And at the end of the meeting last time, I know it got a little bit hairy because we were all like, what is this, and so on. So I asked you to look into it and to determine it so we could put it up for vote and to be real clear on it. So I appreciate that. Commissioner Regalado, who's after? Commissioner Hardiman? You last, I know. Okay, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. I don't know, you were looking over there. I was
No,
like,
no, I just made sure. She mentioned that she'll speak after you.
I was like,
okay.
happy to let Higgins go. No worries.
All right.
No worries. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for coming down. And I'm glad that that our vice chair talked about those subjects. I think we've had a lot of misinformation since our last budget meeting. And I think one of the problems is that this was put in the budget. And when the mayor was asked how it got in the budget, her response was the county commission put it there. And that's simply not what happened. The county commission never took a position on this. The county commission never talked about it, right? So I think it started a conversation about something clandestine and something that had somehow been put in the budget. And the reality is that this is the first time that we speak on it. So I'm glad that we have the opportunity today to talk about both those issues, because all of us got a little thrown under the bus, right? By saying that, we somehow approve this. And we've all had to go out in the media and say time and time again that, no, this appeared in the budget and we just saw it like everybody else. And we didn't have an opportunity to really vet it out at our first meeting. So I think it's also important to note that a lot of folks get executive benefits, right? So I think that's another issue that's interesting, right? A lot of staff get executive benefits. And if we want to have a conversation about executive benefits as a whole, we should probably have that conversation. And I look forward to that. As for the issue with the 401A and what happened in the past, I think that's part of the confusion with this, because when you add a contribution to the 401A as part of this executive benefit and you up that, that's where the number grows dramatically, right? And I understand that prior boards artificially lowered that, but you have to understand the concern from residents, because we're here to safeguard, taxpayer dollars. The concern from residents when they say we're going from 6,000 to 136,000, right? That's like a jarring number when you read it in the Miami Herald, right? So when you say why are people so upset? Well, because we didn't have the opportunity to talk about it, we didn't have an opportunity to explain it, and that's kind of how it played out. So I look forward to when we pull that item out and go through it step by step, because I think that there are some arguments to be made as to some increases, but I think that the way that it's currently drafted, I could not support. Now, I do think that we should put it on the ballot. I think, Commissioner Sosa brought up some great points. I mean, I also represent the city of Miami. City of Miami commissioners make $115,000. Like we said, the mayor makes what, 250?
104.
104. Okay, thank you.
200.
200. Perfect. Yeah. 200. You're
pretty-
200 to our 6.
Pretty poor.
You're winning. But I represent, just saying. And listen, I mean, what I come from the school board, and what the school board does is they determine the pay of school board members by what a first-year teacher makes. It's actually tied to another salary, right? That is considered important from a policy perspective. And then, as the school board, raises what first-year teachers make, it also raises what it pays school board members, right? I'm not saying that that's the best system. School board members also complain about not making enough, but it is tethered to something. So the fact that we have a pay that is stagnant, I think is concerning. And I think that, we should put it on the ballot again. I think that our charter says that we have to put it in the ballot, and I would support putting it in the ballot. Now, as for the ambassadors, I understand the concern, but I just cannot not support that program. I don't understand the agency of it. I don't understand the purpose of it. I understand the point that folks that spent many decades here did not receive enough retirement, but they sat through 20-something, 25, 30-something budgets, and they could have done something every single time, right? I mean, so I don't know how we're going to fix something that took 30 years. to percolate. I'm sure somewhere in there was an opportunity where someone could have made an argument if it was really that important to them. I think it's a lot easier for someone to pass that on to us. And I will say from a generational, perspective, I mean, I belong to a generation that won't even get Social Security. So we're paying into a lot of systems that we're not going to get the benefit of. I understand where they're coming from, but I don't think that doing it that way, and not having people weigh in and participate and having it limited to folks who actually need it. If that's the case, if anyone does actually need it, because a lot of folks have said that they don't need it, they don't want it, and they don't know where it came from. So there's that. As to Senator Garcia's items, Senator Garcia, I'm happy to support your additional 2% when that comes up. I brought it up last time. I think that the biggest issue that I have with this budget is the fact that it does not reduce taxes enough. I mean, I think that we're out of touch with what people need. I think that the right thing to do is to reduce the millage. Yes, we have the lowest millage in 40 years, but people are also paying more taxes than they've ever paid. So really, at the end of the day, the millage conversation is an internal baseball, conversation. People really are impacted by what they're paying. The values went up 1.9, and that's why I proposed 2, because if we lowered it 2, then they would pay about what they paid last year. I'm happy to make that argument. Again, I do think that the mayor made some important changes to the homes program, and I was happy to see that. I was also happy to see some of the changes to the infrastructure piece that we discussed, including some money, some more money for septic and sewer, which I really appreciate. However, my issue with the homes plan still remains that we haven't been provided with any data. There is data on this. We have the data on the foreclosures. We have the data on the evictions. We have all this information, why it's not being provided, why we cannot be given numbers to link to these amounts. I do not understand. I also do not agree with the AMI that's being proposed specifically for the WIP. I voted against it when it came up here. I voted against the budget last time. I continue to maintain that if you look at the data will show you that the real challenge right now in Miami-Dade County is the folks that make less than $32,000. And I think that some of the Plan 8 money that was recently put in there answers some of that. But really, our issue is folks that make under $65,000. So the folks that make $80,000 to $146,000, maybe they have issues with location, but they don't have issues with housing. I can tell you in my district, I have hundreds of workforce housing units that are coming online in the next year and a half. And the development community continues to add more and more workforce housing. So I do not think we have an issue with workforce housing. I understand that the mayor wants to help everyone, but I don't think everyone needs help. I think that there is I think that ideally, if you want to help everyone, you lower the millage and you give everyone back their money so they can pay those credit cards and they can save some money. But, if we are going to help folks, instead of lowering the millage, then we help those that are in really difficult situations and not these overarching non-data based plans. I don't think that we'll have enough votes to lower the millage, so I have provided an alternative that I hope Senator Garcia will appreciate. And I really hope that Commissioner McGee will appreciate, because Commissioner McGee brought an item asking the mayor specifically to look at the feasibility of increasing the yearly grants provided to the Save Our Seniors. And the mayor came back with a report saying it's not feasible. So I did some of the research on it, and I think it is feasible, and I think it is something that we can consider doing this year, and it's something that we can all agree on given the numbers. Countywide, we have 37,279 seniors that have the senior exemption because they are low income. Right now, those folks are getting $100 back. And you know what McGee's item, which was co-sponsored by Senator Garcia, was looking at was increasing that. We did the math on what it would cost to increase that to 200, and that's about a difference of a little over 3 million. So with $3 million, you could help a lot of seniors. You can take it from 100 to 200 in a year where, like the vice mayor was saying, our vice chair was saying, inflation is hitting everyone, including these seniors. So the $100, and just so that everyone knows, the $100 rebate came in the financial crisis of 2009. So as we look towards a recession, I think the best thing to do is to increase that amount. And for those homeowners, taking that from 100 to 200 would be very impactful. So if we do it countywide, that is a little over 3 million. If we do it just in UMSA has 17,852 senior exemptions. So that's a little bit under 2 million, right? To take it from 100 to 200. So ideally, I would like to give everyone some money back because I think that's the right thing to do. As we look at a budget that, as Senator Garcia said, is more than flush. I think the right thing to do is to give money back. But if that's not the will of this board, at a minimum, we can take care of those seniors that can, in fact, lose their homes. Those seniors who we know, based on our own programming, are in need. And if $100 was good in 2009, then I think 200 works in 2022 if we're going to have a conversation about inflation and kind of looking back at this programming and trying to find something that works. We have an obligation to safeguard the public trust. And I think that instead of projects that make everyone happy, we should probably start with the folks who really need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of set the record straight from my perspective on the benefits, the vice chairman talks about the fact that this is and should be a full-time job, right? But the reality for some of the people that serve, they're raising families, they have young kids, they have to figure out how to put people through college as they grow older, make sure they have new sneakers and school uniforms and all of those kinds of things. And it is, I think, virtually impossible on the quote unquote salary plus benefits package that is currently provided. So it's a very valid argument. I'll give you an example. We talk a lot about low income people, but if a commissioner was serving and wanted to serve full time and not have any outside employment, and they were raising a family of 3 or a family of 4, they would be at 50% of the AMI, and they would qualify for some of our lowest income and almost public housing. And for a single person, you'd be at that 70% of AMI. So that just gives a sense to the public of the low level of compensation that is done. And these quote unquote expense accounts, which might help pay someone's living expenses, are also required to be used for work expenses. So sometimes you're in your official capacity. So there is a lot of good reasons why the public would want this commission to be compensated and be able to do this job full time. I do it full time. And I do not have outside employment. I came to this public service much later in life than others. So I had the good fortune to have a government career and also some private sector career. So, God willing, I might have enough to retire on. But that doesn't make me think, I'm closer to, as a matter of fact, after we rotate in November, don't tell anyone this, but I'm going to be the oldest person on the commission, I'm pretty sure. So don't be quiet. Don't. I know.
We know. We've already talked about it.
I know. So I think it's me. No, it's not Oliver. I beat Oliver on this.
I think
particular
JC's older. You're good.
JC might beat me.
JC's
Okay,
older.
good.
You're
Okay,
good.
thank you, JC.
I think he just looks older.
I just look. Yeah, that's probably it.
Yes,
Talking
JC, I
about
know you're
he's
watching.
not here to defend himself, Oliver.
I hope
No, he's not,
I
but
hope JC isn't watching. So
Don't worry, this will get to him.
I know I can already hear it. So I can tell you that even when I think about running for reelection in 2024, I ask myself very seriously, is that the wisest thing to do, given that I'm closer to retirement than other people might be. So these are all extremely serious concerns that should be discussed, and I think we're finally discussing them tonight. I also would like the public to know that some of my colleagues work very hard at outside jobs because they have to. And that is a distraction from the people's work. Now, I forget the exact, this idea of putting on the ballot, it's the salary on the ballot is never going to work. I think that they voted it down 37 times. I think we're up to 37 no votes on that.
There'll be 37 more.
So, but so that is why we're having the discussion about how do we pay living expenses through all of this. So it is a good discussion to have. It is a valid discussion to have. And Commissioner Regalado is correct that the previous commissioners, should have also done this over time. So we're not looking at, as the vice chairman said, I forgot, like 30 years of, no changes on that. That being said, we are being transparent in our discussion today, but this was not introduced in a transparent fashion, and that makes me quite upset. I just, for the record, met with the administration 3 times to go over what was in the budget, including what was in the change memo. And then 2 days before the budget, I met with OPBA, and in none of those briefings did anyone mention this to me. So now you might ask yourself, well, didn't you read the 800 pages of the physical document, and which is where you would have found on page 472 of the document this little graph, except for the fact that 4 years ago, I did one review of a meeting with these agendas and paper. And then since then, so since my second week on the commission 4 years ago, I have only reviewed items and agendas in the electronic format. So last time on the agenda, the attachment that had that was not attached to the agenda. There was literally no way for the public who gets this electronically, nor for commissioners that try to not kill trees. There's a reason I'm in charge of the Miami-Dade Million Trees Project. I am the tree lover on the commission. I have a few friends up here on that too. So I only review the electronic version, and that was not included. So there was literally no way I could have been aware of that, and that was unfair. And I did talk to the county attorney's office, and they are absolutely making sure that and by the way, your attachment tonight, I think, is 900 pages long, because now everything is part of that. So I really was taken unawares about this. I found out from the press. Nobody in OPBA and nobody in the administration briefed me, and whoever's in charge of attaching attachments to electronic agendas didn't bother to attach what was supposed to be attached. So I don't like that. So anyway, enough said about that. Moving on to trees, which I do try to save. Madam Mayor, I didn't see any change from the last time to this time of adding additional funding for tree canopy. From the first, there's still a lot of money going to eelands. Eelands are wonderful, but trees are what our low-income neighborhoods need, because we have residents who live in hot neighborhoods, and the heat is getting worse. They don't have tree canopy, and many of them don't have air conditioning and can't afford air conditioning. So I'm a little disappointed to not have seen change in that, and I'm not going to hold up your budget because of that, but I will legislate some direction next year so I don't have to go through this again. And then my second, I guess I have two other comments. One is on the Housing Inflation Fund to close some of the financing gaps, which I'm sure you all are experiencing. You've got new affordable housing developments just about to break ground, and inflation has, some of them short. They're only for projects that already have county funding. And so in my district, I have a couple that are short that have not used any public funds. And I realize you laid out, the guidelines. I don't know how, to the county attorney's office, how set in stone that is, or if there's any flexibility going forward if we have some funding that could be, are those rules that could be adapted rationally? Because I agree with the intention of using county funds, but if we don't have all that.
Commissioner Higgins, are you referring just to the construction inflation relief program or the development inflation relief program? Is it both or one? And we can work on an amendment for you.
It's the development inflation adjustment fund. There is not even the option if there's money left for projects that weren't in public housing. So
we can work on trying to come up with an amendment.
Specific, add some flexibility for, flexibility in that area. That would be great. I realize that we probably should be funding our own projects, but I worry that we have a lot of projects that right now aren't accepting. That haven't used surtax, and they are going to financial close, and this might be helpful. So just think about that. And to my colleagues, I don't know if you want to change that or not, but it was just a worry for my district. And then last but not least, and this just goes to the reserves in the solid waste department, Senator Garcia. For me, I don't really want the reserves in solid waste moved around, because we all know our waste to energy plant is, I don't know, it's quite elderly in plant terms, and we've got to build a new one. And the only way to really get to bond that out and get a decent interest rate is to have the reserves that we can meet the debt service with. So we have been consciously building those reserves in anticipation of that. And so to reduce that by $40 million and other amounts that have been suggested would worry me deeply. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Hayman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pretty much happy with the budget, and I was delighted to see so many people come out. If you notice, when they said we like the budget or support the mayor's budget, but let me tell you about a hardship I have. That's very real. And so, I appreciate Commissioner Sosa saying she wanted to bifurcate. I just wanted to put my intentions up there, because since the first reading to the second reading, the only thing the people heard about on the issue of contention with our budget was what we were doing clandestine, or if you were able to figure out the budget, what we were doing for the commission body. Past, going to be past, current, going to be future. And my response, it is what it is. It's how you interpret the budget, or you read it, or you have the Miami Herald tell you what you should think about it. The reality is, I knew what I was getting into when I ran, and I knew it was 6,000. When I ran for city council the first time, it was 3,000. Now it's 50-something thousand at one of the cities. The reality is, someone once said here, it's a long time coming, and maybe the commissions of the past should have corrected it each time they voted on a budget. Well, I sort of feel that way in looking at an attempt right now, when to correct it all in one lump sum. $61,000 in retirement and $43,000 a year on an expense account. And so, that's a little hard, from going from nothing in these areas to all at once to try and rectify something from 1957 or whenever the last thing was. I just find it a little bit harsh with so many difficulties out there. The inequities have been there. They were there when I got elected 20 years ago. They were reminded sometimes when we had budget, or my favorite, when we put it back to the voters and I campaigned for a better salary because I thought it was the right thing to do, and it got voted down. I just think it's bad all at once. You heard the hardships of the community out there. I don't think it has to be doled out as much as be prudent on it. I think we're in our great successful time right now where we can give a discount break because we had wonderful public assistance from other levels of government, starting with the relief acts at the federal level, the last swing of money from the COVID pandemic, and that's going to be gone. And you know something? We're still in hurricane season, and aren't we fortunate that Fiona or anything else that may come down the pike halfway through hurricane season hasn't hit us yet? But look at the potential for cost and hardship if it does. So I will be voting my conscience when it comes to these two other items on equity and parity and everything else. But I see it as all at once trying to correct something that probably should have been corrected all along with the population or such, but it wasn't. But all at once resolve, I think it's unacceptable with the hardships that are out there. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mayor, well done. I appreciate the add-on you did for public safety. And I look forward to getting through this budget in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayman. Commissioner Monestein, followed by Commissioner Hardiman.
Is this the only round we have or for comments on the budget, or is
We're trying to do it in one round.
one round? Okay.
Remember what I said? The last of the Mohicans. Hopefully it'll be a good round. Let's
Very
go.
good. All right. All right. Great budget, Madam Mayor. As I said last time, while this is not my last budget as a District 2 Commissioner, I'm going to keep my comments real brief because, as FDR said, be sincere, be briefed, and be seated. In my almost 12 years on the dais, I have experienced, some would say I've endured budget hearings in which we would listen to hours and hours of testimony from community groups, as I said many times, pleading for funding for social services and residents asking for their property taxes to be lowered. Since last year, honestly, with all I've witnessed, this is no more. In fact, residents are supportive of the budget as proposed. Some have even offered to return their $14. This is because our mayor, as I stated before, and many concur, leads by example. She's truly for the people, and I don't flatter. That's the truth. And she cares and she listens. She prepared a budget that is finally responsible, while not being afraid to dedicate more resources where they are needed for our youth, for our families, for minorities, small businesses, to name just a few. For example, providing seed funding for a swimming program that I would like to name after Alisa Lucian, as just stated by the city clerk in North Miami, Vanessa Joseph, an 18-year-old who passed away because she was not able to swim. This is something that one should appreciate. She committed to innovation and multi-pronged approach to alleviating our affordable housing crisis while maintaining and enhancing critical services in the short term. I really like the direction I think this budget is taken. I have often spoke of my humble beginning, and if it were not for someone having given me a bit of economic boost when I started my small business to help me cover my rent, I probably wouldn't be here today. If this happened more often, we all can understand how many residents like myself would be willing to pay it forward. For the other day at FIU, so many of us were in tears when we witnessed how many people were so elated to receive a small grant from this county to support their growing small business or their business that currently face certain challenges. So this is something that we need to continue to do. And if that happens, honestly, others will continue to call this county the greatest place on earth after Disney, of course. To conclude, I want to echo a statement made by this wonderful senator whom I admire so much, whom I've called a colleague the last 12 years, Senator Soto. A remark he made at the first budget hearing that really touched me, that this is overall one of the flushest budget he's seen in many years sitting on the dais. And again, I wholeheartedly agree. While not perfect, this budget makes the needed investment for the betterment of the entire community and puts in a prudent position this county's future. I look forward to seeing how the mayor continue to be a trailblazer and this board continue to be a risk-taker board, because that is what true public servant does when serving the people. We need to lead, and in leading sometime, we go to places where the people don't know to go. That's what leadership is. That's what it means to lead. And we're going to be criticized for it. But if it's the right thing, we need to move forward with it. As a matter of fact, I didn't want to talk about this so-called expense account that you're trying to make whole. But one thing I'd say about that is some of those who criticize public servant, at times we need to challenge them that we see their intellectual integrity. Because sometimes it's those of us who pretend that we know best that leads people in the wrong direction, especially when we're not making the decision because we don't have all the facts to make the decision. And I'd say this, honestly, this is one of the most gratifying things I've ever done in my 59 years of life, serving the people of my community. Money cannot pay me for this. But I feel emotionally filled. I feel spiritually filled, rendering to serve this service for my people. We all see value in different ways. If anybody thinks that an extra $15,000, $20,000 is going to make me rich, no, think about it again. I've come a long way. And as the vice chair say, I mean, the only complaint I have this item, Mr. Vice Chair, is that I wasn't smart enough to bring it up myself, because as I've pledged to many of you before, this is an issue I want to lead on after I leave these days. Because I think public servant and every position need to be properly compensated, whether it's an elected office, whether it's in the bureaucracy, everybody needs to be adequately compensated. And at times it looks self-serving when we do this from the dais. That's exactly why I wasn't probably bold enough and smart enough to lead it from these dais, but I did promise myself that I will lead a movement, win or lose, to make sure that people understand the value of the service we all render to them. And but it's not all about money, because some of us, we don't do it for the money. We will never do it for the money. So in conclusion, let me say this. Soon I will no longer be on this dais, but you have not heard the last of me, especially when it comes to speaking up for the most, on behalf of the most vulnerable and disadvantaged of this community, those who often don't have a voice. I will continue to listen. I will continue to speak. And I'm glad to know, as a friend, Madam Mayor, you will continue to listen and you will continue to lead to their benefit as well. So I don't know what the future holds, but I know because of my colleagues here on the dais and because of you, Madam Mayor, our county is in the right hands. And I look forward to put a motion together when it's time, Mr. Chair, to reallocate some funding for the North Miami swimming program, which has brought tears to some of our eyes as the city clerk was speaking earlier. Thank you so very much, and let's get it done.
Thank you, Commissioner Monestein. Commissioner Hardiman.
I hope that my words don't fall deaf upon my colleagues who question the motion or the proposal that the vice chairman has brought to us. But I must admit that some of the discussions I've heard on this dais reminds me of something that I'm sure Attorney Marilyn Holyfield knows quite well. In 1954, there was a Supreme Court opinion called Brown v. Board of Education. And we know that opinion to supposedly have ended segregation in schools. But part of the issue with that opinion is that there was a phrase that was included in the opinion that frustrated the process. When they wanted to know how quickly it was that we should have ended segregation in schools, the justice wrote the words, "with all deliberate speed." And what we know about that phrase is that it was the dog whistle for the local school boards to purposely delay, obstruct, and slow the process of Black students and white students integrating. Now it's clear, I was not alive during that time. But some of us who are in this room, some of us who hear my voice, some of us know of those times. Some of us remember the discussions about the moments. They remember their first white friend, their first Black friend. They remember the white flight from schools and neighborhoods. They remember how people felt about that ruling because some felt that it came too soon. One of my dear colleagues who served extremely well for many decades in public service said, "No to all at once." No to all at once is the exact same thing. No to all at once means just a couple more decades more of abuse. Just a couple of decades more of you providing your time without being properly compensated. In 1976, there was a movie that came about, and it was based on a book that was written by Stephen King, and the movie's name was Carrie. Now, the 70s and the 80s, to me, produced some of the best movies in horror. And there's a line in Carrie that always rings true to me. The line is this: they're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. If you vote against your interests, your children's interests, your family's interests, and the future interests of servants who come to this dais, they're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at the fact that you had an opportunity to right or wrong and you chose not to. Because most of the people that spend their time and their energy in this place called Miami-Dade County, they provide a service to the people that live here. We on this day is guaranteed that they make a fair wage. The federal laws that guarantee that people make fair wages. But yet and still we allow a $6,000 salary. That's clearly not a fair wage. That's clearly actionable underneath the laws of the great United States of America to govern how much we pay people that sit on this dais. It's insulting. And if any of us had a client that was being paid that amount of wage, a friend, a family member, we would stay on the mountaintops to say that that's not right. But here on the Miami-Dade County dais, we pretend because it's politically expedient, we pretend as if it's not an issue. But we know it's an issue. There's some jobs that you can't receive if you're in financial distress. They won't hire you through the IRS. They won't hire you at a bank. They won't hire you for probably one of the jobs that Senator Soto had because they don't believe they can trust you. When your finances are not in order, Senator Soto, you're vulnerable. You're vulnerable to foreign influence. You may become a spy because they see that you don't have the financial wherewithal to take care of your family. And at the end of the day, isn't that what we all want to do? Care for our family. So no matter how much service you've given, when your children look at you at the end of the night and you couldn't afford to send your kid to a state college, and you spend all your time moving and seconding things, you were important for 2 decades or 3, 4 maybe, and your children look back at you and say, yeah, daddy, I know. You have all these awards. They named the day after you. They put your name on the sign. But you weren't there for us how we needed you. You weren't there for us when we needed you because, Daddy, all I needed was 3 meals a day. You gave me 1. You didn't take the financial assistance that you offered other people because of your pride. We lived in the worst neighborhoods. I think that the issue that we're dealing with is one that is serious, and I think is one that deserves to be rectified. It deserves to be rectified now. It's not. It really is. It's not fair to you. It wasn't fair to you, Senator Soto, the many years that you served. The moment that you stepped into this position, we all stepped in. I remember when I became a public defender, and I would tell people, look, I came here to learn skills. And now I know I need to live on $35,000 a year. And luckily, I'm a single man without children, and I live in this small unit, and I'm able to walk to and from work, and it happened. But today, Kathy Fernandez-Rondo can't say that for her children, for her prosecutors. Carlos Martinez can't say that for his public defenders. They're not coming. Every day we fight the good fight for fair wages in Miami-Dade County for women and children and fathers and families, but we won't fight for ourselves. So allow some of us to fight for you. Don't stand in the way of a fair wage for your colleagues. Don't stand in the way of trying to attract better leadership on this Miami-Dade County Commission. I don't think that this the salary necessarily gets us there, but it's a hell of a start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Soto? Okay. Anybody else? All right. A lot has been said by my colleagues, and I'm going to take it straight to the source that the Vice Chairman elaborated on. I appreciate you trying to do something in a methodical way that maybe has not been done before. And to the point about those that have been here for a long time, well, we dealt with a lot of issues here. And in 2008, 9, 10, we dealt with people losing their homes and losing their bank accounts and losing everything they had. And we didn't have the opportunity because, unfortunately, there were some media outlets that enjoyed tearing up anything that was an increase for this board. They didn't want an increase for this board. In fact, they made headlines like, let's give them 75%, but they can't earn anything else but 75%. But yet we were dealing with a $78 billion budget. That doesn't make sense. No company and any corporation will allow that. Because then you don't stand up to that particular level of your job. When I looked at what I'm going to get in my pension, it is 200. I don't know where you're at, Modestine, but 198, I beat you. I'm at 258 a month after 20 years. All right? 258 a month after 20 years. 259? 21 years. So, you know, when every year in the last 20 years that I've been here, when the employees came and negotiated their salaries, we all gave them as best as we possibly could because we wanted them to work hard for the people of this community. And we supported them at all times. And I've been one of those that, yeah, I'm one of the guilty ones. I didn't come and try to fight the fight and try to get as much money. You know, in City of Miami, I remember the mayor, Manny Diaz. He was the one that came out strong when he was being torn up and said, you know, raise the salary. This is inhuman. This is not fair. You know, what are we going to be dealing with? We put a lot of hours into this and we work hard. But this is what, unfortunately, we have before us in the past. That doesn't mean that we can't rectify the future. There's a lot of issues here, and it's not easy. Yes, there's a lot of politics, but that's what we do. We're politicians. And I would tell you that it is very hard to sit here and say, we have done this perfect. Because if we would have known one thing that, by the way, I think, Jennifer, could you come up a second? Understand that you said there were some calculations done, and those calculations that the commissioners in the past, you asked some questions as to why certain things weren't moved forward. Could you explain that a second?
Yes, Jennifer Moon, Office of Policy and Budgetary Affairs. There's a, sorry, let me just pull up my information.
Guys, if you can, please. Yeah.
In 2001, when the executive benefits were first provided, the elected officials weren't included. And as part of the E1 executive program, there was a $1,500 contribution to the 401A benefit package. 401A is like a 401k, but for government employees. And in 2001, there was a change to add $10,000 to that for the elected officials. It wasn't based on the formula. There's a formula that is applied when to figure out what the contribution is to a 401A account. There was just a simple adjustment to 10,000, and then it was capped at that number. So one of the things that occurred when the calculation was done to adjust the other elements of the executive benefits package was to also recognize that that formula should apply to every element and not just be at that flat amount.
Thank you. And all of a sudden, maybe it took a different wisdom. Maybe it took a different look of different commissioners and coming and saying, this is not right. And I'm very appreciative of that. This does not help me based on what I read that this could do. It doesn't help me because I'm moving on and working and doing some other things. Whatever my colleagues decide, that's fine. But I do say this, that we have to help the people that are moving on and continuing to work for this county to be able to pay their bills, to be able to put the time that is put here. The other day, for a couple of weeks, I checked my time out, the time I spent here. I was averaging 14-hour days for several weeks. My staff could provide that very easy. Okay, and I'm sure I'm speaking to the choir with many of you. So that is part of what we do. But we came in knowing that this is what we had, as stated by all. So I am supportive and try to help everybody I can, countywide and also district-wise. One of the things I at the right time, which I think is pretty much now, we're going to read some of the amendments or some of the things that we want to put on. I have a city. I asked my cities for things that they needed. One of my cities, City of Sweetwater, asked for support for communications and devices. And moving forward, the mayor personally asked. I told him I'll bring it up and I'll be supportive of it and to be able to help them with this. I know Commissioner Monastine has a situation with some pools, and I know some other colleagues might want to add some other things, and this will probably be the time to do so. So I want to say very clearly that this is not an easy job. It wasn't an easy job when I was out in the middle of the hurricanes and floodings and situations where my family was home with water coming in their house. While I was helping people and carrying them out of houses, and Commissioner Sosa on another side in West Miami, okay, put him over my shoulder and carrying families out of houses with 2 and 3 feet of water in them. We do work hard. We do the right thing. But the problem is that unfortunately, we haven't had the situation of having maybe a Manny Diaz step up in a particular situation and work it hard. Maybe that's the case. So I can't sit here and try to justify anything because I was part of the issues of not being able to bring this to a level of bringing the commissioners earlier to where they should be. If you look at it, $6,000, some of our people that represent every department make quite a bit of money and they work hard for it. God bless them. So does every employee in Dade County. But just think what that buys you, those 259, 258, and 100 and something on the other side. So it is very difficult, but at the same time, I want to see when this is brought up and the way it's going to be explained, and that will be my support on that. So with that, yes.
At the proper time, when the attorneys guide me, please remember that I have two pending things. To vote at the end on the thing for Puerto Rico, and the other one is to bifurcate the ambassador program from the different items and the salary.
I also, Commissioner Soto, I apologize. You came to me for the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, my name came here in the discussion, and I was trying to listen to everyone, but now that this thing is out in the open, I just want to make a few remarks. What I said the other night in the first meeting, it's what I really think about this global issue, and I stay with that opinion. Now, regarding this thing of the salaries and the other stuff and the commissioners, let me say one thing clearly. I came here when I came here in 1993, and I went against an incumbent. And there was a moment when I had like 6 or 7 different people, contenders, and I defeated all of them. I've been here elected and reelected all the time, so I think that proves something, that people are happy with me, you know? So I've been able to survive because my wife works and she makes good money, and because I also made some monies in my private life before, because I didn't, politics is on my career. I've been here dedicated to serve the people, but I went to UM. I'm a UM grad from the School of Business, and I had all the jobs before. I'm also a realtor. So I made all the life. I don't work as a realtor anymore or do anything, or my wife, but she works for University of Miami. So to make everything very clear here. It's amazing to me, it amazes me that in this great county of ours, that we are so proud of being here and helping this county to move forward, and my community has been moving forward like a rocket. And here we have the property appraiser who lives there. He's one of my constituents, right, Pedro? Pedro knows about that. So, you know, I have witnesses right here in front of us. And he's a very qualified witness. Don't blush, Pedro, you're a handsome guy. The fact of the matter is that this issue of the salaries, this is the first time, by the way, that we come in a real open, and I'm glad that Commissioner Hardeman came with this thing, because this prompted me to go into all of this. And I think he's right in many things. We are this county of ours is the only big county in Florida that doesn't recognize the work of the commissioners. We have, for instance, Broward County, $106,000. Palm Beach County, $106,000. Hillsborough County, $106,000. Orange County on $6,000. Pinellas on $5,000. Another one here, 105. So all the big counties in Florida, these people make these salaries. So we are sort of like, the commissioners have been discriminated upon, right? In a way. I know that we have a charter and so on and so forth. By the way, our county produces over 30% of the revenues of this state. We have a state senator here. We have so we know the state, some of us, real well. And we all know that Miami-Dade County is the locomotive that pulls all the cars in this train called Florida. Right, Garcia? Right? Are we not? Right? We McGee here too, right? We pull, and I serve in all the big committees in the House and the Senate about money, so I can tell you that. So there's something very wrong with this. Because what it boils down to is that when we don't pay, you get what you pay for in life. And now we're faced with a problem that for places like this, where we deal with contracts that amount to millions and millions of dollars sometimes, and these commissioners, these hungry new commissioners, whatever, it's a big temptation, because they could be manipulated by some very powerful people, and in many ways. So why not pay the commissioners good money? You think that commissioners are Mother Teresa or something like that, When this thing that I was leaving started, I started looking for really top-notch people, and I think that we're getting a good one in my case. But it's almost impossible to get really high quality people for these positions. Let me be very honest with you and very clear with you, because the money, as Commissioner Hartman was saying, is not there, and I can do it but we're not rich. We're middle class people, and not that I never tried to be a rich guy. I just wanted to move my family, and we have done pretty well. My wife and I working very hard, and thanks God we put all the kids through. They're all college grads and professionals, and my family has. We have a lawyer here, two in law school, and we of the granddaughters and so on and so forth, and we're moving on, and life continues, and we're clear. Never been accused of anything. I mean, I'm clean. So, right? Okay. All right. So let me put this very, now that we are really having an open talk here with everybody. It is what it is. It is what it is, as you like to say, and I agree with that. There's something very, very, very strange with all of this. And yeah, we have a charter, but we have a charter that it's something that is very weak in reality, because our charter that I have defended so much, like when I defended the Jackson issue, by the way, the Jackson is there, and you know that because of me, because when I told Bob Ginsburg what was going on in Tallahassee regarding Jackson, Bob Ginsburg said, let's have a resolution, and I backed the resolution. We lost part of Jackson in those days, by the way. You know that? And it's been like a secret here. But it's not a secret. Tallahassee took over Jackson, but there was a moment when Tallahassee was in the hands of and Jackson was in the hands of Tallahassee for about 3 or 4 months. And I was the guy who did it with Ginsburg. So, some of our colleagues failed us there in those days, by the way. Don't make me talk, because then you have to get some special tape recorders, and I'll be talking the whole night. They'll probably burn out. So the problem is that there's some very, very, very unfair to the commissioners, to everybody, and it's unreal, because why are we the guys who are punished, the commissioners. I'm living. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the whole system. And that, of course, makes us also very weak in the eyes of Tallahassee, because, yeah, we have a charter, but, you know, the charter, it could be changed tomorrow. I mean, if it goes to statewide vote, you think that the people in Pinellas or the people in Palm Beach or the people in Orange County, they care about us? Of course not. When they say, hey, these guys want to be different, we're the only county in Florida with a charter. So our route could be changed tonight, right, Commissioner McGee, if they want, right? So yes. So the thing that we beat, you know, oh, MDX couldn't be touched because the charter, my friends, the charter could be changed overnight if these guys in Tallahassee want. Okay, overnight they can be changed, and the whole thing in Miami-Dade County will change. Okay, so is that easy? Because if they put this thing of the charter on a statewide vote, the charter won't survive. I guarantee you that. So that's where we are, and there's something very, very unusual, very strange, and of course that places our commissioners in a very weak position. Also, those with weak knees, because the day that somebody wants to buy some of them, or and I've seen 10 commissioners going out of here. I've seen 10 commissioners get out of here in my time and removed from their positions. 10 commissioners, not one, 10. Black, white, Cubans, Americans, Jewish, all kinds of people. 10 commissioners in my lifetime here. So, you know, there's people who go for other reasons. I don't go for that, because I was raised in a different way, but some people go for that, and there you have it. There's Kathy Fernandez Rondo that you mentioned her. She has removed between her and others 10 commissioners since 1993 that I've been here. So, you know, there's something wrong with the whole thing. There's something very wrong, and maybe tonight is the night, as you said. Maybe we need to be open and honest. Honesty, right? Let's be honest about this whole thing, right? So it is what it is, as you like to say, Commissioner Diaz. It is what it is, and here we are, and let's look it in the eye, right? Let's be brave about it. Let's just call spade spade. Let's just do it, and let's just be honest, right? Okay. This is what I think it is. And again, I have nothing to. I have never debated this, but you guys wanted to debate this. When I get into a debate, we'll go the whole thing. You know, I mean, you know, somebody's going to bleed. You know, in this game, as they say. But you know, we're here, and here it is. Here it is. So you know, okay, all right. Go for it.
All right. Senator, you should have dropped the mic, Senator. just let it drop. All right. Come on, McGee. That was good. Yeah, that was good. All right. So with that, Madam Attorney, I know I have a motion to read, to put on there, and I know Commissioner Monestein has a motion, and I know that the Vice Chairman has got motions. So how do you want to start this?
Mr. Chair, I think we need to go in order, and starting with item A. Most of the motions are starting with item C, except Senator Garcia does have a motion to amend on item A. So if you'd like, we'll go in order, and I can let you know the motions that I'm aware of when the items come up.
Correct. And I also know that our budget director has to have some time to calculate and base and toward the end, I guess.
Yes, sir. He may ask for that we take a short break just to make sure the budget is in balance, depending on the motions that are made.
Correct. So with that, let's start out. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the first item is item A, which is the ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for the countywide general fund operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023. The budget director has a statement, and I believe Senator Garcia has a proposed amendment.
The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.6202 mils, which is 10.15% above the state-defined rollback rate of 4.1944. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support services included in the proposed budget.
And then, Mr. Chair, I believe Senator Garcia has a motion regarding the countywide operating millage.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, Mr. Chairman and members, this is the amendment that I'm offering to find the extra 2 mils to make sure that we can give our taxpayers and property owners a 3% reduction, which really would be meaningful tax relief for our property for our property owners. Inclusive, one of the things that we did, we looked at a way to make sure that we did not affect the mayor's budget. We were looking for $40 million. Those $40 million, we went into the, currently right now, there's $40 million that are going from the ARPA general revenue going right into to solid waste for a loan, as opposed to using that. I think it's important that we stay within the solid waste department and make sure that solid waste uses their own money, which can be paid back during time. That means that we free up those $40 million that we can really find that extra 2%, that 2% will equal a 3% reduction to our property tax rate to property owners. That's what the amendment that we have before us does. And I would like to try to, I think the administration is going to push back on the issue of the $40 million. I think we heard some of the remarks made by Commissioner Higgins on it, but the reality is that this is a great way to find meaningful tax relief for the taxpayers, giving them at 3% without affecting any of the proposals and any of the budgets that we had before us. And I think we can, if you guys, I think Jennifer Moon was helpful in trying to identify some of these dollars. So I want to appreciate Jennifer Moon. And if when they push back on us, I think we will have some questions on it. So that is the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, you're raising your hand?
Well, I don't know if you want a second before we talk, but I
Second.
saw it like this, but I have a second by Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you.
Hey,
Hold
listen,
on,
I'm
Madam
going to
Mayor.
push
Hold
for the
on,
3,
hold
and then I'm going to push for the 2.
Hold on. Come on, guys.
Uh,
Let's get through this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We first need to ask David to make a statement, and then I have a very brief statement.
Okay, go ahead.
The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.5269 mils, which is 7.93% above the state-defined rollback rate of 4.1944. The proposed millage rate does not generate enough revenues to support services included in the proposed budget. An adjustment of 33.494 million will be required to balance the budget. These adjustments to the budget will be read into the record when item C is considered.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I want to address first, just briefly, the solid waste issue. And I just want to clarify to the maker, Commissioner Garcia, that it's important to clarify that we'd be using one-time federal American Rescue Plan dollars to address the solid waste collection fund shortfalls as proposed in the budget. And this would significantly impact our garbage pickup services all across Miami-Dade, along with resources we've planned to commit to prevent and enforce illegal dumping countywide, which many have requested. I also just want to say, as far as a steeper millage is concerned, we're very concerned. We believe that to be fiscally responsible, we have to tell the truth. And the truth is that a steeper cut now could significantly impact our fiscal stability in future years. So it will force us to make cuts in critical services that people depend on in the future or raise taxes as soon as 2024. And as was noted in the August 23rd memo from the Office of Policy and Budgetary Affairs, we can't discount the risk.
Hold on, Madam Mayor, 1 second. I suggest we keep it quiet around, please. Was that the air coming out or was that?
It was Freddie.
All right. Go ahead, Madam Mayor. Apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. So in the August 23rd memo from the OPBA, it was mentioned that we can't discount the risk that we would be facing of an economic downturn, and a deeper millage cut combined with the downturn could also have a devastating impact and force the board to make difficult choices, as I've said. And it would primarily a steeper millage cut would primarily go to benefit investors and speculators who've been driving up our housing costs and the rent for residents. So we have relied, as been mentioned, on significant federal relief dollars to keep the budget whole, sustain our vital services, and they will be fully spent within the next 2 years. And so our residents deserve to understand that anything we do to make a steeper cut, in our opinion, is not sound fiscal policy. And the proposed budget addresses current needs, but it also looks to the future. So, of course, this is why we've proposed the 1% that provides relief right now, but also ensures that we can continue to balance the budget and provide critical services in the year ahead. So it's a tax cut. It's investing in some critical needs right now, housing and transit, and ensures a balanced budget into the future. So that's as to the steeper millage, but also just to reiterate about solid waste, that we are very concerned about this short-term measure that we think will really jeopardize in the future our ability to provide adequate solid waste services.
Thank you, Mayor. Now you had something else to add to A? Okay. Who had also for A? All right. Did you have anything in writing, Madam Attorney? Or just Commissioner Garcia's?
No, Commissioner Garcia already made his motion to amend, and the statements have been made.
Okay. Commissioner Sosa?
Mr. Chair, at the last meeting, we voted on this. And even part of Commissioner Garcia's proposal is telling us that part of this is reallocating federal American Rescue Plan. This is my last budget. If I were to become political, I will say, oh yeah, let's go to 3, let's go to 4, let's go to 5. That sounds wonderful out there. But I have a responsibility even living with the ones who stay and with the public itself. If something like that happens today, I'm going to ask the mayor to go line item per line item in the budget to tell me what will be affected. Is any item in the police department going to be affected?
No,
Is any, I'm not asking you, sir. Is any item in the fire department going to be affected? How are they going to fill in the hole next year when we don't get rescue funding? Then that means that the public this year is going to get a lower percentage in their millage rate. But then next year, because the county is not going to receive what we have received because of the COVID situation, then the hole is going to be bigger and we're going to have less reserve to be able to help so they don't have to increase taxes tremendously next year. I am thinking about the public. I'm not thinking about us. I'm thinking about keeping stable budget. Our employees have worked very hard throughout the years. Are they going to be affected? Our attorneys have worked very hard throughout the years. Are they going to be affected? But mostly the public. And we need to think that if we go so high in lowering, next year, those of you who sit in this table, you will have to vote to increase taxes because you will not have the federal funding to balance. For me, it will be wonderful to say, okay, you're leaving, and to say, I don't care. But I have sat in this table for 21 years, and my respect has been to the taxpayers and residents of Miami-Dade County, and to all of you, the ones who were here before and the ones who are here now. I don't want to leave a worse tomorrow for you. I want to lower the percentage that is established with all the fair things that have been done to all the departments, especially the ones that protect our community and the ones that give direct service to the residents of this county. Look at the taxes in the cities. When you're talking about what is the millage rate for AMSA this year with the 1%, 1 point, what? If you can answer that. 1.6, 1.7?
The millage rate,
0.8.
one moment, 1.9090.
Okay, go to the cities. 5, 6%, 7%, 8%. We are deciding for the residents of AMSA, not for the residents of Coral Gables, Hialeah, Miami, West Miami. No, we are deciding for those who are in AMSA. We have projects, for example, in my district in Chenley Park, for the sewers that we were able to get some funding from the state to finalize. Are we going to affect those programs with infrastructure? Are we going to affect what the people have been coming here since the first meeting that we have, asking for help for the families that lost their jobs or they have increased their rent and they cannot pay? Are we going to affect the budget if we do that? I don't know. I'm just thinking about you in the future, and I'm not thinking only about you. I'm thinking about the taxpayers of Miami-Dade County. Are we going to lower the amount on the property appraisal? No, because it's separate. In the ones that are independent, in the waste collection. So I'm just telling you, we need to be very conservative and very careful, because I know that this year with the 1% is going to be a lower percent. But next year, if we go to the extremes, I am afraid that they will have to pay a lot more taxes to fill in the holes that are left with the lack of federal funding and state funding. It's up to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I understand Commissioner Sosa's point. And like I said, when we first established the millage in July, and I made the motion to take it to 2, I truly do believe that, given our economic outlook, the right thing to do is to give the money back to taxpayers. And I am being consistent in that belief. Now, that wasn't the will of the board in July. That wasn't the will of the board at our first budget meeting, and I'm sure it won't be the will of the board in this meeting. But I think for those of us that believe that taxpayers want this money back, and I understand that no one is here clamoring, for that, and I get it, and I saw the meetings where people did that, but I talk to people every day. They show up at the radio station. They show up at the TV station. I have nowhere to hide, and people cannot pay these taxes. And it's not just the taxes. The issue is property insurance. The issue is inflation. It's compounding. This board has taken action to see if we can do something about property insurance. We can't do anything about property insurance. It's a state issue. You know, if we're going to get all political, that's political. You know, this board has talked about inflation. We can't fix inflation. You know, yeah, we're getting this federal money. And by the way, this federal money in part is why we have inflation, folks. So let's get real on how that all worked out and the economics behind that. So what can we do? We can talk about a lot of things, but the one thing that we can do is lower the millage. So I maintain that, you know, we should lower the millage. And I represent a district that is in some areas affluent, but not my entire district is affluent. That's the reality of it. And there's a lot of people who are going to lose their homes because of the compound effect. You know, we talk about, you know, it's interesting at these meetings, we talk about how little we're giving back and how it's not a big deal. But then we talk about how 1% is a big deal. And then we talk about what a gaping hole, a 2% or a 3%, you know, would cause. You know, in Spanish, we have a saying that says, o te peinas o te hace papelillo, you know, decide. It's either a lot of money or it's a little money. It can't be both. It can't be so significant that it makes a difference, but then so insignificant that we shouldn't do it. So I'm happy to support, you know, Senator Garcia on his 3%. I don't think that we'll have the votes. I don't think solid waste is the best thing. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you know, we were talking earlier about how the mayor makes, you know, the big bucks around here. It's her role to find the money. So if we cut the millage or if we change anything around, I mean, literally it's her job, right? And David's to figure it out and to find it. And I think it's kind of ridiculous that we're saying that in a budget with, you know, billions of dollars, you know, we're gonna grapple about a few million here or there. You know, I mean, I could find a few million here or there in 10 minutes. I mean, probably Jennifer has a whole list. She has written memos after memos of different places where we can find this money. So, you know, it's very easy to kind of abdicate, you know, to the administration and say, well, you know, it's not the best, but it's better. Yeah, the budget's gotten better. But ideologically, I still believe that the right thing to do is to give the money back. And, you know, we can talk about who has homestead and who doesn't, but, you know, be clear, whether it's commercial properties that have tenants or commercial properties that run businesses, that 9% that people are going to pay more this year, because we talk about homestead and we talk about how it's not that big of a deal because they're only going to go up 2%. But that 9%, that's going to be passed on. That's going to be passed on to tenants. That's going to be passed on to consumers. And that's going to continue to compound. And that really is what is at the heart of this. Yes, there's a lot of money. Yes, there's been a lot of allocations. Yes, it is a better budget than it was when it was first presented. But it could still be better. And I think that with very little effort, we could give the money back. So I'm happy to support the 3%. I also move for the 2% should the 3% fail. Yes, seriously. And like I told you all at the beginning, you know, I did do the math here on the countywide senior exemption. It's very little money. And for very little money, we could make a huge impact on the folks that we should really be concerned about their ability to stay here because they can't downsize. They have got nowhere to go. And everything is getting more expensive. So if we're going to talk about inflation, I think we should deal with them. $100 from 2009 is not $100 in 2022. So I think we should, at a minimum, take that to 200.
Thank you. Next, Commissioner Monestein.
Mr. Chair, I'm concerned.
Okay, hold on.
Mr. Chair, I'm kind of concerned that the county attorney didn't advise the maker of the motion that the motion is not in order.
Hold on 1 second. Guys, I can't hear him when he first started.
Yeah.
Let's start again.
I'm saying that I think the county attorney's office should have advised the maker of the motion that the motion is not in order. I mean, I know what you're going to say, Jerry. I know you're going to say that's the prerogative of the chair. I've been around, but the thing is, this is a second budget hearing. I've never heard such a thing of changing the millage at the second budget hearing in 12 years that I've been here. Isn't this the first?
No?
I don't know if this is the first, but you can lower the millage rate at the second budget hearing. You cannot increase it. And so this would be a motion to amend item A that's before you to reduce the millage rate. And that is proper at a second budget hearing.
Perfectly legal. The motion is perfectly legal.
You know, I'm not allowed to disagree with my county attorney's office, but
You could disagree with me, but not with her.
I
You lose.
disagree that the motion is in order. I think you should have given me this one, leaving with my last budget. But again, I don't think the motion is in order, Mr. Chair, because the senator is basically asking to rewrite the entire budget. I don't think we have the luxury of time to do so.
I hear you, Commissioner Monestein. Commissioner Hayman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was thinking it was a great budget. So if we're going to make an adjustment in the millage, Madam Mayor or somebody over there who crunched the numbers to what it means, what's going to happen with a 2% additional reduction? We heard that it will go into the pockets of the residents, constituents. What is it going to do for the issues that we have championed and the extra items on the first change order and the wish list for the second change order? What's the consequence of this 2% additional?
Commissioner Hayman, she made a statement that clarified exactly that earlier.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm really interested. I put 2 items in for this budget specific to a concern I had countywide on public safety. And I didn't ask for personal things or whatever, but I guess I want to know what the consequences will be. So she made a statement, okay, but that was before it was specific, I believe, to Commissioner Garcia and about protecting solid waste or borrowing against the loan. But if it came to it, are there going to be reductions in some of the or eliminations of some of the things we have all championed for or passed it?
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor. But Madam Mayor, you're going to do the whole description again?
Just point of order before we go. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Point of order. Go
I
ahead.
know that in the prior budget hearing, the attorney said that straw votes were appropriate at times. Before we deep dive into how we would have to change this, let's actually figure out where please call a question on this.
All right. Well, you know, something in due respect, I've been sitting here, then I guess I'll ask a generic question. Will you pare down? Will you look at eliminating some of the things that we have put in there that people have said, hey, we liked or we voted for or they encouraged us? Are you going to cut anything back if we add an additional 2%? I guess that's my question. And then you don't have to be specific. How's that?
Madam Mayor, that's a simple question.
Well, the answer is, of course, if we have less money, we have to cut things from the budget. And much of it will be, of course, in the change memos and also other programs that we've added and that have been supported by this commission.
Thank you. Now you can call your straw.
No, wait, Mr. Chairman, if I may close, because some of the comments that have been made here are not being intellectually honest with the public. Because if you have a 2%, a 3%, or 4%, and you don't identify where the money's coming from, then I would say that that statement is accurate. But when you have an amendment before you that identifies where the money's coming from, that there will be a reduction in that the solid waste will borrow money against itself with a $237 million pot of money that they're sitting on, as opposed to using $40 million of ARPA monies that are being transferred from the general revenue into solid waste, then someone is not being intellectually honest with the public. When we hear comments that police or fire are going to be affected, that is not being intellectually honest with the public. When we know that our budgets are done on an annual basis, That is not being intellectually honest with the public. Now, when we look at our budgetary process, and the monies that we have identified right now, it does not affect anyone's budget item in this amendment. Not one single person, not one single organization, not one single dime of the homes project does it get affected. And yet we hear here now that they will be affected. That, my friends, my fellow commissioners, that is intellectually dishonest and unfair to put that out there to the public.
And excuse me, if I could just clarify, Senator, I'm sorry. I appreciate.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I apologize that, of course, you identified a particular source. I, of course, expressed my concerns about that source. If that source was used, I understand your point exactly. I would like to ask David if he could just make a clarifying comment.
Director?
To the motion, I would ask to take a break when we come to item C and come back and explain exactly what the impact is and the details as required. So in other words, if this motion passes, I have to come back and explain to you regarding the solid waste collections and disposal fund, what the impact would be. So that's exactly what the motion is, based as
But
the commission.
doesn't this affect item A, that then it'll affect automatically item C? If item A passes now and you're going to wait till item C,
Okay, then.
he
if you'd like
understood
the-
exactly, I think, what I said.
If you'd like the details now, then I'm requesting a break to do so.
Listen, and one last thing, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I'll stop arguing this point. The assumptions are being made, residents of Miami-Dade County, that the property rates are going to drop. The assumptions are being made that we have to forecast and be careful just in case property values drop and we don't have any more collection of dollars. In all the 5-year forecasting that we have seen, we have not seen anything to that effect. As a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. It is quite the opposite. So to sit here and assume that I want to be responsible and I don't want to politicize this issue, thinking that what happens at tomorrow if property rates drop? Nowhere. Give me a forecast. Give me one forecast that we have seen, a 5-year forecast that's going to happen. So this amendment is very clean and very clear. Very clear. Based on the assumptions on the 5-year forecasts, we can absorb a 3%. And yes, Commissioner Regalado, I do believe that his money's better spent in people's pocket than it is in government. I do believe that this is where we have an ideological divide. That's what I really do believe. And we do that, Commissioner Regalado, protecting the mayor's budget, protecting everyone's item that's in this budget. So Commissioner Heyman, no, nothing will happen to your items. Nothing will happen to the items that every single one of you have fought for in this budget. So that, my friends, is the amendment.
Thank you. Let me ask a question from the attorneys. Last time that this came out in the last meeting and that we would change to try, no, I think it was the opposite way. We would have to send the trim notices out again. Am I correct?
Yes.
And that was particularly just for fire and police when we're doing it last time,
The question that was posed last time was not to reduce the millage rate,
but
was
to bring it up.
actually increase it at the first budget hearing. So that was the difference.
No, I just want to clarify what I heard. So, all right. With that, we have a motion by Senator Garcia, second by Commissioner Regalado. And in order to clarify what was the percentile that you wanted to bring down? I heard 3 and I heard 2, so I want to know.
He's doing 3. I'm doing 2 after this round.
No, but mine is an additional 2, which will be
You mean 4?
mine will be a total of 3.
So you're doing 3 at this moment to reduce 3. All right, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Cohen Higgins.
Point of order. I thought that Mr. Codfelter said that he needed a break in order to.
No, if he had to clarify everything out again.
I had my hand up too, so I mean, just
If it passes.
if it passes, no.
No.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Heyman. Commissioner Higgins.
No.
Commissioner McGee.
No.
Commissioner Monestein. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa. Commissioner Soto. Vice Chairman Gilbert.
I said no earlier.
You're
Chairman
getting ahead of
Diaz.
yourself again.
No.
But I told you about that.
Chairman Diaz.
No.
Motion fails 3-9, I'm sorry.
Now you have a second motion?
Yes. To lower it.
Point of order.
Wait.
We've done this a couple of times now. What were the 3? Just
So his was 2%, and I'm saying an extra
Wait, we
one.
need to
no.
clarify the
Hold
vote.
on, guys.
there were
Please.
2 votes.
Guys, through
Point
the
of
chair.
order.
Through the chair.
Point of
Let's get it
order.
together. Go ahead.
To clarify the vote, the motion failed 2-10.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
On the 2%. I'm saying to, right, my other motion, right, so I'm making a motion to lower the millage by another 1%. Oye, Senator Garcia, sit down. I made a
Oh,
motion.
you responded fast to that, Senator.
Second. Hey, listen, that's the story of my
Wow.
life. Story of my life.
¿Qué pasa?
Now that was a commanding voice.
Look who's back. Look at this woman back here. Look at all these women around me, so I got it.
All right, with that,
I call the question.
I have a motion and I have a second.
No, there wasn't a second, was there?
On her motion? Yes.
You didn't say it out loud.
He says, okay, I have a motion. Let's get going, guys.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Regalado, second by Commissioner Garcia to reduce it by 2%.
Mr. Chair, now that you have a second, the budget director needs to put a statement into
You're
the
correct,
record.
Madam Attorney. I apologize for moving a little faster. Mr. Budget Director, put something on the record.
I know. It only happens once a year. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
The proposed countywide operating millage is 4.5736 mils, which is 9.04% above the state-defined rollback rate of 4.1944. The proposed millage does not generate enough revenues to support services in the proposed budget. An adjustment of 16.729 million will be required to balance the budget. The adjustments to the budget will be read into the record when item C is considered.
Thank you. Now can I take my vote, Madam Attorney?
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Heyman. Commissioner Higgins.
No.
Commissioner McGee.
No.
Commissioner Monestein. No. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa.
No.
Commissioner Soto. Commissioner Cohen Higgins.
No.
Vice Chairman Gilbert.
No. I said it first.
Chairman Diaz.
No.
Motion fails 3-9.
Mr. Chairman,
2-10.
Okay, point of order. It's still just 2-8. I mean, I don't understand. 2-10. Why we keep coming with 3-9?
Madam Clerk.
Because Renee and I are so convincing.
Okay, that's it.
I promise you that's not it.
Oh, you convinced Renee to sit down. I know that.
No,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
It's
Mr.
because
Chairman,
Commissioner
I believe-
Hardiman is
I
saying
believe-
against and not
Because I say for and I say against.
against
So I'm either for the motion
or against.
or I'm against the motion. So I think that's the confusion.
It
You know, I
is.
speak with an accent. I'm from Cordova, Georgia, so I apologize.
You're from Liberty City. What are you talking about? Your family's from Cordell, Georgia. You've been there twice in your entire life. What are you talking about? You're not from Cordell, Georgia. No, you're from Liberty City. No, sorry. Please get the count right.
It's a Miami accent. It's a Miami thing.
You can hear everything in this place if you wait around long enough. All right.
Mr. Chair, I move item A.
I have a motion by Commissioner
Second that.
Higgins on moving item A. Madam Attorney,
And Mr. Chair, again, the budget director has a statement.
absolutely. Do I have a second first, or you want me to?
I apologize. I thought I heard a second.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Vice Chairman, second the motion. Go ahead,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Director.
to my request for, if not amend, bifurcate on item A.
Do you, hold on, before bifurcation, do we have to hear what the director says first?
Yes, I think the bifurcation is on item C.
It's, hold on a second. I thought it was, hold on.
Check your list twice.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, the proposed countywide operating millage is 4.6202 mils, which is 10.15% above the state-defined rollback rate of 4.1944. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support services included in the proposed budget.
Against, okay.
Okay.
The thing is that,
Commissioner Hayman, you're good? Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hardiman,
Do not do the accent again.
Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia,
No.
Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes 11-1.
Next item.
Move
Next.
item B.
The next item is item B, ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for countywide bonded debt service for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023, and the budget director has a statement.
The proposed countywide debt service millage rate is 0.4853 mils, 0.3599 mils for countywide debt service, including the Building Better Communities Bond Program, and 0.1254 mils for the Public Health Trust Jackson Miracle Building Bond Program.
Okay. So with that, I have a motion by Commissioner Sosa. Do I have a second by Commissioner Hayman? Okay. The other way around. Motion by Commissioner Hayman, second by Commissioner Sosa. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman, Vice Chairman Gilbert,
C.
Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Madam Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next item is the ordinance approving, adopting the countywide general fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023. This item needs to be amended by the second changes memo, which was further amended as stated on the record by the budget director at the beginning of the meeting, as well as additional amendments that I can advise as of later. In addition, both Commissioners Hayman and Sosa have requested to bifurcate Section 9 of the ordinance, which is the County Ambassador Program, at the appropriate time. I don't know if you want to do that first or the amendments.
Let's do the amendments first.
Okay. I have the following amendments. I think the Vice Chair has a couple of amendments. You want us to read them, or which ones?
Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I would read the amendment that deletes the county ambassador program and changes or adds a post-service supplement program to correct the administrative wrong that was created when we capped the contributions to the 401A.
Okay,
It's someone, I think that they passed it out. If not, we passed it out to the commissioners.
Had to read it and explain it.
I think it's there.
I'm happy to read it.
You can read it and then I'll explain it.
Go ahead, please, Madam Attorney.
Okay, I can read this and then it would be to amend, this would actually be amending item C, E, and H, but right now we're on item C. And it says the post-service supplement program is hereby created for the purpose of providing former elected county commissioners with opportunities for compensation of up to $25,000 per fiscal year, adjusted beginning in fiscal year 2023-24 by a consumer price index determined by the mayor or designee to be the most appropriate for services to be rendered or for other such public purposes as may be permitted by law. Persons eligible to participate in the program shall be any person who meets all the following criteria: as a former county commissioner, completed at least one full 4-year term prior to December 31, 2020, left office in good standing as determined by the mayor or designee, and has income of 120% or less of area median income, adjusted for family size. The maximum number of years a person may be eligible to participate in the program shall be equal to the lesser of the number they served as a county commissioner, or 8 years. The mayor or designee is hereby directed, authorized, and delegated the authority to design and administer the program in accordance with applicable law, negotiate, approve, and execute any required agreements with program participants, subject to annual appropriations, following approval by the county attorney for form and legal sufficiency, and enforce all provisions contained therein. Mr. Vice Chair, I think you said you want to explain, and if you could let us know if you have a second amendment. I think I had another one for you.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Put simply, this actually just corrects what was done wrong in the past. It doesn't move forward at all. What it does is it gives former county commissioners or people who were transitioning off the board, people who served a full term prior to 2020, the ability to get $25,000. This is in compensation for the idea that we actually stopped or artificially suppressed the retirement formula for them. That's all this does. It does nothing more. This is just righting a past wrong. And so it does not affect anybody who is in what I call my class, the class going forward, the people who are going to be here next year. It does nothing for them.
Somebody called you guys the interrupters.
We're the interrupters. I'm going to call Commissioner Hardeman the person who speaks while I speak. But it is, and so it does that. It also measures it. It calculates it via AMI. And what that essentially means is that if you don't actually qualify for 120% of AMI, you don't qualify for this benefit, which means if you make less than whatever 120% of AMI is at the time, you don't qualify. You have to submit an application. It goes through human resources. It's not discretionary. We're not asking you to sign anything or do anything. It creates the program. It just rights a wrong. That's all it does. And so I would appreciate this item moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. On the amendment, Commissioner Hayman?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. If I may also, I forgot to read one part. This shall be funded from the support staff services allocation in the board's operating budget.
Okay, I have a motion by the Vice Chairman. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Second by Commissioner Hardeman. Okay, I have Commissioner Hayman followed by Commissioner Sosa.
Is this recurring at $25,000 a year? How many people does it affect if you're dealing with people who served prior to 2020? Do we have an understanding of what this is and what the economic consequence of this total out is?
Thank you, through the chairman.
Go ahead.
What it actually does is because it caps it at 120% of AMI, it naturally limits it, but also it actually limits it to 8 years of post-service. So you can get, if you've served 16 years or 20 years, that's fine. You could only receive this benefit for 8 years if you actually qualified. So in a lot of ways, this is actually means testing the actual benefit.
Well, okay. And do we know how many people that affects? and for services to be rendered at whose behest? You know, the people spoke in putting people in office, and they actually spoke on term limits also. But the thing is what does this do to the people who are sitting in the office in the same district? To, you know, at whose behest? Could it be for anybody asking them to come in and do anything? I haven't seen it before where you have people who continue to assume responsibilities. You know, it's one thing to volunteer. I think we've all been in that position. I don't know. I can't support it.
Thank you, through the chairman.
Go ahead.
And you're not seeing it now because this isn't actually bringing anybody doing it. This, prior to 2020, this rights that wrong. This does not address anybody going forward. This just addresses the people in the past. And that's because these are things that we actually, benefits we put in place for everyone else in the county, except the county commissioners.
Okay, Commissioner Sosa.
Mr. Chair, I see a change in name from the Ambassador Program to the Post-Service Settlement Supplement Program. What to the administration, to the number expert? If we're talking 25,000, is that per person a year?
I'm gonna answer.
Do you want to answer the question?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Let's say that there are 7 commissioners out there who were seated in this table before, and some who are leaving in November. Then it's 7 times 25,000. I want the budget person to answer that.
Mr. Budget Director, could you answer the question for the Commissioner?
Commissioner, this is the first time I've seen this.
Wait, I can't hear you.
Th-
Okay.
Commissioner, this is the first time I've seen this, so I don't have enough data to give you an answer for that question. I can take a break and make an assumption and come back with a number.
Because if we multiply 25,000 times 7 or times 8 or times 10 commissioners, I prefer to use that for what Commissioner Regalado wants, which is to lower the millage. And instead of doing that, we put it for the millage. But I cannot support a program that comes at the last moment, a program that at the beginning, we didn't even know where it came from. And I'm going to be very frank with you, and I said it at the beginning. If this county needs me any day or any city, I will do it with my heart without getting paid. I prefer to pay the officers that go out every day to restore life, the firefighters that go out every day to restore life, the waste collectors that are collecting all the viruses and the bacteria, the people who work in every department. I prefer that to be for them, who work very hard. So I cannot support something that we don't even know. So, Mr. Chair, we can't vote on something that we don't have the specifics of how much it's going to cost.
That's to every individual commissioner. Commissioner, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I respect every commissioner and their right to vote in whatever way they find appropriate. Let me just say, though, that this doesn't take away from any of the officers, or any of the firefighters, or any of the waste collectors, or any of the hazard waste collectors. And while I appreciate those comments, that's not what this does. But that's been the dogmatic kind of rhetoric that this conversation has been dominated by continuously. That is not what this does. If you ran the same formula for county commissioners that you ran for every other employee with regard to retirement contributions, it would come up different. This just rights that wrong. That's all that it does. It doesn't give them extra money. It's not giving any raises. It's not doing any of that.
But how much?
And so I appreciate everything that happens on, in the Miami Herald. Doug's here somewhere, I'm sure, tweeting. I appreciate everything that happens on Spanish language radio. Someone's telling me what they said. I'm just telling you what the facts are. The facts are this doesn't change what we pay police officers. We're still honoring our agreement, our faithfulness to them. It doesn't change what we're paying firefighters. We're still honoring our agreement, our faithfulness to them. Corrections officers, parks workers, public works workers. It changes literally none of that. All it does is correct a wrong. Somebody somewhere at some time artificially suppressed the retirement contributions of former county commissioners. I've asked the questions about who did it. No one can tell me who did it. No one can even, they can just tell me when it was done. The chairman asked me to look into it. I looked into it. When I looked into it, I found that it was unfair. And so I understand that politically it's not popular to say that it's unfair. I get that. I get that they're going to tweet about me. What I'm saying is, at some point, someone ought to speak truth to power, even when they become the power. That this is inappropriate. If there's a formula, run the formula. If you didn't run the formula, fix the amount. That's all. We agreed to work for $6,000. We agreed to what the compensation is. We also agreed that the formula that should be run. It shouldn't be suppressed. We should move forward. We've done more with this amendment. What this amendment does is it means test it, because we understand that we're going back and we're trying to fix something that happened in the past. So first, let me say it's voluntary. If you don't want it, you don't have to accept it. But if you do want it and you actually need it, that's what the AMI, 120% of AMI actually measures out. If you want it and you actually need it, it's available. It's not available forever. It's just available for 8 years, with the limit that we assign for term limits now. This isn't making anybody rich. This isn't giving you like this windfall or you're not winning the lotto. This will not raise you out of poverty. This essentially honors your past service and rights the wrong that was created, and no one can tell me how, where, or who created it. So I appreciate all the concerns. And listen, I hold nothing against anyone. If you vote against it, you vote against it. What I'm telling you are the facts that the chairman asked me to actually go out and find and investigate it and look and recommend. That is what I'm doing. These are the facts. The facts are that the amount that they should be getting or should have gotten, they aren't getting. And we can fix that right now. And it won't hurt anyone if we fix it right now. This is money that's actually coming out of the budgets of commissioners. It's not coming out of PD or fire or public waste or water or housing. It's not coming out of any of those budgets. It's coming out of our budgets.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I don't think you could have made it any clearer than what you have done. So I thank you for at least trying your best. But I see around the room, the people that might benefit around this are basically saying no. So maybe that money could be used for the commissioners that are coming in the future and the commissioners that are here that'll be here longer. And maybe that money could be used to them at this point. So I'll hear from my colleagues and let's take a vote on this. Yeah. Now, do we have to add the other amendments or do we take this one first? Because there's other amendments.
Mr. Chair, it's at the board's discretion. I know that some commissioners wanted to bifurcate this. You can take a vote on each amendment at whatever time. It's however you'd like to proceed.
All right, let's take a vote on this. Let's move forward. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Higgins,
No.
Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
Commissioner Monestein. Yes. Commissioner Regalado.
I appreciate the work that the vice chair did, but I'm going to have to vote no now. But I think that you should bring it back as an item that goes through the committee process.
Commissioner Sosa.
No.
Commissioner Soto. I'm sorry, was that a yes? Commissioner Cohen Higgins,
No.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Hayman, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
No.
Motion fails 5-7.
With that, what's the next item to be put on?
Mr. Vice Chair, did you have another motion? I believe on CBOs? I can hear. Okay.
Any other ones that you have, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir. I believe Senator Garcia had a proposed amendment on the homes program.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one of the amendments for the Homes Amendment is bringing a little more accountability. And I do appreciate the mayor adding an audit process to the homes program. But my process is an audit process that goes a little deeper, which will give the number of applicants, analyze, review, and undertake of eligibility requirements and criteria for each of the program and components thereof. 3, it's a vetting process undertaken for selection and eligibility of applicants. Number 4, the number of awardees, recipients, whether individuals, developers, or landlord, or property owners in total, and by each commission district to make sure that we know where all the awardees are going, ensuring that they're within our commission districts, how much has been provided to each awardee recipient for what purpose, the amount spent per each of the components of the program. Number 7, reporting of all compliance oversight undertaken by staff or third parties. Number 8, the data of evidence, the effectiveness of the various programs. And number 9, for the WIP program, in addition to the above, the number of additional units added to the inventory of housing units. Members, it's strictly just a bit more, brings more accountability and makes sure that we audit the program in a more comprehensive manner. To ensure that these monies are effectively being used and to make sure that we know the distribution of dollars per commission district. That's pretty much what the amendment does.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Yes, so we had an opportunity to speak about this, and I think these are terms that are acceptable to us. So I just want to have a moment, if I could, to just look at it. And, okay.
Mr. Chair?
No.
Hold on. How much time you think you need to look at it? Because if not, I'll move to the next item and
Well,
then,
I mean, like 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
okay.
But,
Madam Attorney, do we have another item?
well, if I could just, Mr. Chair, stipulate another thing. Commissioner Higgins has made a request earlier, and we are comfortable, and I'd like to just stipulate on the record that the program, the S in homes, and it has a name. What is the name of the program? The relief program?
Yes, we have a separate amendment proposed from Commissioner Higgins on the Development Inflation Adjustment Fund, which is contained within the homes program.
But it wouldn't need to be an amendment necessarily. We'll just adopt it as part of our plan and put it on the record if
But what is it?
that's acceptable. But it would allow for those dollars to be used not only to finalize funding for programs that have been funded through the surtax program, but other affordable and workforce housing programs that might need the final dollar.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a point on that. Actually, what I was going to ask Commissioner Garcia was if he was interested in tackling the inflation piece, because Commissioner Higgins brought an item at our last meeting where we busted open the trust fund again, and that money is split up by district. And I think that this is something very similar, and it would make sense if this was also split up by district, as opposed to, because it is unclear as to how we're going to use this inflation money. Is it first come, first serve? Because we have the money that we're allocating from the trust fund that we're all going to use, but it should be split. It's at the exact same use. This is going to be able to be used in other projects that are not county projects, but I think it would be more equitable if it was split in 13 like the other one.
Commissioner Higgins to answer.
So, Mr. Chair, I just raised it as a possible concern that if, as we go through the county funded projects, I mean, you know, the most important thing is actually to get the maximum number of affordable housing units in the ground this year, regardless of what district's in, even if, you know, mine, yours, it makes no difference, because when we go through the lottery system, it doesn't matter where you live in the county, you apply for them. So I do agree with Director Liu's approach to like work through the county projects that are basically able to go to financial close within the next 6 to 9 months, right? And we have other projects that aren't going to go to financial close in that. And so I actually, in this case, don't think we should do it by district. We should just let them get units in the ground. But my motion was going to be a little more flexible, that if over time we're finding that we need other projects that aren't by the county, that we would be able to amend the rules by resolution. So just that was my thought. But
Mr. Chair?
and just to clear, I mean, I'm happy if you all have 5,000 units ready to go and I don't have them ready to go, I am happy to get those units in the ground, because the residents of District 5 benefit from that just as much as the residents of any other district.
But if I may, Mr. Chairman, I think my amendment is really putting some data points on the auditory process, not necessarily pushing any of the homes dollars into one district or another, just to make sure where the district dollars are. Where the
I'll
dollars are going.
second your amendment.
That's what second. Okay.
Go ahead. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
This is reporting data, guys.
No, I understand. Yeah, I'm speaking. I mean, I'm happy to listen to you. I'm good.
Great job,
yeah.
Ernestine.
Yeah, but I know he got her to shut up. You turn off my mic. I was like, wow. Okay, John.
That was intentional. I know that.
It's not even 11 yet. I mean, normally you guys turn off my mic like at 12. You're like, no mas, regalado, no mas. No, yeah, it's 30. But I'm happy to make a motion to split it up into districts. I understand Commissioner Higgins' point. However, I will say this. When Commissioner Higgins brought this up last budget and we were able to split up that money, I was able to use it for a project in South Miami that had this issue. I had other projects that I could have used that money for, which either had a gap or I could have added more.
A family of 4 at 30% of AMI making $29,000, what is the likelihood that they own their home? And this short-term mortgage program is not going to be what helps them. In the meantime, right now, we have thousands of workforce folks that are considering leaving our county. And these are people, you know, we've heard, you know, the terrible stories of what's going on with the state attorney and you know, she lost 100 attorneys and has only been able to fill 24. Carlos is in the same boat at the public defenders. I've been talking to Magoya about all of this. So we need to keep working people in their homes as much as we need to help low income people. So for me, I really believe that we need the flexibility to continue to go the full range of 140%. This amendment is very strict. It doesn't allow anybody over 80% of AMI to apply for 10 months. That's a long time if you're going to lose your house. And then for me, I represent some single family home areas, but for the most part, I have multifamily homes. And these folks aren't just facing if they were struggling through COVID and with inflation, because their maintenance fees, all their condo fees are going up, in part because buildings are analyzing what's been going on with Surfside. So they're confronting all kinds of things. I really believe allowing people to go to 140% is the way to go. And if we want to make, you know, this to August 1st, that we reserve, I don't know, 40% or 30% of the money for low income, perhaps I could go with that. But waiting an entire year to give the residents of you know, the full range of residents of District 5 assistance worries me a great deal. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Thank you.
maybe you don't have the latest version of the amendment, and there's a parent 3 that gives the mayor the flexibility to come back to the board to modify any of those aspects of the program. Now, let me explain to you the median. Yep, but there is flexibility in it, correct? Number 3. What can you read number 3 for us, please? Oh, okay.
I'm
Now
I
let
don't
me.
want to wait for the mayor's
Oh,
flexibility. I would
now-
like my residents.
I
who are
understand your
suffering
residents, but let me
to have options.
let me understand. I think sometimes we lose sight when we're on this dais on the reality that people live out there. The median income for Hialeah right now is $40,000 a year. $40,000 a year. And these are people that are living in homes. These are people that are struggling. And let me point this out. The reason that I bring this amendment forward is because those individuals that make a little bit more money have a little more flexibility and understand these programs a lot better and apply for these programs, and apply for these funds, and apply for these dollars a lot quicker than those other individuals. And this is why I said to try to prioritize. I'm not incentivizing poverty. It's quite the opposite. It's trying to make sure that we can help individuals come and apply for these programs. That's all that I'm doing. That's all this amendment does. Listen, we can vote it up or down. But at the end of the day, the reality is that we're trying to make sure that those that really need the assistance have access to this assistance. And the moment that the people are not applying for these programs, then the mayor could come back to us and ask us to expand it. Simple as that.
Thank you. Let me remind people, I know Commissioner Regalado is next, but the mayor said she was already good with it. So, but anyways, we'll keep hitting it. Go ahead, Commissioner Regalado.
Clearly, that's not going to stop us, right? Clearly. Yeah.
We work for the people too.
Right. Again, the mayor proposes a budget, and that's the whole point. She proposes a budget, but we're here to make changes. So, Commissioner Garcia, just my issue with this is that it's limited to the mortgage and utilities piece. That's the other part of it. I think that your argument is well made for the rental assistance one, because I think that's a very clear nexus, but on the mortgage one, there's a lot of folks that are just not gonna be homeowners. That's just the reality of it. When you start talking about this AMI, there's just not going to be a lot of homeowners. I think if you separate the mortgage and the utilities, it's a different conversation, right? Because the utility piece is a legitimate piece, which, by the way, is also in the ERAP one, right? So it's also in the ERAP one, so there's different places where you could do the utility, but you could do the utility better here. But I think you're going to find that you don't have a lot of homeowners. That's just the reality of those numbers, right? Especially in this market. And I think that's, to the point of you shouldn't incentivize people taking on financial responsibilities that they cannot afford. With an AMI of that at that rate, you just can't afford to own a home in many places in Miami-Dade County or maintain a home. My issue with the mortgage assistance program is that, as you know, at the state level, the state did a mortgage assistance program, that was funded and people applied. And I feel like we're duplicating that. But to your point about access, I think if you really want to take a bite out of the access piece, what we saw during COVID and what we see when, these buildings open up is that elderly people and low-income people do not have the tech savvy to get these applications in. I mean, we saw that with vaccines, we saw that with ERAP, we see that every single time. So I would tell you, to propose a paper application, which is a headache for the administration. But, in Hialeah, I remember during COVID, I mean, people were picking up paper applications at the library and we ran out like in 20 minutes, right? So I think that there's a way to do both things, because the technology piece is a serious issue. It provides more work for the administration, but it will reach more people. I think if you do the utility piece and you have a parameter on the utility piece, I think you'll be able to effectuate so much more because that takes the water piece and the electricity, and you're going to have so many people that are, no pun intended, underwater with that, that it's going to work. But I do think you should consider something similar for the rental piece, because the rental assistance that we're giving, that's a different story, right? And that should have a cap and a priority, and have those folks come in first, and then, whoever's left over. I think there you could effectuate both of your things. So I offer that as an amendment if you're willing to accept it.
Okay, Commissioner Hardiman, followed by Commissioner.
I'm okay with it.
One of the things, Senator Garcia, one of the things that you talked about earlier, you described on the record the area median income of individuals, for instance, who live in Hialeah. And, one of the things I've learned is that you have to describe people. We have to describe better our arguments so that people can really get a picture of what a typical household looks like. So when we say AMI, right, and you say 4 people, $136,500, many of us say, man, that's a lot of money. Your mind says $136,000. Oh man, that's a lot of money. But I want to be clear about what a typical household of 4 people that brings home $136,000 actually looks like, right? Maybe you have a teacher making $45,000, $50,000. Maybe you have a someone who's a janitor making $35,000. So a mother, that's a teacher, making $50,000. And I'll just nice round numbers. A father who is a new police officer making $50,000. That's $100,000. Their child that went off to college, that came back with student loans, that child is making $36,000. That's just 3 people. And maybe you have another child that brings in $0 income. That's 4 people and that comes up to $136,000. So what does that look like? The $50,000, if the man was single, he couldn't afford to buy a home. If the woman was single, couldn't afford to buy a home. And certainly the child can't afford to buy a home. So now all of them live in this one household, and it equals to that amount. But that's not a rich household, and so when we talk about, what does that community look like? This is the same thing that Commissioner Martinez talks about when he's on his days. Commissioner Martinez talks about his children and how they live with him and how they can afford to move out and go other places. I think that's a great argument when you really consider these circumstances. So when we talk about the higher end of the income, remember that this is about household income, not individual income. Now, there may be a household where you have a single working person that has 3 kids in their household, and they're taking care of those 3 kids, and so total of them makes 4. But the community that I come from, if you are living in a single parent household, your single parent isn't making $140,000. They're probably making 40, 30, 35. That's why when people say to you, I was raised in a single parent household, they're saying more than just, it was my mother who raised me. It was my father who raised me. They're saying it was my mother who raised me with a budget that today is not enough, and we wasn't enough then, to raise a family, to provide healthy meals, to provide transportation to her from school, to give her time to spend with me, to learn, to read. And so therefore, if you have all those things all in one environment, you typically get bad results.
Could I give a point of information, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The ERAP program is a federal program that only goes to 80% of area median income. The whole purpose of putting this item in the homes program is to go to 140% area median income, because we already have $123 million we've spent up to 80% area median income. We've already served 23,000 households, and there's still more money in the federal program. So this allows us specifically to go to 140% area median income.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry I didn't ask for yield for her.
That's perfectly fine. I think she's further making the point right? Which is we need to be able to continue to service people who are above 80%.
And
for
we
the
don't need
mortgages.
this money for the federal program. We already have the federal program. We only need it to go from 80 to 140%.
Madam Mayor, I think that's make the case we're all
Guys,
Uh,
trying to make.
It's 11:23 at night.
Yes.
All right.
Um,
And we still got a lot to go. All right. Go
let me
ahead.
just say this. I think this is where we miss the point. What the mayor needs to do, Senator, is to get this money out as soon as possible. So if we're trying to a limited group of people, to basically seek a limited group of people to have access to these funds and then to see what's left and then to tweak the program later and have additional people come in, we're missing the point. And I would say in my 12 years sitting here, this county, just like many other governments, have plenty money that have been allocated for programs that has not been spent. You know why? Because the scope is too narrow. That's exactly why we have so much recapture all the time. So what we want is not to allow the mayor to go up to 80, and then if the money is not spent, come back for more people. No. It's to get these dollars out expeditiously. Otherwise, the money doesn't get into the economy. It helps no one. Actually, people should be coming back and rushing. I want more money because the program is working. If the program has to wait for people and then we cannot find enough people coming. Exactly. So, but I have a question for the director, Mr. Director. Under that grid that has the income level and the income limit by number of persons in household, you have the maximum sales price for a home in 2022 at $352,000. How do we incorporate that into the conversation that we have? Is that beside the people that qualify based on the AMI, if somebody's purchasing a home, that's the limit, the price limit for which they would be qualified for the subsidies that would go toward closing costs or something like that?
Yes, sir. Based on the resolution that was passed for the WIP program, the standard referenced are those standards. Should there be sellers of homes that want to qualify for the WIP program? Yes, sir.
Should that be sellers of home? And how would the seller benefit?
Seller then will get a subsidy of $6,000,
Okay, the seller, not the buyer.
not the buyer. Okay.
Okay. So basically,
The buyer will get the benefit of that. of that
okay.
price.
Okay. So basically, we would have a sizable number of two-bedroom condo owners that would benefit from this. Not anyone that basically would have a family that is above, I would say, 80%. Most of the people that would qualify for this would be under 80% AMI, because for someone to be approved for a $350,000 condo, you are required to make more than $80,000 right now if you have no car notes and nothing else.
Correct. And the WIP program is certainly structured with a good part of the purpose being to go all the way up to workforce.
Okay. As a professional in the real estate market the last 32 years, when it comes to people selling homes, most of these dollars will be sitting in the county's bank account
Well,
because we don't have a
probably we project that most of the WIP component, the conversion component, will be associated with rentals. And there probably won't be very many on the homeownership
to
side.
the point made by I think Commissioner Regalado. I'm with you if it's just allocated to rental, but when it comes to other type of
Commissioner
to a
Regalado.
larger market, I don't think that
Offer-
works.
I think if you're
Thank you,
offering
Mr. Director.
If you're offering the amendment.
I'm done, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Okay, done. Call the question. Madam Clerk,
But Mr.
no,
we
I
have
call
an
the
amendment.
question. Enough, please.
All right.
All right, we've gone through this and we've killed this thing 20 times. All right. You know, there's only so many times you could kill it. So on the Madam Attorney,
If I could just clarify, this is on Senator Garcia's homes plan revision, and I just need to understand, I think he accepted Commissioner
amendment, right.
Regalado's amendment to also apply the 80% to the ERAP program?
So my amendment was to split this so that his amendment applies to the utilities piece. So we take out the mortgage piece and just do the utilities piece because that solves the issue.
okay, that's it. We got it. Thank you.
That's all. That's what I got,
right.
folks. That's what I
That
got.
clear- Please, one person at a time.
Works.
Madam Attorney,
Can,
clarify the amendment, please.
The amendment would be the homes plan revision that was passed out to everyone, but have it apply only to utilities relief and not to mortgage relief.
That is the way I heard it. That is accepted by the maker. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Monestein,
Commissioner Monestein. Vota, chico.
Commissioner Regalado,
Yes, I got 6 hours, Monestein.
Commissioner Sosa,
Sosa.
This wasn't approved by the administration, right?
It is.
Yes.
No, unfortunately, Mr. Chair.
We
we're
changed
not-
your mind.
No, I never approved of this part and I argued against it. The part that I approved of was the original, not.
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote, guys.
Well, you asked.
Go
me and
ahead.
I told you.
No. No by Commissioner Sosa.
Commissioner Soto, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
No.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins,
no,
Commissioner McGee,
No.
Vice Chairman Gilbert.
Point of order.
Point of order on the vote?
Yeah, point of order, which is appropriate anytime I'm told by the attorneys. Point of order.
Well,
I just, so my understanding was that the administration was supportive of the amendment to the amendment. And now my understanding is that the administration is not supportive. I just need to know exactly where we are on this.
she said no, that she was not supportive on this
Yep,
motion,
Amendment to the.
this amendment at this time.
Actually,
So-
I thought they were.
All right, we're in the middle of the vote, so we have to take a vote.
No.
Chairman Diaz,
No.
motion fails 4-8.
See, Renee, I tried.
Okay. Next one.
Mr. Chair, I believe Commissioner Hardeman has a motion.
Yeah, I want you to read it for me. I don't know if I want to read it now.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't want to break the budget or anything like that. I'm asking, go ahead. You can-
I'm happy to read it. This would apply to item C and H, but right now only for C. And it's to amend item C in the fiscal year 2022-2023 countywide and proprietary budget ordinances to approve an additional allocation in the amount of $25,000 to Latinos United in Action Center, Inc., a Florida not-for-profit corporation for after-school programs for children to be funded from the future budget shortfalls reserve.
It's very simple. It's not a budget.
Okay, motion by
Support the
Commissioner
Latinos.
Hardeman, second
Second.
by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Support the Latinos.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Regalado,
Yes, Keon, yes. I'll support the Latinos for you.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes, the children.
Commissioner Soto, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
Commissioner Monestein, Vice Chairman Gilbert,
Yes to supporting the Latinos and Latinas.
Chairman Diaz.
Spanish.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
keep them coming.
I believe the next motion is a motion by Commissioner Monestein. Commissioner, would you like for me to read all of this, or would you like to introduce it first?
I'll introduce it
Sounds
first.
better from her.
Thank you. Yeah, I know it sounds better from. During the budget process, I requested that the county mayor include an allocation for $300,000 to be used to replace some non-native trees in Arch Creek Park in North Miami. I'd like to revise this allocation after listening to the clerk, Vanessa Joseph, in regards to the Learn to Swim program named after Alicia Lucian, the 18-year-old just died recently, less than 6 months ago in North Miami. I'd like to make 2 additional amendments, and I'll have the county attorney read that motion to reallocate the $300,000.
Yes, Commissioner Modesty would like to make a motion to amend item C, E, and H. Right now, just item C. In the fiscal year 2022-23 countywide and proprietary budgets, this would just be the countywide, to remove an allocation in the amount of $300,000 from the Miami Rescue Plan continuation of county services to be used to replace non-native trees in Arch Creek East Preserve Park, included as part of the mayor's memorandum dated September 2, 2022, entitled Information for First Budget Hearing, Fiscal Year 2022-23 Proposed Budget, and amend the allocation set forth in the mayor's memo dated September 2, 2022, entitled Information for First Budget Hearing, Fiscal Year 2022-23 Proposed Budget to the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora, MOCAD, in the amount of $100,000 from the Miami Rescue Plan continuation of county services, to clarify that the entity to receive the funds is the Miami-Dade North Arts and Humanities Foundation, Inc., which is registered to do business as MOCAD, and to increase the allocation to $200,000, and approve an allocation in the amount of $200,000 from the Miami Rescue Plan continuation of county services to the city of North Miami for the North Miami Learn to Swim program.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Modesty, you good with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Point of inquiry to the maker, and I guess through the chair to the maker. These are items that are in your district that you request to be in the budget.
Yes.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Sosa.
To the administration. So the commissioner requested these items for his district, and they are already listed as part of the budget?
Commissioner, the amount was listed to the different recipient, and he's changing the recipient.
So all he's doing is changing the recipients, but the amount was already listed.
Correct.
So if we approve this, that doesn't mean that we have to find $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 somewhere.
No, Commissioner. It's identified in the motion.
I should have done that instead of allocating 1 million for the police officers in my non-incorporated date from my budget. And
All right, we're good.
Requested. Wow.
All right. So on the motion, who was the second? Okay. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Modesty, second by the Vice Chairman. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Heyman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee, Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gilbert,
We.
Chairman Diaz. Chairman Diaz.
I'll go we too.
Okay. Motion passes unanimously.
Hey, listen, if I can't get over there, I go over there. All right, we're tired. We're good. Next go.
Chairman Diaz, I think you had a motion yourself.
Yes, ma'am. I moved the gavel over to the Vice Chairman. And may you read the motion, please?
Yes, sir. Chairman Diaz moves to allocate $650,000 from unallocated funds in the infrastructure project programs in the Miami-Dade Rescue Plan to the city of Sweetwater to be used for the purchase of public safety equipment.
I have a motion on that. As stated.
Commissioner Sosa, you're recognized for your second. The motion's been seconded. There's a question. Commissioner Sosa, you're recognized for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam, the administration. This is funding that is already part of the budget, but that now he's using for something specific.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner, it's
Thank
being
you. That's
identified.
all. The same
Right.
question as before. Okay.
Right. Have a motion and a second.
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Soto. Commissioner Cohen Higgins.
4.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Heyman.
With accent.
Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner McGee. Commissioner Monestein. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa.
We.
Vice Chairman Gilbert.
Si se puede.
Chairman Diaz.
Hey, that was good. Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you. On next.
I don't know. I believe Commissioner Regalado had a motion on to amend on the Save Our Seniors.
Yes.
Commissioner Regalado.
Yeah, if they could read the motion.
Okay.
Commissioner Regalado requests to amend items C and H to increase the grant provided to eligible households in the Save Our Seniors Relief Fund from $100 to $200 per household. Funding for that increase, $3.1 million, will come from the WIP program and the homes program described in the second changes memo. And as a result, the current transfer from Fund G1001 to Fund G1006 will be reduced by $3.1 million.
Members, like I said earlier, I'm most concerned about our seniors. And since we didn't lower the millage, I think this is the best way. This would be helping 37,279 seniors who own homes and are qualified as low income in Miami-Dade County. Currently, they receive $100, and that was established in the financial crisis of 2009. Like I mentioned earlier in the meeting, Commissioner McGee brought this item asking the mayor if this was possible. This would only be for this 1 year. I think if we're going to have a conversation about comprehensive aid, we should help those that need it the most. So if we're going to give a subsidy to folks that are making $140,000, I think we should take care of our 37,279 seniors and give them this assistance. For them, the extra $100 will make all the difference. So I hope to have your support.
I
have a
second with a
motion
question.
by Commissioner Regalado, second by Commissioner Sosa, but with a question. Go ahead.
It's my last budget. You have to allow me to
Listen,
make questions
we're
because
good.
I'm
I'll
gonna
stay here
miss
till 7 in the
this.
morning. Let's go.
To the administration. You know that for me, seniors are number one priority, and I support Commissioner Regalado on her statement. So this is to make sure that they receive that assistance that is needed.
Commissioner, I just want to emphasize the M in the homes program will target the same population and will pay them $1,500. So it is available according to our calculations.
So her motion is good.
We would
No,
not
no, I
support
want to
the
hear what the mayor has to
motion. No,
say.
we wouldn't support the motion because we think we have already addressed the concern of seniors, and you and I discussed that, Commissioner, specifically under the M, mortgage and utilities relief for homeowners, where we have identified the exact same population, if you will, countywide, and it would be available $25 million at $1,500 per household.
I brought that to the attention because I sat with the mayor and I requested that to be placed in the budget. So it's already on the budget. So we don't need that because
Just as a clarification, they have to apply for that. These are seniors that are getting 100 and they would get 200. We just went like 10 rounds on how people with low income have difficulty applying for these programs. I mean, so now you're saying that, you have programming that you've identified that these folks could qualify for, but they have to apply for that programming and they have to receive it, as opposed to the folks that are already getting $100 check would get a $200 check. They wouldn't have to apply. They wouldn't have to provide any financial documents. They wouldn't have to get somebody to log in for them. So I think there's a dramatic difference between money that they can apply for and they may or may not apply for, and taking a check that they're already getting and doubling it when we know that inflation is hitting these homeowners the most. I think that's dramatically different.
Commissioner Regalado. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
let me ask you a question, please.
Yes.
Because I understand what Commissioner Regalado is trying to do. She's just trying to give an extra $100 to help these people. And I understand that. And I think we did that, what was it, 2009?
That started in 2009.
2009 has been going on every year. Am I correct? So what is the plan? The way you're stating it, they would have to apply and then they get $1,500 a year, or how does that work? I want a little more clarity on that.
Yes, it's not per year. It's a one-time, just as I believe this would be. But I will say this, I just want to clarify about the application process. The plan is to visit people directly. We do have paper applications. It isn't the same as automatic, but it would not be a difficult application process. We're already doing that with the other programs. However, I recognize that, seniors need money too, but it also would reduce the dollars available in the other programs. So I just wanted to clarify that we do have $1,500 for the same population, and we believe that the obstacles to participation will be very low.
Listen, anytime you could give seniors that are having a hardship that they're moving 2, 3, 4 people and an efficiency just to make ends meet, it's a very bad situation. So anytime that we can give them extra, I have no problem. How much money is it?
We're talking about 3.1 million. Well, I said out of the WIP program, but I mean, if the mayor wants to find another place in the homes program for it, I mean, she's welcome to it. It's not that much money. I mean, we're talking about $3.1 million is going to help 37,279 seniors that are low income. I mean, in a budget this large, I mean, I know that it's late, folks, but we're not talking about a lot of money. And we're talking about not maybe they could, or maybe they will, or they could apply. I mean, look at ERAP. How long did it take us to push ERAP out? And now we're talking about physically sending human beings out to knock on people's doors to tell them that they can apply for something. That's illogical. Just, up it from 100 to 200 and help all those people for a lot less than what you're saying that your programming is going to cost, without growing government, just by allocating the 3.1.
I have no problem supporting it based on trying to help the elderly with a little more. Every little bit they can will go a long way. And we all have elderly in our community. And some of us are right there on that door, getting close to it. But the bottom line is all the help that they could get will be great. So anybody else on this? Commissioner Hardiman? Okay. Anybody else? The funding, where's it tied to?
The funding.
Commissioner Regalado, funding source.
Yes, what I was explaining was we're talking about moving the 3.1 million from the WIP program, and that's the program that's providing folks with a subsidy between 80,000 and 140,000. So that's the program that we're talking about that's going to provide a $2,000 subsidy for rentals, right? That can be up to 3,000.
This
So
does not prevent an elderly from still applying and trying for the $1,500.
yeah, these are two separate
No, I
programs.
get it. I just
Right.
wanna have
These are two
confirmation.
separate programs.
Okay. Commissioner McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tried to be quiet this entire evening, but I guess it's almost morning, so I guess I'll wake up now. This is here lies the issue. If we were to go with the proposed motion, we're essentially creating a political problem that doesn't currently exist. Because the narrative that's going to be pushed based upon what this motion is seeking to do is to pit first responders in the workforce against our seniors.
How does that work?
Because if you remove $3 million from this program, what you essentially is saying is to remove 500 potentially workforce incentives from the equation that the mayor has laid out. If you do it by that calculation, what ends up happening is you're going to take $3 million, you're going to take $6,000 and put it into that. that brings you down to about 2,000 units. So and then that brings you down to about 5,000, about 500 units if you do the calculation. Essentially, if we were to keep it where we are and revisit this issue down the road, assuming that some of the monies that have been set out in the mayor's budget does not or is not used, what we can do is then tap those funds that are going to be recaptured to subsidize this particular program to save our seniors program. Obviously, what Commissioner Regalado brought up before is something that I brought up before because I really believe in helping our seniors, and I currently still believe that our seniors should be our most and our best and our most important topic. But at this particular moment, with the way this program is designed, especially listening to what the mayor has stated, and also particularly what's stated in here, is that there's an opportunity to recapture funds that are not used, and those funds could be used to subsidize whatever incentive that's been brought up. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, and I think this is something that we can look at later on, and I'm going to ask the county attorney to look at legislation in the future for this. Maybe what we do is the $1,500 that we've laid out under the M of the homes program, what we can possibly do is reduce that to $1,400, take 100 of those dollars and use it towards our seniors program. But I don't think at this particular juncture where we're sitting on the edge of our seats and haven't done the proper calculations or have the data, as many folks have stated earlier, that we don't have the data, that I think we should allow for this to be vetted. And I think that will arrive to a position that each and every last one of us can have a strong position against or for. So for those reasons, I ask that we say no to the motion at this particular moment and allow for the data to support whatever it is we're proposing and allow for an opportunity for us to get to the table and hash this out so that we don't have that narrative that we're pitting our workforce population against the seniors, because that's definitely something anyone on this particular dais wants to see happen.
Why didn't you wake up
Mr.
earlier, man?
Mr. Chair.
You did good. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Commissioner McGee for bringing some Tallahassee math. I love Tallahassee math. When you're talking about pitting workforce housing and teachers and first responders against seniors over 500 units, that just doesn't add up. First and foremost, I spent 6 years on the school board, and starting teachers, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year teachers do not make $80,000. First year police officers do not make $80,000. First year, second year, third year public defenders do not make $80,000. First year, second year, third year, fourth year state attorneys do not make $80,000. So, when we talk about a narrative, the reality here is that I have been asking for data. I've been asking for data since July. We have that data here. We have foreclosure data. We have eviction data. We have applications for affordable housing. We have a waiting list. That data exists here. The administration has decided not to include that data in their programming because the math is not there to support this programming. So we're not pitting anyone against anyone. When we started this meeting, just like when we started the meeting before, our vice chair said that this budget is about our priorities. The budgetary process in Miami-Dade County is much different than it is in Tallahassee. There is no 140 people to hide behind here. Here, there are 13 people who make a decision. And what I'm saying is $3.1 million is not a lot to ask for 37,279 households of seniors that have been determined to be low income by this county. So we have, the mayor has her acronyms, and she keeps going back to her acronyms. God bless her media training, but this thing is starting to sound like alphabet soup, No, I mean, we're not pitting anything against anything. If you want to take it from another part of the homes program, go ahead. If you don't want to take it from WIP, go ahead. But WIP makes the most sense because WIP is the one thing that we have not proven that this community needs. Even the housing advocates have said that that is not the best use of this money. We have workforce units.
Commissioner?
We have them available.
Thank you.
Commissioner
No,
Regalado.
You
no,
know,
Madam
hold
Mayor,
on,
I'm in
hold on,
line, no.
hold on. You asked for a point of order.
I do. Mr. Chairman, thank you for
By the way, there's
recognizing
no second. The person
I-
giving the
and
second
I
retrieved it.
appreciate everyone's sentiment, their ideas, their proposals for policy. But what we cannot do, is come at each other politically like that. I disagree with that. The mayor has a position, you have a position. We're going to leave that where it lays. She is sincere in her position. You are sincere in yours. But what we will not do is allow the discourse of this body that represents nearly 3 million people, to become personal. This is about the policy of it. This is the policy. And so I take exception to that on behalf of the mayor, on behalf of the residents, on behalf of this body. I take exception to that. So there's no place for that in our discourse.
All right. Point taken. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you. I believe that it's wonderful to be able to provide some additional dollars for our seniors and to have it come automatically. And I get regularly thank you letters from our seniors for the $100 that they get. And I believe that we could take it from the M program without reducing the amount of money. Yes, because our estimate was 15,000 households at $1,500, and that's at about 22 million.
And Madam Mayor, I appreciate that if we can make it work. And I think Commissioner McGee, you brought a very wise point as to making sure the estimates, because at the end of the day, all we're trying to make sure is that the monies are given to the back to the people through taxes. And that's what is the bottom line. So with that said and done, I had a motion, but at the second got retrieved.
No. If the mayor is,
I accept the change in funding that the
Then
mayor proposed.
then I will second that motion.
Okay, accepting the change in, as stated by the maker, second by Commissioner Sosa, with the additives of what the mayor stated. All right, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Cohen Higgins,
Or
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman,
Don't look.
Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee,
Yes, based upon what the mayor has given us, yes.
Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Mr.
Motion
Chair,
passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Monestein.
I'd like to ask the administration to clarify something. The commissioner stated before the approval of this item that most of the people that will be receiving the funds will have to apply.
Not for the 100.
Not for the 100.
No, it's automatic.
Okay. Is there a way, if there's a particular threshold at which, which limits the number of people that would qualify for the 1,500, so that cannot be done without application as well?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. We really want to be sure that it's people who need that money. So we did want to see their expenses to be able to verify it, but it is the intention is to make it a very simple application and one
Okay.
that would not have barriers.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
With that, Madam Attorney.
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any other amendments.
Yes.
I am aware of a bifurcation.
Let's bifurcate the ambassadors, and Commissioner Hayman was the one who brought it, so I will second the ambassador and the executive benefit. Right, Commissioner?
Yes.
Then I will second, and we vote on that separate from the item.
So we're on item C, the executive benefits is an item H. So right now, we're just on item C.
What is the other item for item C?
She would like to bifurcate the county ambassador program, which was section 9.
No, we have to
What-
do it in 3 items.
What was voted on was the proposed amendment, but the actual
All right,
section 9
all right.
remains.
I got you. All right, let's go ahead and motion on it.
So
So on the bifurcation, I have a motion to bifurcate.
No, we already.
No, we
had a
don't need the
second.
motion to bifurcate.
We
We
don't
just
need a
need a motion on actually the county ambassador program on section 9. So whether you wish to approve it or not.
All right, so do we need a vote on it at this moment? Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so to approve the ambassador program in this particular section.
To bifurcate the ambassador program.
No. It was already bifurcated.
It's already bifurcated.
What
Now it's
the
to,
chair needs is a motion for the ones who wants to approve it.
that's exactly. It dies for lack of a motion.
Then
It's procedural.
we can make a motion to delete the, help me with the language, I'm not an expert.
Yes, if no one wishes to move that particular aspect of it, it would be deemed deleted from item C. So what we need to do now is vote on the balance of item C. And item C would be as amended to delete section
Point of
9,
order.
to incorporate the second changes memo, which was further amended as stated by the budget director at the beginning of the meeting, to incorporate the amendment proffered by Senator Garcia regarding reporting under the Homes Program, Commissioner Higgins' amendment regarding the Development Inflation Adjustment Fund to provide the flexibility, also part of the Homes Program, Commissioner Hardiman's amendment to provide an additional allocation to Latinos United and the children, Commissioner Monesteem's amendment to revise his original allocation that was also previously read, Chairman Diaz's motion to make an allocation to Sweetwater for public safety equipment, and Commissioner Regalado's motion to increase the Save Our Seniors. Those are all of the amendments to item C.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, to the attorney, we're still missing one because it was both the county ambassador program, which of course is out now.
It's not out. It's not out.
Who said it's not?
The county attorney, that's why I said point of order. I wasn't recognized. However, the county, it's okay. But the county attorney said on the record that it was out. There was a motion to bifurcate. Maybe there's a second, maybe there is not. But we haven't shown support for the motion to bifurcate.
She said we don't have to.
Commissioner Hardiman, it's important that we clarify before we move on.
Madam Attorney, please.
As part of your rules for purposes of the budget, any one commissioner can request to take a separate vote on any aspect of the budget. There's no need to second the motion to bifurcate. So the motion, I believe when the chair said there was no motion, he was actually referring to whether or not to approve section 9 of the ordinance. So if before we move on, it was not a motion to bifurcate that was on the table.
So the motion that no one spoke about was the motion to approve the county ambassadors program.
Correct. So it died and it got taken out. And the attorney verified that.
Now, Madam Attorney, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. The second component of it was the increase to the executive benefits for the county commissioners.
Not on this one. That's on H.
Yes,
This was
Commissioner.
on C, E, and H. And that was
All right,
original.
hold on.
No, Commissioner, the ambassador program is contained within item C, E, and H. The other issue that you're raising is only in item H. So when we get to item H, we will make sure that that portion is bifurcated.
So let's take item C in its entirety. Am I correct, Madam Attorney?
Who the hell wrote?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can you repeat that?
Take the whole balance together.
Yes, sir. This is the balance of item C as amended with all the amendments that I had
Thank you.
previously read.
So as stated, do you need to read anything, Director?
No, sir.
Okay. With that, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Garcia,
But do you have a motion? Who moved it?
I thought there was a motion.
No.
Nope. Okay. Motion on C.
I'll move it as amended.
Thank you. Motion
I'll
by
second as
Commissioner Higgins, second as amended by Commissioner Sosa. Madam Clerk, on the
Commissioner,
item.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee, Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto, Commissioner Cohen Higgins,
Four.
Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Mr.
Motion
Chairman,
passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was confused as to what we were voting on. I wanted voted no. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk,
So that ends the vote 11-1.
thank you. All right. Madam Attorney,
Yes, sir. The next
item
item.
D.
Can you give us 1 minute, sir, please?
Absolutely. Jeopardy music, please.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Madam Attorney.
Item D is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for unincorporated municipal service area operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023. And the Budget Director has a statement.
The
Mr.
proposed
Director,
The proposed unincorporated municipal service area operating millage is 1.9090 mils, which is 9.33% above the state-defined rollback rate of 1.7461. The proposed millage rate generates revenues to support the services included in the proposed budget.
thank you, Mr. Director. Item D. Everybody, nobody? Anything, Madam Attorney, on D? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner, I think it was Hayman, second by Commissioner Hardeman. Madam Attorney, Madam Clerk, it's getting late.
Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Hayman,
Yes, and can we wish Bill Talbot a happy birthday? He's here for his birthday now. It's after midnight.
Billy, happy birthday, brother.
And I'm a yes on it.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner McGee,
He's-
Commissioner
he
Monestein,
said yes. He's back there.
Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen Higgins,
Four.
Commissioner Garcia, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passed 11-1.
Madam Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next item is your ordinance approving and adopting the unincorporated municipal service area fund budget for Miami-Dade County, Florida for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023. We do have a few amendments as well as request to bifurcate. Would you like for me to just read the amendments first?
Yes, ma'am. Do you
So-
need to hear from the director first or just read the amendments first? The director of budget.
No, we
Make a
don't need to
statement.
do that. on
Okay,
this
go ahead,
one.
ma'am.
So the amendments would be to incorporate the second changes memo, which was further amended as stated by the budget director at the beginning of the meeting, as well as Senator Garcia's amendment regarding homes reporting, Chairman Diaz's amendment to provide public safety equipment to state water, Commissioner Monestein's amendment to reallocate funding, and Commissioner Higgins' amendment regarding the Development Inflation Adjustment Fund as part of the Homes Program.
Do I have a motion?
With the bifurcation,
With a-
we are bifurcating the ambassador program from this one, right?
those are the amendments that I have. I don't know if anybody else had any other amendments to item E. We also have a request to bifurcate the ambassador program, which is section 10.
Okay, so we have a bifurcation by Commissioner Sosa on the
By
ambassador,
Commissioner Heyman, I
by
don't want to
Commissioner
take it away.
Hayman
I'll
on the
second.
ambassador program. Okay, so I have a bifurcation now. It's before us. Is there a motion on support of the ambassador program? Okay, so the ambassador program portion is now deleted. Am I correct? For lack of a motion.
That means that we would need a vote. Yes, that means that we would need a vote on the balance of the item. If I could read the amendments again, because I
Yes,
forgot
ma'am.
one. So it would be as amended to delete section 10 of item E, to incorporate the second changes memo, which was further amended as stated by the budget director at the beginning of the meeting, to include Senator Garcia's Holmes reporting amendment, Chairman Diaz's Sweetwater amendment, Commissioner Monestine's amendment to reallocate funds, Commissioner Higgins' amendment regarding the Development Inflation Adjustment Fund as part of the Homes program, and Commissioner Regalado's Save Our Seniors amendment. These would be all of the amendments to the balance of item E.
I have a motion. Motion by Commissioner Hayman. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Sosa. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee, Commissioner Monestine, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia,
No.
Commissioner Hardiman, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes 11-1.
The next
Excellent.
item is item F, which
I
is
move it. Item F.
item F is an ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the millage for the Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Service District operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023. And the budget director does have a statement on this one.
Okay, I'll second her motion. And Mr. Director, go ahead.
The proposed Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Service District operating millage is 2.3965 mils, which is 10.44% above the state-defined rollback of 2.1699 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenue to support the services included in the proposed budget.
Move it.
I have a motion and a second by the Vice Chairman and myself. All right, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee, Commissioner Monestine, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Hayman, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next item is item G, ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying the
I'll move it,
millage
Mr. Chair.
for Miami-Dade Library System operating purposes for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023. And the budget director does have a statement.
The
Mr.
proposed,
Director.
the proposed Miami-Dade Library System operating millage is 0.2812 mils, which is 10.31% above the state-defined rollback rate of 0.2549 mils. The proposed millage rate generates revenues to support the services included in the proposed budget.
Move
Thank
it.
you, sir. I have a
Move-
motion by
Move it.
Senator Soto, second by the, all right, Commissioner Soto. All right, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
Commissioner Monestine, Commissioner Regalado, Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardiman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next item is item H, which is the ordinance approving, adopting, and ratifying proprietary budgets, special assessment district budgets, and other budgets of the county for fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023. I have a number of proposed amendments to this item as well as requests to bifurcate. Which would you like to entertain first, the bifurcations or the amendments?
Go ahead and do the bifurcations.
The first bifurcation would be the County Ambassador Program, which is Section 32.
Okay, the bifurcation was made by Commissioner Hayman on that item. And all it needs is a bifurcation from one commissioner. Is there any commissioner that would like to move that the ambassador program?
I move to delete the ambassador program.
Second.
Second.
That's what we did by doing it that way, but that's okay. We move to delete the ambassador program. And second, a motion by Commissioner Hardeman, second by the everybody, it looks like. Okay, everybody across the dais. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, let him vote. Let him go. Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
4.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardeman,
4.
Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Bifurcation is the executive benefits.
Who's bifurcating?
Yes, I believe Commissioner Sosa wished to bifurcate the executive benefits section in the pay plan, and Commissioner Hayman wishes to amend it. So,
Okay, who wants to go first? Commissioner Sosa, Commissioner Hayman.
No.
No, she wants to, you want to bifurcate to kill it. She wants to bifurcate to change it. So let's get it straight. All right. Yeah, all right. So, all right. So who wants to go first? You want to hear what Commissioner Hayman wants us to do first?
Go ahead, Sid.
Okay, Commissioner Hayman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is an important segment of this where we are bringing inclusiveness and what needs to be done for some employees that have been omitted from executive compensation, the Miami-Dade County pay plan. That needs to be left in there. So amending it is the more appropriate action to take rather than merely bifurcating it and voting it up or down. What I would like to do is eliminate the county commissioners benefit from this and allow the employees that have been omitted from getting proper compensation under the pay plan to receive that, provided that it was done in the 21-22 Miami-Dade County pay plan.
Then I'll second
All
that.
right, I need an understanding.
So
Hold
if
on,
I
hold on,
can,
guys.
I'll
Slow
let
down,
the
slow
attorneys
down.
explain it.
Commissioner Hayman,
Um,
what do you want to do?
I'd like to amend it. I'd like the attorneys to read the language. That way, some of the compensation for employees would stay in, but it would remove it as an amendment. It would remove the county commissioners from getting this. If the attorneys could please read it.
Madam Attorney, just clear, Mr. Attorney,
Mr.
please
Chair.
clear this up.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hayman would like to amend item H so that there shall be no increase this fiscal year to the executive benefits provided to the county commissioners. As a result, the pay plan attached to item H shall be amended so that the executive benefits for county commissioners shall revert to the amounts provided in the fiscal year 2021-2022 Miami-Dade County pay plan, and any revenues impacted by this amendment shall remain in their respective funds as unallocated balances.
Okay.
Okay, so on your motion, you're saying that to give county employees benefits, which pretty much we could do anyways on this, but not allowing commissioners to receive.
Actually, he read it in English. Yes, that's what she means.
Do you understand it's being changed already with what's being done? So Commissioner Hayman just wants to leave, for what I understand,
Compensation for the
employees.
commissioners, yeah.
So you don't want the commissioners to receive any more money?
The extra supplemental money that is proposed, yes, allow for the employee
It's not extra, it's whatever.
a change.
Mr. Vice Chairman, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just with any due respect to the motion, I mean, I just really need us to be clear that we would be amending with this motion to give executive benefits to people who are making $200,000 or more. That is what that is. This literally defies all logic. This is amazing. These aren't people. So these would be employees who are making upwards of $200,000 already. And we saying don't give those benefits to people who are making $6,000. And we'd be trying to convince the public that this is fiscally responsive and responsible. I don't understand that. I really just don't understand that. And I appreciate the mayor. I think that she's cut her salary from $250 to $200. I appreciate that. I think she deserves $250 or more because she runs a $10 billion enterprise. I don't begrudge the county attorney's salary or the increase that we're giving to county attorneys in this budget, because she is the general counsel for a $10 billion enterprise. The amount of stress and information they have to process is immeasurable. So what you're saying is we should give people who report to E1s an increase, and not. I really
Stop
Mr.
it. English is
I
my
don't
fourth
understand
language,
this.
and I understand that.
It's my
So
first language, and I
stop
have no idea what's happening right now.
It's
and
my
it's not even
fault,
that
and
late
I
for me.
understand that.
I don't go
Stop
to
it.
sleep until 1 o'clock in the morning.
All right, hold on. Through the chair, guys. Come on.
No, there is no second for this right now, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have a second, guys. Is what I'm trying to get to.
Mr. Chair.
Do I have a second? So it dies for lack of second.
But what I requested is different.
Okay, so
From the beginning.
Commissioner
What I
Sosa.
requested was to bifurcate just the vote for the salary increase of the commissioners and let everybody, the salary or the executive benefit increase, and let them vote on that. That is all I want. Not to put any regulation just for that. If anyone wants to make a motion to approve it and someone to second, let everybody vote their way.
All right.
I believe that they deserve that, but that the public needs to be part of the decision. And that's why I cannot support it at this time. Maybe in the future, we can change the way the community thinks, but let them vote.
By the way, let's be clear on something. The public is when it comes to the salary of a commissioner, not the benefits. The benefits are on us. The salaries are on the voters to put it forward. So let's be clear on that, because we've been through this for, at least I've been through it for 20 years. So with that clarified, Madam Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, I do not have an executive benefits program in my administration at this time, and it is not in our budget to have one this.
Yes,
Madam Mayor, state that again. You don't have an increase on your employees for benefits?
No, sir. We don't have an executive benefits program for our staff. And there are several other parts of county government that do. There are other offices.
Which other parts are those?
David, which other parts have executive benefits?
I think.
Go ahead, Mr. Director.
There are other entities that report to the board, and also like I can give examples: the Office of Inspector General, Commission on Ethics, There are other entities that are not under the mayor's purview that have executive benefit. The clerk of courts, etc.
And the constitutional offices.
Correct. Well,
I'm getting clarification and we're moving forward, guys. That's all I'm doing. All right. Thank you. All right. Commissioner Regalado, followed by Commissioner
Thank
Monastery.
you. I need Jennifer to answer some questions. So Jennifer, to the point that was just mentioned, because that's not what we saw in our initial read of the budget. So if you can just, clarify the executive benefit piece as for the mayor, as for her office.
The language that is included in the pay plan eliminates the restriction on awarding executive benefits to the administration.
Right.
The language that's in the pay plan this year.
Right. Okay. So just so we're all on the same page.
But that doesn't mean we have executive benefits. It eliminated a restriction.
It means that you're prohibited by law from having it, and we're eliminating the prohibition.
So now you could.
It's not in our budget.
So, but in any case, Mr. Chair, I would move approval of the executive benefits as listed.
I have the floor. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the floor. Wait,
Wait.
I had a question and I have a motion.
So I had a question for Jennifer. I mean, that was the first one. The second question is regarding what exactly are the allowances for the expenses? And what are we talking about in terms of an increase? And then, what exactly is the increase for the 401A, so that we're clear on the two buckets, because there's two buckets here.
The executive benefits group 1 for commissioners includes an expense allowance. So there's actually 3 buckets. The expense allowance would go from 24,000 would go up to 43,000, consistent with the CPI adjustment. The car allowance would go from 9,600 to 10,500. And the executive benefit.
Not consistent with CPI.
Correct. I'll go back to that in a second. And the executive benefit group 1 would go from 10,000 to 18,000. When you go back and look at the intent of those 3 buckets, the executive benefit was originally intended to pay for insurance policies and other things like that. And the expense allowance was intended to pay for expenses for a period of time when the car allowance was adjusted, which was in 2005. It was increased to cover like parking and auto insurance, but it's more properly pushed back into the right expense categories. All of this, when you look at CPI, all of them added together, those elements don't quite total a CPI adjustment, but it brings it up to correcting the categories and getting it to approximately the appropriate level at this point.
So this is less than if we did a CPI adjustment.
Slightly less than CPI, yes.
And
The 401A retirement account is actually a cap. It's not a definitive award. The cap right now, the previous cap was 11,500, which we discussed before. The cap would be 61,000, but it's a calculation of a formula based on how each individual commissioner accepts and uses each of the other benefits and any other contributions that they may make. And so it's capped at 61,000, but it would depend on, the formula would have to be applied to each individual commissioner to determine how much would actually be deposited in a 401A account.
And the formula depends on if you take the executive benefit as a lump sum.
And how you take the expense allowance, whether or not you lease a car from the county, or whether you accept a car allowance and acquire your own vehicle, and also any other contributions you may choose to make. Because
That then you match.
you could be, a commissioner conceivably could be deferring their salary, the $6,000, into a deferred, some portion of it or all of it to a deferred compensation account. Were they doing that, then that would be deducted from what could be placed in a 401A account. So there's a lot of different things. The cap is 61.
So when you put it all together, what's the minimum and what's the max?
I don't know how to tell you what the minimum is because I don't know what I can't tell you for each individual what the
commissioner
minimum
can
would
decide.
be. The maximum is 61,000 that's the IRS maximum. These are federal rules.
No, but I'm not talking about the 401A.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying for all of it.
I don't know what, again, I couldn't tell you what the minimum is because I don't know what would be contributed to the 401A. The other three cut together are 71,500. And then the 401A could be up to 61,000. That's the IRS cap.
Right. Thank you, Jennifer. Like I've said before, and I agree with some of my colleagues that I think that we should have done this in a different way, but here we are. Kind of, this is where we find ourselves. So my motion is to take out the 401A piece and to just leave the 401A at the original cap. That means that the only change we would be making would be to the expense account and the car allowance, and we're actually going less than CPI, right? So if we went to CPI, we would go higher. We're going lower than that. So we are going to increase, we would be increasing the expense account, I mean, the executive benefits, but we would not be doubling down on the 401A, because I think what really shocked people was that dramatic jump from like 6,000, to 100 and something. I think that was really jarring for folks. And I think that without really explaining it. And I think if we're talking about that these are just expenses that we happen to take in a lump sum, once you start putting money in a 401A, you're talking about deferred compensation, which is a different conversation. And that takes us to a conversation about retirement and a series of other things and benefits. So, right now, this would be not changing our 401A, just bringing up the expenses and the car to less than CPI. So, last question. I think the vice chair mentioned this. The last time that this amount was changed was when? Jennifer knows. When was the last time these amounts were changed?
1998. The expense allowances, let's see, the benefit itself in total hasn't changed since, or the first piece hasn't changed since 1993. The last time the expense allowances were adjusted were in 2000. And the last time the 401A contribution was changed was in 2001. And then the car allowance was changed in 2005.
Has there been
Yes, you may step in, sir.
To yield the floor to you, or
Yeah.
you give up the floor?
I yield the floor to him. I know
just-
better.
You're
I
gonna
know
give up
better.
the floor?
I'm gonna,
And
I'm
now,
gonna
honestly,
yield.
I'm just having fun with this conversation. Has there been any requests from the public to reduce the salary from $6,000 to $60, for example?
Who are you asking this question to?
No, you
All right.
have the floor back.
Yeah, thank you.
yield
I
to
just,
me?
yeah, okay. So,
I would love a yield.
yes, you can, yes.
Just a yield, not a. So I just want us to process what we just heard. Okay. So was it 1993, 2000, and 2001? So I just want you all to ask yourselves what milk costs, or car costs, or a gallon of gas costs during those years. It's actually an expense allowance. So we know the purchasing power of $1 is roughly like 56 cents now. And so while I can appreciate the people who are saying, hey, this shocks the system, it does shock the system. but it's because you didn't do it every year like we do for everything else. That's why it shocks the system, because no one said, hey, this doesn't make sense. No one said, hey, we're going to artificially suppress this because political appearances require it. No one said that. And so if we do it, we do it. If we don't, we don't. But I just want to be clear about what we're saying. What we're saying is that we're about to create a new reality here. We're going to say that $1 20 years ago, 30 years ago is $1 right now. And we've spent literally 2 hours talking about AMI.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked around the room, I listened, I talked to several people, and I listened to everybody talk about AMI. AMI is kind of a function of the API, right? How much stuff costs, how much people are making, how much you can actually spend, what you can actually buy with it. We just spent hours talking about that in several different contexts, and we're going to ignore it right now. So I just want, where's Doug at? Doug, when you're tweeting, make sure that we are going to create a new reality. It's the power of the county commission. We're creating new realities right now. It's literally, we're eliminating gravity. We're pretending physics doesn't exist. We're going to say, for the purposes of this conversation, that 56 cents is actually $1. And then we're going to go to the store and try to spend it. And they're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. And just to something, a point that was made when one of my colleagues, who I respect dearly, said, we're not here to correct the mistakes of the past. I don't call anything that anyone else did a mistake. I value their wisdom and their actions in every respect. But we spent hours actually putting stuff in place like septic to sewer, housing relief, funding CBOs, things we literally didn't do in the past. We've literally spent hours changing things. If we say we're not going to change it, we're not going to change it. That's fine. We can move on. But let's be clear. We've been doing it since 5 o'clock. We've been changing it since 5 o'clock. I yield back. Thank you.
While you were speaking, I looked it up, and a gallon of milk that year was $1.11.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, I drink oat milk, so I don't even know what to tell you. Like, I don't even think oat milk. They didn't make it 20 years ago. I just want to say that in that year, I worked at Blockbuster, and minimum wage was $3.25. So that's my motion to take out the 401A. I think it's cleaner that way. I think it answers, some of the concerns. I think that putting all these things together, is just too much. So I think if we just deal with the expenses, and we're saying, you know what, we haven't brought them up since 1993, we're not bringing them up to CPI. We're going just below that, and we're cleaning it up. As Jennifer said, I think that's a very different issue that should be dealt with during the budget. So I think if we're going to deal with changes to the 401A, we should do so as a regular item, and it should go to committee, and it should have public hearing, because it is deferred compensation. And I do think that we should put it on, the ballot and ask folks about our salaries. And if they say no, they say no. But I think we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before both of you go, isn't this money within the budget of a commissioner at the end of the day?
The funding is currently budgeted where it is right now is currently budgeted in each district commission office.
So the money that the commissioner's office already receives is already there. So the use of the commissioner, where he has 11 employees or he has 8, and he is just getting authorization to get more money for the compensation that's been stated back and forth by everybody, it is the right of that commissioner at the end of the day. So the money's there. We're not saying that we're just creating new money. And by the way, I'm not benefiting out of this. I won't be here. Okay, let me be real clear. You guys will be here. So all I'm trying to say is that you have people talking a lot here today. But the reality is he's right. The issue is that we've been talking about employees. Look at all the employees that are sitting here. Every year they have an increase. The commissioners do not have that. I dropped the ambassador program that was stated earlier. I voted against it because I'm not going to benefit out of it, as my colleagues have done the same. But this is about you guys moving forward. Now there's term limits. There's 8 years. There wasn't term limits before. So all this has taken place. I think that we need to really pay attention and moving forward. And leadership is about moving forward. And I don't think it's right that if you're going to spend a lot of hours and do the work of the people with a $10 billion budget that's going to grow, I don't see it going down, that you guys get compensated for what you do. And that's the way I'm looking at it. So if it's within the budget of the commissioner, there's not a problem moving forward. That's their decision. So, Commissioner Hardiman.
We're using the same language again. No to all at once. It's just too much. And there's a distinguished gentleman here that many of us know that I'll leave nameless, who reminded me of a quote that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said. And the quote is, "The time is always ripe to do right." And so those statements that are made earlier on the record don't acknowledge the gravity of that quote. When you think about the struggle for civil rights, it was always just wait a few more years, one thing at a time. Okay, the men can vote, but there's always, no one wants to do it right. And so I think that what this doesn't do is provide what is the right thing to do for a number of different reasons. And so I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think that we should do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Monestein.
If there is a conversation I didn't want to be a part of on this day, it's this one, because this one doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, in all due respect, it's borderline, I can't say a word here. It doesn't make any sense for many reasons. The public that is watching us is not stupid. The people are not really dumb as we think they are. People understand what the Commissioner Gilbert just explained. Luckily for me, I think I subscribe to the same class that Commissioner Soto is a part of. I was smart enough, like he was, to marry up and have a.
Let me clarify that, Commissioner Monestein, way up.
Way up. To marry someone who basically support my desire for public service and basically accept and agree to suffer and labor harder and harder each day to help me raise two sons, and by God's grace they're doing okay. So she would not allow me on any day for any reason to be begging anyone here for a couple of $1,000s. Honestly, I'll drive a cab again. I'll get a second job. I'll do whatever I have to do to uphold my dignity and not be subject to this kind of embarrassment of people thinking that county commissioners are so greedy and hungry and they're looking for a couple of $1,000s to survive. This is an embarrassment. Anybody that understands anything understand that this is a laughing thing, that we don't understand that $1 in 1996 is worth less than $1 today. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Thank God. You know, I heard you say that you're lactose intolerant. You don't drink milk because it's $7 today, but I just can't afford it, perhaps. Okay. But at the end of the day, what makes sense makes sense. What makes sense makes sense. I remember receiving a confirmation of a very miserable piece of information here. A colleague, and we all have heard the information, that served for many years on this dais, had no other occupation but serving the people of Miami-Dade County for almost 30 years. And upon retirement, I think he found out that his retirement income was going to be less than $500. Okay? So some people on this dais, and perhaps on the public, greatly support this because they would love to see a public servant that have labored for many years helping his community, begging for bread on the street. The good Lord I serve will never allow that for any true public servant. Anybody that truly serve with all your heart, with all your soul, and do the right thing on this dais, you're not going to go begging for your bread. So, but looking forward, like somebody said, and making sure that if basically there are decisions that we fail to make, and this is a decision, this is something that should have been considered a long time ago, okay, in terms of ensuring that the expense account is adjusted every year to CPI. That's what every normal family does. That's what every that's what every business does. That's what anyone does. You adjust your expenses every year because the market has just. What did we just did? We just approved an item, right? We just approved an item allocating funding, all right, to assist developers that will anchor inflationary costs in their effort to bring more affordable housing units to our county. Why do we have to do so? They're developers, okay? Let's look at it this way. First of all, if the product doesn't make sense for them, they're not going to build it. So basically, if I'm looking for my 15-20% return on the development of that unit and I don't get it, I'm not building it. But we find it appropriate enough to make sure that we allocate funding because we know the market is tighter, okay? The supply chain is being compressed, and therefore we need to make provision for that. And now we're discussing whether it is appropriate to adjust a $24,000 expense account. I mean, this is an embarrassment. But nevertheless, it makes political sense for some people. But the chair is right, and I think all my colleagues are right. Many of us come into this profession understanding very well what's at stake, and we love what we do. And I think there isn't any money that anyone can pay us to do what we do because it's self-satisfying. It's emotionally, spiritually gratifying. But at the end of the day, look, come on, be serious. People will be laughing at us if we think that a $61,000 expense account for a county commissioner out of a $10.5 billion budget is too much for anybody to approve. Well, we know municipalities that have a $300 million budget whose elected bodies spend more than that per individual city council people or commissioners. So give me a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. You woke up later than McGee.
I did. I woke up quite a bit later. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to chime in on this executive benefits package from the perspective of the voters. And having just been through an election, I have maybe more of a unique position than the rest of my colleagues because I just campaigned on this. And I get told a lot by those who consider running for office, I could never do that because you all don't get paid enough. And I'm a full-time school teacher, or I'm a full-time law enforcement officer. I could never do it because the compensation makes no sense for me and my family. Many of us that sit up here are uniquely positioned because we have outside income from some source or another, or some are independently wealthy, whatever the situation may be. Allowing a fair compensation for commissioners, I see as an investment in the future commissioners and actually potentially voting against our own interests. Some of us are going to be up for an election in 2 years. With an increased executive benefits package, you are opening the floodgates to additional candidates running for office, because you are now allowing the gates of political office that for the vast majority of our voters are closed to those who have the right last name or come from the right family or are married to the correct person. Increasing executive benefits to allow commissioners to get paid a fair compensation allows more people to run for office. That is beneficial to the voters and allows a greater election pool of people to decide who their representatives will be. So I see this as being an investment in the future. I see this as being long overdue, and I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, with that, I had a motion. Did I have a second?
Yes,
You seconded.
Could I just offer one last thing, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
The Commissioner Hardiman offered a quote, and the ending part of that quote is actually very interesting. It's by Dr. Martin Luther King. And it says, there's a strange illusion that time will solve problems. And I would just add the caveat that time doesn't solve problems. It doesn't change things. We do. We do. We were literally elected to do it. And we've done it in so many different ways. Everyone in this dais has done it in so many different ways, from things regarding the environment to substance sewer, to transit and transportation, to housing. We've done it. We've addressed issues that we saw needed remedial action. Never before have we said, oh, you know what, let's just wait and see if it gets better. We have not done that. And I appreciate everyone's position, but the reason why that's even an option now is because we're afraid that people will criticize us. And I appreciate their criticism. They criticize me, but it's not the critic that counts. Not the man who points out where the strong man stumbles or how the doer of good deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, the man and woman. We're actually here. I would just ask you all to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. On Commissioner Hayman.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing all the sentiments, but my decision is clearly based not on the value of any one person or the rates and everything else like that. There's several public servant jurisdictions where they get a sole dollar. It's not to the value of the service they do or inflation or anything else. It's to protect them from liability because they just see it as something they want to do. So, you know, it's a personal decision, and moving forward, I can appreciate it. My issue is the process, how it was done, because we're communicators. We represent the public that we vote, who voted us in office, and we communicate the will of this body and others on every issue. And that's my concern. I think it really lacked transparency and communicating with the public directly, because some of us couldn't figure it out till we read about it and then had to start finding it someplace in the budget. And it was like a mystery of what it meant. Look at how much dialogue we put into figuring out the different columns and the benefits tonight. This is after we've had it for 2 weeks. So my objection is the process, and maybe it should have been done in increments, because it is appropriate to bring up a balance if that's the will of the body and the majority. But, to start going into judgment on this is what we're worth and everything else like that, and someone was remiss. I don't think that accounts for everybody's position. I'm opposed because of the lack of process that went to it and the transparency in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayman. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Hayman. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your consideration. I would just add, just so that we're clear, that this was published in the budget with, the $10 billion budget with everything else. So it was publicly noticed. And when this has been addressed before, it wasn't even published. It was motioned at the end of a meeting most times. The reason why this has been the subject of conversation for 2 weeks is because we actually published it. Like this is the board that actually published it. This is the board that put it in the budget. This is the board that publicly noticed it. This is the board that had an office that answered questions about it. This is the board that did that. So I appreciate what everyone's saying about there's been a lack of transparency. That's a talking point. In truth, this has been more transparent than any other time this has been addressed. No one else put it down so that you could actually talk about it and ask questions and run the numbers. No one else did any of those things. And so it's become one of the situations now. This has become a cautionary tale about how transparent you actually want to be. Because the other times this was suggested, they just announced it at the last moment. And something else should be noted about the transparency. So it has been featured in the Miami Herald, it seems like every day at this point. It's been talked about on Spanish language radio. And there was one person who mentioned it when they showed up in public hearing. That one guy. The guy who said that police officers and firefighters or whatever and security guards shouldn't make money, and that there was only one person who actually, it's been mentioned. It was in fact noticed. I just want to point that out, that this has been the most open process. And so if there's one thing that I take exception to that I've heard over the last week and a half, it's that this wasn't transparent. The budget process in and of itself is put in place to actually encourage conversation. This was included in the budget, unlike the other times it was voted on.
Commissioner Sosa.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go very fast so we can vote on that. I think that what Commissioner Regalado is doing is lowering up to a point and allowing to move forward to the new commissioners to do a process where they announce to the public and the public can come and speak. For me, it was a surprise to find it as part of the budget. I was never explained before. I have been here only for 21 years, and I really don't remember we ever proposed an increase like that. So, and you have been here a little one less than me, so we have never done that. We never did it. We always accepted what was there when we ran for office. But I understand that times have changed, and you deserve the public to vote on a salary that can be respectful to continue representing them. But she is proposing something smaller. The way the public was advised was to say that we hid an increase in salary for the commissioners in the budget, and that they wanted to know who did it. I have received many calls asking me and many emails insulting, and I said, I'm not going to stay. Asking me who did it, who put it in the budget, from where it came. So all that is happening, and Commissioner Regalado knows because they call us all the time. So that is what makes me uncomfortable, like Commissioner Hayman, the process that was followed. That I think that it wasn't the right way to do it. Thank you.
Okay. And just to end this real fast, at one point in time in the first budget hearing, yes, I felt like a deer in headlights. And I think most of you noticed it. But since then, there's been more advertisement about this than any other thing that I think has ever been brought over in a budget. It has been put out, stated, discussed, and looked at, and the final part of it has been presented tonight. So I honestly think that Commissioner Sosa, you're right to a point, that maybe the salary should be addressed through a vote of the future commission when it comes time, and they could put it on for a vote. But right now, this is something that doesn't require the vote of the people. This is something that requires the vote of the people that sit here. And if they decide to do it, fine. If they don't, they don't. I am not benefiting from it, clearly, but I want to be real clear that I suffered a lot by not benefiting for it in the past. So has everybody up here. But again, we knew what we were getting into, and we did. But I prefer our commissioners moving forward to receive at least the benefits that they could use so they could stay and do the job and stay as much possible time that they can here to do the best job that they can. So that's the way I'm looking at it. We have a motion by Commissioner Regalado, second by Commissioner Sosa. Could you readdress the motion, please?
My understanding is Commissioner Regalado would like to amend the executive benefit program line of the 401A contribution to under the column C1 to read $11,500.
Yes.
Right, Madam Clerk?
That would mean, let me explain, that would mean that there would be no increase to the 401A. That's, we leave it at 11,000. It is at 11,000, so there's no change to that.
So there's no change at all. So basically, no benefits. So with that, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Monestein. No. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa.
Yes.
Commissioner Soto. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
No.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hardeman. Commissioner Hayman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner McGee.
No.
Vice Chairman Gilbert. No. Chairman Diaz.
No.
Motion fails 4-8.
Do I have another motion? I have a motion by Commissioner, the Vice Chairman, second by Commissioner McGee. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Regalado.
No.
Commissioner Sosa. Commissioner Soto. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
4.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hardeman. Commissioner Hayman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner McGee.
Yes.
Commissioner Monestein. Vice Chairman Gilbert.
Yes.
Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-5.
All right. Next item.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe there are anything, I'm not aware of anybody else bifurcating any other sections. So then we need a vote on the balance of item H with the following amendments. It would be to incorporate the second changes memo, which was further amended as stated by the budget director at the beginning of the meeting to delete section 32 and the amendments previously read as part of item C, which was Senator Garcia's homes reporting, Commissioner Higgins development, inflation adjustment fund.
Hold on a second. I want quiet in the dais, please, and in the audience. Please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Move forward, please.
So that would also include Commissioner Higgins Development Inflation Adjustment Fund amendments previously read as part of the Homes Program, Commissioner Hardeman's allocation to Latinos United, Commissioner Monestein's revision to his original allocation also previously read as part of item C, Chairman Diaz's allocation to Sweetwater for public safety equipment as read as part of item C, Commissioner Regalado's amendment to the Save Our Seniors program as read as read as part of item C as well. So this would be an amendment, a vote to approve item H as amended with all those amendments.
Well done, Madam Attorney. So I have a motion by Commissioner Sosa, was it? Commissioner Sosa, do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Higgins. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes.
Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen Higgins, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Hayman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
Commissioner Monestein, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gilbert, Chairman Diaz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, Chairman Diaz, I think we just need a vote on the motion that Commissioner Sosa previously read regarding Puerto Rico and the contributions from the employees for the Hurricane Relief Fund. I'm happy to read the
Motion by
motion again if you'd like.
Motion by Commissioner Sosa, second by the chairman, or myself, Pepe, whatever.
Yes, it had previously received a motion and a second.
All right. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, before you do that, Madam Mayor, can the employees that have been here for so long can take at least a few hours tomorrow? Don't make them come early and our employees.
Mayor's staff gets a day off,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
but not tomorrow.